Hello everybody, welcome to Drydock episode 127. So this is the Patreon Drydock for the month of December, and yes, I know it's in technically the start of January, but never mind. Let's get on with the questions. Aaron Levi asks, was Operation Rheinübung doomed to fail from the beginning? He makes a number of comparisons, pointing out that the Merchant Raiders and Deutschland class had better results, and obviously Scharnhorst and Gneisenau earlier in the year had pretty good results as well. Well, actually, I think Operation Berlin, when the two Scharnhorst headed out to sea, probably had some degree of impact on German thinking. I mean, Lütjens was there for both of those raids. He commanded the Scharnhorst and obviously was then popped onto Bismarck. And the thing is, the two Scharnhorsts were almost caught, and in fact almost caught by a significantly more powerful force than the one that would come after Bismarck and Prince Eugen. Specifically, Admiral Tovey sailed to intercept them with no less than 3 capital ships, both Nelson, so Nelson and Rodney, plus the battlecruiser Repulse, plus 8 cruisers and 11 destroyers. So, yeah, if that force had caught up with the Scharnhorsts, that would have been a very short, very sharp, very nasty action for the Kriegsmarine. Now, the main difference, of course, was that once the Scharnhorst got out into the Atlantic, when they came across convoys such as the one escorted by HMS Ramillies, due to their operational orders and the balance of power, in those confrontations they had to decline action as opposed to engage. The difference with Bismarck is that in theory it could engage any of the convoy escorts that they knew that the British were putting into place with a fair chance of victory, and thus theoretically should be much more successful against these convoys. On paper, therefore, repeating Operation Berlin with Bismarck and Prince Eugen seems to be a relatively good idea. And yes, they could expect the British might focus a fair bit of attention on Bismarck, but they probably weren't expecting any more significant attention to be focused on Bismarck as on the two Scharnhorst, because they posed a similar level of threat to most things in the Atlantic, as say, with the exception of the battleship escorted convoys. So Bismarck posed a little bit more threat, but not a tremendous amount in the overall strategic picture of things. And of course, they could rely on Bismarck's speed, as long as she remained relatively undamaged, to see her clear of most potential enemy encounters, bearing in mind that she was faster than the vast majority of British capital ships, with only Hood and the 2 battlecruisers, Renown-class battlecruisers, able to catch her. Where things were slightly different for the Germans compared to earlier in the year with Operation Berlin was basically the availability of fast capital ships to the Royal Navy. One of the reasons, I mean, there's quite a few reasons, but one of the reasons that Tovey wasn't able to intercept the Scharnhorst was because his main striking power was Nelson and Rodney, and of course they were significantly slower than the Scharnhorsts, and that limited his ability to operate. Repulse, of course, and the cruisers could quite easily have kept up with and more easily intercepted the Scharnhorsts, but Repulse on its own versus Scharnhorst and Gneisenau probably wasn't an equation the Royal Navy wanted to chance. Renown had faced off against them and driven them off at Lofoten, but Renown was modernised and Repulse wasn't, and even then it was as much a case of sheer aggression on Renown's part as it was an actual overmatch of force. When you look at the situation in the time of Operation Berlin, Hood was having a minor refit to deal with the fact that its engines were literally on their last legs. Renown itself was down in Force H, so it was active in the Mediterranean. Repulse, as I said, is with Tovey's fleet, and King George V has only just about been commissioned and is effectively finishing its working up trials by doing a run over to the US to deliver an ambassador. So Repulse is the only fast capital ship they actually have available at the time that the Scharnhorst break out. By the time that Bismarck breaks out, King George V is well and truly in commission, Prince of Wales is just about coming into service, and Hood is now back out of its engine patch-up and with the Royal Navy. So all of a sudden the Royal Navy has the fast capital ship power to chase down Bismarck and Prince Eugen. And of course they also have Victorious, new carrier having just come online. So the number and type of ships that the Royal Navy has available to confront a fast raiding force is significantly greater in May 1941 as compared to what it was in January 1941. And that meant that, well, the Battle of the Denmark Strait was possible. And even with that confrontation obviously not going particularly well for the Royal Navy, they still had additional ships that they could send after Bismarck, particularly King George V. Obviously, Rodney showed up for the fight as well. So, doomed from the beginning, potentially yes, but it would not be by a massive margin. The thing is, with that fast capital ship force, Tovey could intercept in a way that he couldn't with Operation Berlin. And so even if they managed to fight their way through that, they were going to have damage to Bismarck and or Prince Eugen, which probably would force a mission abort, which in and of itself, that's a failure of mission, even if Bismarck and Prince Eugen had safely made it back to France. And so the Germans were unfortunately a little bit, for them at least, a little bit over-reliant on secrecy. Obviously, if they could get out into the Atlantic, it would make it much harder to detect them. But they were detected before they could get significantly out, even out of the North Sea. And so events played out as they did. And to be perfectly honest, with the number of fast capital ships and carriers that were available, at least in my opinion, bearing in mind that I just like hitting things as hard as possible with the biggest hammer possible, in my opinion, rather than sitting back in Scapa, and he had his reasons for sitting back in Scapa, Tovey did, and waiting to see how the situation developed in case the Scharnhorst or Tirpitz made a move. But personally, if I was Tovey, I would have taken Hood, Prince of Wales, King George V, and Victorious, and anything else I could scrape up and just gone after them, because, you know what, to hell with honour. This is war. If you have 3 capital ships and a carrier to take after an enemy battleship and a cruiser, just do it. And that Battle of the Denmark Strait might have turned out very, very differently if you had King George V leading Prince of Wales with Hood following, with Bismarck and Prince Eugen either having to deal with or having had to deal with air attacks from Victorious, plus obviously more cruiser and destroyer support. That could have ended the German breakout right there and then. So, yeah, the cards were very much stacked against Operation Rheinübung actually being a success, but when you look at what maybe the Germans knew or what they thought they knew, you can possibly understand why they thought they might get away with it again. Trevorius asks, between the atrocities of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan on one side and the various liberal democracies being lined up on the other, World War II is one of the few conflicts in history where it really does seem like it's a fight between the forces of good and evil. How does this affect your study of the conflict? Is there an attitude in the historical community of let's be careful to not praise the Nazis too much, or is it mostly treated like any other war? Where do you draw the line between legitimate praise for Germany and neo-Nazi apologism? And what is your approach to dealing with the latter when you encounter it, whether it be in your research or in interaction with us internet commentators? Well, there's a delicate question if ever there was one. Personally, I don't tend to encounter it too much in a way that seriously poses any major obstacle to my research. But I do think that that is largely an artifact of the fact that obviously this channel is a naval channel. And as I've said before, the Kriegsmarine, at least in its actions at sea, generally seems to have been able to steer clear of the worst of the excesses that you tend to see with the German army or the Luftwaffe. I mean, it's, yeah, for obvious reasons. There's not really a civilian population at sea except for aboard merchant ships. You can't run concentration camps at sea, etc., etc. So a lot of the things that it's very easy to point at when it comes to Axis war crimes tend to not be possible at sea, and where they are, at least with the Kriegsmarine side of things, they tend to have avoided them. With the Japanese, it's much more difficult because the Japanese did take part in things like machine gunning survivors in the water, both from aircraft and from ships, as well as some pretty horrific treatment of prisoners that they took at sea. So that is a bit more of a problem, but the Germans at least seem to generally have avoided that issue, and you do get a number of fairly honourable incidents where you have things like the fight between Hipper and Glowworm, where once Glowworm has sunk, Hipper's crew and captain immediately set about rescuing the survivors, and that's much more in keeping with sort of honourable seamanship and sort of an equivalent situation on land or in the air. I don't think it takes a massive amount of imagination to realise that a broadly equivalent situation, you probably wouldn't get quite as charitable behaviour from a Luftwaffe or German army unit in those fields of conflict. The other thing is that, at least when you're looking at the Navy side of things, again, there is a lot more about strategy and tactics, at least in the fields that I look at, as well as the technical details. And strategy, tactics, and technical capabilities are, again, somewhat divorced from the actions of the people who might then take those ships or submarines or whatever and put them to use. I also think it depends quite a lot on culture. So, for example, I know that there are questions and statements and attitudes that could be quite comfortably said or expressed in what you might call the Anglosphere world, sort of America, the UK, etc., when it comes to looking at things like the Kriegsmarine, which perhaps if you were going to ask them or express them in somewhere like Germany, would have a rather different outcome on your ability to continue to be seen as a serious researcher. Generally speaking, when I'm looking at things, unless there is a serious and legitimate war crime or potential war crime going on, which, as I say, tends to be more on the Japanese Navy side of the axis, the naval forces, than it does on the Italian or German, I tend to try and do what I do for every Navy that I research or ship, and kind of try and put myself in the mindset of the person or captain or ship or Navy or whatever that I am talking about. And that's why you'll hear me in some videos talk about, let's say for a German ship or an Italian ship, I might say, well, unfortunately, it was hit and sunk or badly damaged or whatever in such and such an engagement. Now, obviously, from a grand perspective of the Second World War, and certainly from the perspective of whichever Royal Navy, US Navy, Free Polish Navy, etc., warship or aircraft actually did the damage, from their perspective, it's actually a very good thing that that ship was hit and sunk. But from the perspective of the people aboard it, I'm pretty sure they were not particularly fond of this activity. So that's kind of why I look at it from that point of view. If I'm talking about an engagement and the subject that is participating in that engagement is an American ship, say, and we're fighting the Japanese, then if we're looking at it from an American perspective, then it's only fair to speak about the ships being hit from those perspectives generally. So if we're talking about, say, the Battle of the Surigao Strait, then the American battleships unloading on the Japanese battleship, that would be seen as, well, good hits. We've crippled / sunk an enemy. This is all good. However, when you then switch to talking about what's happening on the Japanese ship as it explodes and burns, it's then appropriate, despite the fact you're talking about the same action, at least in my opinion, it's appropriate to reflect what it would be like from the crew's perspective. Apart from anything, to me, it's a little bit inhuman to be talking about something like the Japanese ships at Surigao Strait or the last action of Bismarck, and be reflecting on the utter hell that some of those crewmen had to go through to try and survive, and still be talking about it in a kind of, oh yeah, this was a good thing kind of tone. It's that doesn't really work for me. It's a good thing that that ship was being sunk. It's not a good thing that a bunch of crewmen who really are mostly, as I said, mostly doing their jobs and don't have any real particular connection one way or another to the overarching ideology of the country they happen to be fighting for them to be burnt, blown up, blown over the side, have to haul friends out of wreckage, etc. That's not a good thing. That is just human suffering. So you have to reflect that much, at least, I think. Now, when it comes to dealing with people in whatever walk of life, whether it be research day to day or on the internet, where they're perhaps a little bit too far down the rabbit hole when it comes to any given nation, not just Germany or Japan or Italy, etc. My main approach is just to identify why they're doing that. If they've just been misinformed or not particularly well informed, or they've bought into some of the propaganda that kicks around every now and then if they're open to discussion, I'm quite happy to talk about things and try and correct some of the mistakes. If they're not open to discussion because they've just decided that, no, this is what I've heard, therefore this must always be right forever and always, then it's best to just kind of go, okay, well, you do you. It's literally not worth the time or the crayons to explain this. When you get people who are properly full in with the kind of attitude of, well, so insert whichever nation is applicable, could do no wrong, was always superior, everything they did is superior, they would always win in every circumstance, in every situation, and any way they lost in any way, shape or form is obviously a horrible, sneaky trick by the enemy, everyone else sucks, blah, blah, blah. Don't feed the troll, basically. If someone is really that far down the rabbit hole, then, well, maybe if you've got the spare time, point out one or two of the more obvious flaws in their argument and see how they react, but it's just not worth it. There are much better things to do in life than to try and correct someone who is of that kind of opinion, to be perfectly honest. And that applies to every single nation. You have people who will absolutely insist till they're blue in the face that Bismarck would never have sunk, and the only reason it's at the bottom of the sea is because it was scuttled by its crew. You have people who will insist that, say, the Iowa could not ever have been in danger from any battleship or aircraft carrier from any Axis power ever. And would always be the ultimate and the invincible. You've got people who will insist that the Royal Navy was top dog in every single theatre and every single branch of technology. To be honest, I haven't seen that many people who are massively on board with the Italians being superior for about everything, but there are a few people with a few odd ideas about what the Italian Navy was capable of, but nevertheless. And of course you get people sort of who, for some various reasons, think that the Japanese Navy, the only reason that they lost was sheer overwhelming numbers and that they were individually superior to any US Navy ship. And you can cite counterexamples for every single one of those arguments, if you can even call them arguments. But again, why waste time and effort in doing so, to be perfectly honest? James Sean Moore asks, after producing some of the best sailing warships in the world, what happened to the French design process that they mismanaged so many steam warships? It does seem a little bit strange, because when you look at the French warship designs for sailing and also just wooden warships in general, right up until the dawn of the ironclad age, they do produce some fantastic warships. I mean, Napoleon is one of the finest, as well as the first screw-driven, steam-powered wooden battleships. And then it kind of just all falls apart once the ironclads come along, at least design-wise. Now, To be fair, some of the French ironclad designs, the earlier ones, are still pretty good. There are some weird ones as well, but there are some pretty solid early ironclad designs that come out from the French. But the Gloire does kind of set a little bit of a theme going, and then everything kind of goes a little bit weird once you get into the French pre-dreadnoughts. And to be honest, even the French early dreadnoughts aren't really much to write home about, and it's only then when you get this pause in the interwar years they seem to pick up their ship design stride again, and you get things like Dunkirk and Richelieu, which kind of hark back to that era of good and good-looking warship design that you kind of last see in the 1840s and 1850s. I think there's really probably two factors going on in a big way, and then a third factor which is somewhat less. The two biggest factors, I think, is one, that France industrially was just left behind a little bit. The Industrial Revolution obviously took off in the big powers in the UK first, and it really hit its apogee in the 1860s and thereafter, and that allowed the UK to progress in ship design as well and technology fairly rapidly. That kind of, by setting the bar that high, and the French industry just not being able initially to keep up either in size or in technological advancement, that kind of led to a little bit of a rough patch, because you have the French Navy, which obviously is still at this point the main competitor to the Royal Navy. It's trying to compete, but it just doesn't have the tools to be able to compete, which means they're having to look for sort of tricks and tweaks to make up for that, which then leads to a lot of dead-end approaches. Now, once you get into the latter part of the late 1800s, or 1870s-ish, mid-1870s onwards, and you get things like Creusot steel, etc., the French are beginning to retake some of that technological initiative, but they're also, at that point, off on the Jeune Ecole method, because Britain has leveraged its early industrial advantage into a big economic advantage as well. So now you have a situation where the French economy cannot compete with the British Empire's economy, whereas before, economics-wise, Britain and France had always been within shouting distance of each other. So now you have this Jeune Ecole approach, which is trying to deal with the British fleet from a perspective of a much weaker economic position, therefore having to spend less money. Then that turns out to be not such a good idea, but you've had this break in design lineage, so you now have to go back to a position of a French industry that, to be honest, by and large has either caught up with, or in a few places actually overtaken the British when it comes to naval technology. It's kind of a swings and roundabout situation as you go into the 1880s and 1890s, where the French have some things that they actually are doing a lot better. They're much more advanced, for example, in the field of onboard electrics. And in other areas, like the whole obsession with tumble home design, are significantly further behind. So, broadly speaking, in terms of what they could produce as an overall combat unit, technologically, Britain and France are roughly on a par at that point as you head into the early 20th century. But the British have this long, continuous design line, if you like, of major warships. The French have this interruption caused by the Jeune Ecole, and because of the economy, also the British can build many more warships and build them in larger numbers and build them for export, which means almost to kind of by process of elimination, they're able to iterate out designs much faster and much more efficiently. Whereas the French have got this kind of naval infrastructure that's designed to support a navy that's competitive with the Royal Navy in terms of size, if not even larger, but not the economy to support it. And so you end up with this very bitty work where you've got these very powerful industrial organisations that are building the warships who desperately all need money to continue operating, and the French government obviously is trying to keep those operational, and then so this is why you get classes that theoretically should have been the same, but they're distributed out to so many different companies to keep them all going with some money, and all those companies are big enough and powerful enough to start making their own kind of, well, yes, we know this is what you want, but we think this would work better kind of changes to design, that you end up with this very hodgepodge fleet that doesn't really work particularly well together, and in some cases at all particularly. So all of this kind of comes together and combines with the fact that some of the French ideas about strategy and tactics and how naval warfare would develop would turn out to either be incorrect or quite considerably behind the curve of everyone else, especially when you look at, in the run-up to and during World War One, the ranges that they think naval warfare will be conducted at, which doesn't help their case very much at all. And a lot of those factors, I think, are what is ironed out in this gap in the interwar period, because you go with the interwar period, you've got everyone able to catch up roughly on what naval warfare now looks like, so the strategy and tactics bit goes out the window. The French are no longer trying to compete with the Royal Navy in terms of sheer size, indeed because of the treaties they physically can't, and because of the sheer cost of capital ships and the reduction in overall numbers, they're now able to focus their efforts a lot more on building fewer numbers of capital ships. So as I said, they've still got a lot of the technology there, but now because you physically can't build, let's say with Richelieu and Jean Bart, you can't build 2 battleships in 6 yards. You can only build them in 2. The same with Dunkirk and Strasbourg, which means that now that sort of very hodgepodge all over the place method of producing things is physically impossible. So that takes out another massive chunk of things. And again, the fact that because capital ship sizes are not escalating the way they were before, the French infrastructure and economy has a little bit, the technological economy has a little bit of a opportunity to take a quick breather and get up to speed. Now, they still do face issues, having shipyards that are a bit too small, really, for what they want to build, but they come up with some rather inventive solutions to that. But the major sort of weights around their ankles that are crippling for a long period in the later 1800s and early 1900s, their ability to pull together ships that are competitive with everyone else on the top tier of naval powers, a lot of those are now gone. And without those, you get them producing things like the Richelieu class, which are pretty darn good ships. And that capability was always there, I think. It was just hampered by all the other factors we just talked about. Eric Knapp asks, I've just finished reading John Winton's biography of Admiral Andrew Cunningham. He says that at the end of the war, the order to splice the mainbrace was given. I looked this up, but I think it would be a great thing to talk about. Also, are there any other seemingly routine orders that have special meanings in the world's navies? So splicing the mainbrace actually has origins deep in the Age of Sail, to do with the ship's rigging, but by the time that we're looking at it, basically means everyone gets an extra ration of alcohol, whatever the alcohol of choice might happen to be in your respective navy, and it's generally given as a commendation, either for a specific ship or occasionally for an entire fleet, on the completion of some major or momentous task. So, for example, at the end of World War II, everybody got the order to splice the mainbrace, as Eric mentions. And I think, to be perfectly honest, if you've managed to make your way through anywhere between 4 and 6 years of a world war and you're still alive and vaguely in one piece, I think you probably could use an extra stiff drink to celebrate. So yeah, and it's been given out on various other ceremonial, commemorative or other occasions. So, for example, about a week after the Falklands War, the order to splice the mainbrace was given, somewhat understandably, to the Royal Navy, which had just been through quite the heavy conflict. As far as other routine orders that have special meanings in the world's navies, There are quite a few. I mean, there's going to be certain ones in every navy that relate to specific either traditions within that navy or within that navy's country, usually associated with things like an Independence Day. But there are also some, again, routine orders that have specific meanings in specific situations. For example, when US Navy ships are entering Pearl Harbor, a US Navy ship will salute the USS Arizona as it passes by. Now, obviously, the order to issue a salute is a relatively standard one in the US Navy and can be issued for all sorts of reasons, but specifically when they're entering Pearl Harbor, then obviously it has a deeper meaning, because they're not just rendering a normal salute, they're saluting the fallen of the Arizona and marking in a lot of ways the commemoration of the Pearl Harbor attack and those lost in World War II generally, as well as obviously the Arizona itself specifically. Jeremy Wells asks, I've heard -read that during the Age of Sail, Royal Navy officers preferred frigate postings because of prize money and a higher chance to see action. If that's true, how did the Navy ensure it had good officers to man its first rates and other ships of the line? Did the prestige of serving on a first rate outweigh the monetary rewards of a frigate? Overall, yes, there was a general preference for frigate postings, mainly because frigates would be active pretty much throughout the course of a conflict, and there was usually a good chance of coming across a prize, whether that be another enemy warship or enemy merchant shipping, etc. And it was a lot more of an active career as a result. So, yeah, a lot of people who wanted action, wanted glory, fame, riches, they would try and seek out frigate postings, and there was a certain amount of prestige associated with it as well, because obviously if you went out on a frigate and you came back after a couple of years and you could say, well, I captured 24 enemy ships, I fought and destroyed or captured a couple of enemy warships, and I have all this prize money and I've got all this combat experience, that looks very good for you and also shows the your ability to command. Whereas if you've gone out for 2 years of blockade duty on a first rate and you come back and say, well, I sat off the French coast and I watched the French for 2 years, doesn't sound quite as impressive, does it? Now, generally, the way that the Royal Navy tended to ensure that it had good officers on its first rates and second and third rates was a mixture of, well, third rates actually had a fair amount of detached duty as well. They did operate in fleets, but they were also kind of station flagships. They did also operate somewhat independently at times, as well as sort of being the heavy escort on certain convoys. So if you were on the right third rate, you could have almost as many opportunities as you would on a frigate. But part of it was just seniority. As you spent longer in command, you would be expected to be promoted to a larger ship, and eventually you're going to run out of frigates getting progressively larger, and you're going to end up either probably first as commander of a group of frigates or possibly directly onto a small capital ship, whether that be a 64 or a 74. And then at that point, unless very unusual circumstances intervened, you would go on and upwards from there. Now, there were some relatively senior commanders who stayed in frigates or managed to get themselves reassigned to frigates because they were recognised as having very, very particular and excellent skills in those regards, but they were the exception rather than the rule. It was generally a case of once you've proved yourself as an able commander in a frigate, you would inevitably end up aboard a capital ship. And a good part of that was also personal prestige, because whilst, let's be frank, getting lots of prize money might seem very, very attractive, if you were a senior captain, or even due to seniority, you'd even possibly been promoted into the lower ranks of admiralty, and you were stubbornly insisting on staying in a frigate, there would be questions raised in polite society of why has someone with such a long record of service not been trusted with one of His Majesty's greatest warships. And so this kind of societal honour, prestige, pressure would generally move a lot of people on from frigates into capital ships regardless. There's also the fact to be perfectly honest. It's the capital ships that fight the big actions. It's the first, second, and third rates that will fight the big battles, that will get the national press headlines, and that may get yourself ennobled or immortalized forever in some daring account of action. Very few frigate encounters will ever rate that highly. So if you want to be remembered, or you want to have a shot at a peerage, you really need to be aboard a capital ship. The other thing is that the Royal Navy would use frigate and brig and sloop postings to try and kind of assess the capabilities of different officers, because the best frigate captains would tend to actually make terrible capital ship captains, and that's why some of the best frigate officers were either allowed to remain in frigates or later posted back to frigates, because a frigate captain needs to be very decisive, very independent-minded, and very action-oriented. Whereas if you're sailing in the line of battle, you need someone to be cool, calm, collected, and follow orders. Nelson is actually a good example of a frigate captain mentality who was placed on a capital ship and who very, very easily could have ended up dead or drummed out of the service for insubordination, with actions like his actions aboard HMS Captain at the Battle of St. Vincent. But he got away with it because it worked. 9 times out of 10, those kind of actions in a line of battle in that kind of time period wouldn't work, and would end the career of the officer in question one way or another. Whereas, obviously, someone who's very kind of good, solid, reliable, but not particularly imaginative and just kind of forges onward, probably not the best frigate officer, but would make a very good line battleship captain. So they would identify these at the lower levels of, let's say, brig, sloop, and frigate command, and then some officers would be drawn off early. So if an officer was a very good subordinate, but not perhaps the world's best independent leader, then he might have command of a brig, a sloop, maybe a 6th rate, and then he might be pulled off to become first or second officer aboard first, second, or third rate, and from there he would progress his career up through to captaincy, etc., in the first, second, and third rate branch of the Navy, whereas someone else who's a bit more dynamic might then go on to command a 5th rate, a squadron of 5th rates, maybe then be popped into one of the few 4th rates, etc., etc. And that's kind of the line that Nelson, for example, took. Before, of course, inevitably being stuck on a capital ship. Eric J. Lutz asks, what was the most rapid warship up through to the end of World War II? And when I say most rapid, I'm referring to the ability to achieve a high and sustained cruising speed in favourable conditions. Well, the absolute fastest ships probably are going to be the French Le Fantasque class of destroyers. I believe one of them actually holds the speed record for a conventional hull ship, certainly at that period of time, and I'm not sure much has been able to exceed that, but something around 45 knots. However, they weren't designed for that amount of speed, and being destroyers, they certainly couldn't sustain those kinds of speeds for any massive length of time. That just ran out of fuel, or in anything other than kind of a relatively flat, calm sea state. It's just the way of things with destroyers. They also, as with a lot of the fast French contre-torpilleurs, had some serious problems in actually using their guns when they were travelling at anything close to top speed. So, in terms of fastest sustained speed, which is more along the lines of what you're asking, I think I would probably have to give that title to the Capitani Romani class. Somewhat late entries into the war, as far as ships go. Obviously, with the Italian Navy, the name might have given it away, but they were able to sustain around about 41, 42 knots, and being somewhat, not tremendously larger than the Le Fantasques, to be perfectly honest, but being somewhat larger at the very low end of light cruiser displacement, they were able to keep up that speed for a considerably longer period of time and in better sea state conditions. So in terms of sustained high speed, yeah, I'd say they're probably the winners in that particular regard. Joseph Sullivan asks, a lot has been made about the many interwar designs for battleships and battlecruisers. I'd like to know about cruisers and destroyers. What were some designs that were being proposed, and were any of them, in your belief, potential game changers? To be honest, when it comes to cruisers, there's not a tremendous amount of stuff I would classify as game-changing in the interwar design period, at least for the majority of it. Unfortunately, the Spring Styles 1926 to 1938 book is missing. There's some very interesting designs in the books 1 and book 3 that precede and succeed it, but the main interwar Spring Styles book for US Navy theoretical designs is unfortunately lost to us, which is incredibly annoying. But yeah, the thing is, most everybody is, during the interwar period, having to comply with the treaty restrictions, which means that with that hard cap of 8-inch guns and 10,000 tons, there's only so many different flavours of 8-inch gun 10,000 ton cruiser or 6-inch gun 10,000 ton cruiser that you can come up with, and everything else is going to be somewhat lesser than that. You obviously do get much more advanced designs coming out towards the very end of the 1930s, once people have stopped adhering to the treaty regulations, either directly or because of escalator clauses, etc. But the fact that these designs are only really popping up at the very, very end of the 30s means they're not really game changers, because even if they'd been approved and rushed into production, they wouldn't have come out until 43, 44 at the earliest, at which point the war, at least from a Navy perspective, has already pretty much been decided, so they can't be game changers. I mean, the Alaska class, for example, has its roots back in that period, but didn't really come online in time to make a significant difference. About the only cruiser class that I'm aware of, or loose group of cruisers, that are potentially game changers for the actual war itself, are some of the more interesting Royal Navy and other nations' proposals for heavy anti-aircraft cruisers. You can see a couple of them here, courtesy of Norman Friedman's book on British cruisers. The K-25 series in the Royal Navy just mount stupid numbers of 5.25-inch guns. And yes, that top design you can see there, that is 7 5.25-inch twin turrets in a quadruple super-firing stack forward and a triple super-firing stack aft. And then you can see a slightly different design where it's triple super-firing fore and aft, but they've got paired twin turrets, almost like some weird evolution of pre-World War I cruiser design forward. And there's even another one, a K-25F, which replicates that on the back. So it now has 8 twin 5.25-inch turrets for a total of 16 guns. So you have a light cruiser, if you can call it that, with an anti-aircraft capability that's twice that of a King George V class battleship when it comes to heavy anti-air, and actually probably more, because it can bring more of those guns to bear on a broadside. Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, nobody went and took it to the logical extension of putting 2 quadruple stack 5.25-inch mounts, one fore, one aft, because that would be utterly hilarious, and also HMS Captain levels of stability. But this kind of heavy AA cruiser, that might have actually been something of a game changer if they'd been able to be produced in enough numbers before the war broke out from any navy, really. The Japanese probably could have gotten away with doing a much smaller vessel that kind of followed these design principles using their new 100mm anti-aircraft gun. The US, of course, kind of had this with the Atlantas, but, well, I mean, the Atlantas already have the 8 twin turrets, albeit 2 of them on the wings, so I guess you could go for kind of a super Atlanta, where you move the 2 wing turrets to centerline positions, so you get even more firepower, but you'd have to make the ships slightly larger. You've obviously got these for the Royal Navy, and so on and so forth. So yeah, having this kind of heavy anti-aircraft firepower, especially early in the war when a lot of ships are being damaged or sunk by aircraft, and then obviously giving them the operational experience to get new fire control systems, etc., in for the Pacific War when that kicks off, that could actually make a fairly significant difference in the overall outcome of those conflicts. in terms of ships lost, at least. I mean, they're heavy anti-aircraft cruisers, unless you carpet the seas with them, are not going to stop the overall outcome of any particular campaign in the war, but they would probably rather drastically affect ship losses on both sides, because obviously, well, if they can deter / destroy incoming air attacks, then a lot fewer ships on your side might be sunk. But as both the US and Royal Navies discovered with the Didos and the Atlantas, if you set them on enemy destroyers, they can also do a fairly good number on them. And I mean, the chances of something like this that absorbs so many 5.25-inch mounts actually being completed in this manner, given what happened historically, probably relatively unlikely. But I would pay an awfully large amount of money to see something, especially like that top K25 design, equipped with 4.5-inch rapid firing guns, because that would be glorious to behold. When it comes to destroyers, again, because of the treaty limits, there is a certain limitation on what they can actually pull off. And I mean, most of the really interesting destroyer designs, sort of the all-gun destroyers, flotilla leader type things, with things like the Summers or the Tribals, or even to a certain extent the Akazukis, they were actually tried. And then you've got the heavy torpedo armament styles of the Shimikazes and some of the mid to late 1930s US destroyer designs. They were also tried. So, although there are a number of interesting designs, but that were brought in and not entirely followed up, I don't think in terms of potential game changers, again, I don't think there's that many. The only field in which destroyer design, I think, potentially could have fielded something that would have a significant impact on the war would be the designs that kind of eventually, actually, in the Royal Navy grew into the Tribal and Dido class by diverging in each direction. And there were a number of similar kind of heavy flotilla leader type experiments, although albeit in violation of treaty restrictions, technically speaking, unless you counted them as very, very, very light cruisers. And that's where you've got quote-unquote destroyers armed with 10 or so guns plus a significant torpedo loadout. So they are pretty much on the scale of some of the smaller Italian condottieri type light cruisers. And again, that could have made a difference, because if you build enough of them so that you've got sufficient to go around in various locations, that could affect the outcome of some relatively important battles. So, for example, if you've got flotillas either led by or small flotillas made up of ships that have maybe got 8 to 10 torpedo tubes in quad or quintuple launchers, plus 10 or so 4.7, 4.5, 5-inch, whatever, guns, there's a lot of destroyer encounters where that level of firepower might have tipped the balance or pushed the balance even more heavily in one direction or another. And of course, if you're the US Navy and you're building destroyers of that kind of size, I mean, well, you're halfway to an Atlanta at that point, but then you also obviously, for obvious reasons, have considerably more anti-aircraft firepower available, which, again, especially if you combine it with these kind of heavy anti-aircraft cruisers that we were talking about before, if you've got this series of very large destroyers / small cruisers and then heavy anti-aircraft cruisers, that might tip over enough to save certain carriers from being sunk in the Pacific, or various other ships from being badly hit by air assault, which then could have fairly significant knock-on effects as the war goes on. The only other cruiser that might have been a significant game changer is, I believe it's the M-type cruiser, which the Germans were looking at as part of Plan Z, which is effectively a kind of Leander, Agano style lightish cruiser, but a relatively well-rounded design, certainly much better than the Königsbergs, although it's not particularly hard. And although it's not going to win Germany the war, but Germany actually having a light cruiser arm that they can use all over could be a fairly significant, not quite game changer, but it could significantly delay the Royal Navy's ability to put the Germans down, at least in naval terms, because a small to medium light cruiser that's ocean capable would be a significant threat to an awful lot of operations where the Royal Navy was otherwise able to deploy destroyer flotillas and the odd light cruiser or occasional small squadrons of light cruisers, because they knew that pretty much the Germans' only options were destroyers or heavy cruisers and capital ships, and they didn't have that many of the latter. To be honest, they didn't have that many of the former, but they definitely had even fewer of the latter. So if the Germans had been able to put out half a dozen to a dozen of these sort of something in the region of around a 7,000 to 9,000 ton light cruiser armed with a bunch of 5.9-inch guns that was capable of going out onto the ocean, that could force the Royal Navy to spread out a lot more and have to concentrate its forces in those spread out areas a lot more, which would cause significantly more problems for the Royal Navy going forward. Captain Landlocked asks, can you give a brief overview of the anti-submarine tactics developed in the interwar period, especially the 1930s? So, it's yeah, very brief. This is not a subject that could be easily covered in 5 minutes. In fact, to be honest, anti-submarine warfare is a thing that you can cover in multiple hour-long videos. But anyway, the two main advances in anti-submarine warfare in the interwar period surrounded improvement to hydrophone systems and other related passive sound systems, as well as the development of ASDIC, which we would now today call active sonar. Those are the two main ones. Depth charges, the acceptance that convoys would be a thing, all of that kind of stuff, that had already been worked out by the end of the First World War, so there was developments on exactly how those would be used, improvement of depth charges, things like that. But generally, most of it was taking hydrophones and other means of ranging on sound that was just heard generally, and developing those to be better, so that you could get a better idea of a fix on where the enemy submarine was, which of course would affect when and where you dropped your depth charges, and the further development of the ASDIC system to try and enable you to actively find a submarine even if it had gone quiet. This did lead, in as most peacetime exercises do, to a, should we say, slight overestimation of the capabilities of ASDIC, so that by the mid-1930s you have statements like people saying that, oh, well, the submarine problem has been solved and that they don't need to worry about it quite as much. Obviously, World War II would show that that was perhaps something of a generous overestimation, since ASDIC systems, while they were very, very useful, submarines themselves had improved to, and, well, it was not easy to evade ASDIC, but it was certainly possible to do so, and so it didn't have anything like the effect that they were hoping for. Manani Wanderer asks, have there been any warships that spent more time in refit-repair than in actual service by a significant margin? I mean, technically yes, but it really depends how you define active service. If you're defining it by wartime service, then it's very easy to point to quite a lot of ships. I mean, for example, Belfast is a good example of that. It spent the majority of the Second World War in refit after hitting a mine. So yeah, it spent more of its active wartime World War II period in dock and working up than it actually did in actual combat scenarios. But if you look at overall career, including peacetime service, it becomes very difficult to point to anything in particular. There are going to be certain ships in war that are they've been launched, they've not been in service very long, they take some kind of damage, they get repaired, they go out, they get sunk, or permanently put out of action. So there will be a fair number of those floating around, especially on the smaller end of the spectrum in wartime. Some ships, like Tirpitz or Gneisenau spent around 25 to 33% of their lives, their active service lives, in repair or refit of some description. Tirpitz mostly towards the end of its life. Although, again, these are ships that are launched and commissioned either immediately before or during the war, and then they're just hit, repair, sink. So I don't necessarily know if those kinds of ships are quite a fair comparison. Outside of that, if you're talking about ships with a significantly long peacetime career, a ship that is so unreliable or so unlucky that it ends up being in repair or refit for more than it's out at sea is probably going to end up decommissioned by a navy very quickly as just a complete waste of time and money. Bjarki Hilmarson asks, how were guns aimed and fired when central fire control was used? Was it remote controlled from the fire control station, or were the appropriate settings relayed to the gun crew who then aimed the gun? Also, who pulled the trigger? The exact details differ somewhat nation to nation, system to system, and period to period, because bearing in mind central fire control for the big gun ships all kind of straddles a period from 1900 all the way through to the 1950s. But generally speaking, you, in the earlier period, would have the data relayed to the gun turrets, and it would be up to the gun turrets to aim their guns, both in terms of deflection and elevation. So this was kind of what's called a chase the point system in some respects. So the central fire control would say, I don't know, if to hit the enemy ship requires your guns to be aimed 30 degrees off of the bow to starboard and to be elevated to 18 degrees upwards, then two indicators, one for deflection, the other for elevation, would move in the turret to show, right, this is where we want you to point the guns, and then it would be down to the gun crews themselves to actually use hydraulic systems, electric systems, whatever it was they happen to be using, to rotate and elevate the guns in the turret. Now that would be superseded later on in some respects by remote power control, where the guns and the turrets themselves could be moved and elevated by the people in central fire control. But that was a later development. In terms of firing the guns, again, initially this would start out with the signal to fire being given, and then the individual gun turrets would have to fire. But as it progressed, this could be done remotely and also in stages. And if you have a look at the video I did on HMS Belfast, particularly when we're looking around inside the gun turret, you can see there's a whole load of indicators, and those indicators are given from the central fire control system, so that would tell people what's going on. Now, obviously, there would be a small amount of warning, so that gun crews would know not to, be right behind the gun as it fired, and obviously there'd have to be feedback from the gun crews as well, which is part of what that whole system is for, to tell the people either on the bridge who might be ordering the firing, or the people in central fire control who might be ordering the firing, that in fact the guns are loaded and ready to fire. Because if you've got the remote ability to fire a gun, the last thing you want to do is try and fire it whilst one of the guns is being loaded, or they're trying to clear a jam or something. So there's a little bit of feedback, but certainly by World War II in some navies, and certainly by the end of World War II in most navies, fire control systems had advanced to the point where the central fire control room would be able to remotely operate the guns in terms of elevation and rotation, and then they would also be able to fire the guns either from the fire control area or from the bridge. If the captain wanted to give the order to fire, then that could be done remotely as well. Koos Army 0001 asks, could you give us a top 5 most obnoxious efforts at stretching the treaty requirements during the treaty era? If by obnoxious you mean twisting the letter of the treaty or the intent of the treaty, into a pretzel and then eating it. The Nelson class actually feature relatively highly on that. The weird thing is the Nelson class actually came in under treaty displacement limits, and as a result had various issues, including with the turrets being quite a little bit too lightly built, which is a large part of why they had so many gun problems in the early part of their careers in peacetime. But one of the rather interesting things about that was that the British had argued at the Washington Naval Treaty that they had a big empire to defend, so they would have to design their ships to have a lot more drinkable water and boiler feed water aboard, because they'd have to go lots of different places, and this would be unfair compared to other navies who could design ships to operate much closer to home, like, say, the Italians. And so this additional water should be excluded from calculating the standard displacement of a ship. And everyone went, yeah, I guess that's kind of fair. It would apply equally. It was actually an equally beneficial thing for American ships, which had to operate trans-Pacific as well. But then when they were designing the torpedo defense system for the Nelsons, the Royal Navy went, okay, well, if we fill this void in the torpedo defense system with water, the liquid-filled void is part of quite a number of different torpedo defense systems, then that will increase the protection that the ship has, but that's just over a couple of thousand tons of water. That's not something we really want to be adding to the ledger of things for our standard displacement. And so simply by going, well, we can pump that compartment in and out, we could use that water to feed the boilers, therefore, amongst other things, therefore technically it's part of the not counted towards standard displacement figures, then we can reduce the overall standard displacement of the Nelson class to something approaching what we want it to be. Whereas obviously in reality in wartime, those voids would be flooded, the ship would weigh considerably more and be better protected, but also hilariously over the treaty displacement figures. So yeah, that's one of them. Another one is the Lexington class carriers. Now, as per the Washington Treaty, carriers weren't supposed to exceed 27,000 tons. There was no way you were converting a Lexington-class battlecruiser into a meaningful carrier at 27,000 tons, and so they argued for an exception for conversion ships of going up to 33,000 tons, which was accepted and potentially could have been exploited by a number of other powers as well. But it turned out that having argued and got that exemption agreed, you still weren't going to get the Lexingtons into 33,000 tons, even though officially everyone said they were, but they knew they weren't. So what they did was they went off to another clause which said that if you were reconstructing an older ship, you could add anti-aircraft and anti-submarine protection, so armoured decks, bulges, anti-aircraft guns, that kind of thing, up to an allowance of 3,000 tons additional displacement. Now, obviously, as written, this clause was designed for ships that were already around and might need to be refitted, so something like the Queen Elizabeth class modernisation or the Italian Conte de Cavour modernisation, or if you were the Americans, if you wanted to refit a New Mexico or a Pennsylvania or something like that. But not as you can slap another 3k tons onto a ship that you're literally in the process of building. That was not what it was intended for, but the Americans just went, okay, well, officially the Lexingtons are 33,000 tons, but little footnote there, asterisk, doesn't include any weight allowance allowed for in this little subclause. Effectively what they've done is they'd shoved off all of the anti-aircraft and anti-torpedo protection systems into this additional 3,000 ton clause, which wasn't supposed to be used for new build ships. Otherwise everyone could have actually been building 38,000 tonners for battleships. Even though they knew that actually most of that 3,000 ton limit additional that they'd kind of fudged was used up in the overall Lexington design. So the Lexington and Saratoga themselves are actually kind of mid-35, high up to 36,000 tons actual standard displacement. So yeah, that's a little bit of rules lawyering. Gets quite a prize there. Now, when it comes to navies outside of that, well, the Italians and the Germans, to a fairly significant degree, just flat out lied. So I don't necessarily know if you can call that stretching treaty requirements, since they basically just flat out broke them. The Japanese also did a fair bit of lying in and of themselves, but one of the more notable stretching of things was, say, the Megamis, which were pretty much designed to be heavy cruisers, but since they'd run up to their limit on heavy cruisers, they officially designed and did actually commission them with triple 6-inch turrets and called them light cruisers, but with every intention of switching them to twin 8-inch guns and turning them into heavy cruisers the minute that they actually could. Again, in the Japanese Navy, you've got the Hiei. Now, officially, you could convert a ship into a training ship, and then you weren't allowed to use it again for warlike purposes, and you weren't supposed to be able to use it again for warlike purposes in any quick or relatively easy manner. And you saw various navies doing this. So in the Royal Navy, Iron Duke; in the US Navy, the Utah; and technically speaking, in the Japanese case, Hiei. Except that the Japanese very carefully squirreled away all the equipment, including the gun turrets that had been removed from Hiei, kept them in tip-top shape in a warehouse, and the minute they had the chance, they went and re-equipped them all, so Hiei became a full-fledged battle cruiser again. So yeah, that's twisting the treaty limits as to what exactly constitutes disarming them. Now, there are a lot of other examples in all the navies that were signatories that could be pointed to, some more egregious than others, but the other one that I'd more generally point to would be the rise of the cruiser submarine, because armament and such like on cruisers had been limited at the Washington Treaty, with the clear intention of trying to limit the number of cruiser-type warships that everybody had, and practically everybody then immediately went off and started designing cruiser submarines, because submarines weren't as limited, and so they started sticking cruiser-scale guns on them. The French, obviously, with Surcouf, got the furthest down that particular road. The British, with X1, also tried to follow that particular route, and yeah, that was kind of a bit of a general attempt at getting around the rules, which then obviously had the door shut on it by the London Naval Treaty, along with another one of those wonderful little rule-twisting exemptions, which was the Japanese attempt with Rougeot to build a fleet of aircraft carriers that weren't actually technically aircraft carriers by the letter of the Washington Naval Treaty, if they could get it under 10,000 tons. Danny A.G. asks, in Sir John Jellicoe's book Grand Fleet, it is stated that the best opportunity of the High Seas Fleet to seek decisive fleet engagement was between 1914 and 15, and that a channel dash in the early days of the war and during the transfer of the British Expeditionary Force to France had a high probability of success. Is that so? And given the fact that the Grand Fleet should have set its speed in accordance with the 3rd Battle Squadron, I personally think they could have gotten away with it if they hadn't taken any pre-dreadnoughts or used them as a delaying force. Furthermore, can you explain when it became inconvenient to include pre-dreadnoughts and armoured cruisers with one's fleet? Yes, in previous Drydock questions I have pointed out that 1914, early for 1915 is probably the best chance that the Germans have. That's on a number of grounds. For example, the biggest and heaviest and nastiest ships in the Royal Navy, such as the Queen Elizabeth and the R-class, are either only just about scraping into service or not in service at all at this point. Bearing in mind R-class was still being commissioned before and after the Battle of Jutland. So, and the Royal Navy was also having at that point to try and integrate the various dreadnoughts that they'd either taken or purchased from places like Turkey and Chile, and the Germans, whilst they were hampered by having their own pre-dreadnought battle squadrons, were kind of compensated for that by the fact that because of that relative paucity of dreadnoughts compared to what would be at Jutland, the Royal Navy was still including a pre-dreadnought battle squadron in the Grand Fleet. So speed-wise, assuming everyone stuck to the speed of the slowest capital ship, was about the same. And on top of that, the Royal Navy had a number of its battle cruisers in places overseas, which meant that battle cruiser strength-wise, the Germans probably actually had an advantage, if only a slight one in that particular regard. So it was about the closest that the forces were going to be. As regards a channel dash by the Germans trying to take out the British Expeditionary Force transports in the early days of the war, in theory it could have worked. The Germans, remember, those still didn't have that many dreadnoughts, and with the vertical triple expansion engines on some of them, they're not going to be particularly suited to long-term running. I mean, you can see at Jutland itself the gap that opens up between the pre-dreadnoughts and the older dreadnoughts in the High Seas Fleet and the newer, more capable turbine-powered ones, even in the relatively short period of time that Scheer's actually operating at full speed on his heading north to try and meet up with Hipper. So leaving the pre-dreadnoughts behind is not really going to help the Germans, because yes, they might accomplish their goal in the English Channel, but they would be sacrificing what at that point still represents a reasonable chunk of their gun power, which means that as and when the Grand Fleet catches them, they're going to have almost the same kind of firepower disadvantages they actually had at Jutland. Now, obviously, granted, things like the King Edward VII class are not exactly the world's most powerful ships at this point in time, but there's quite a few of them, and the Royal Navy still does have slightly more dreadnoughts anyway, so giving the Royal Navy a free hand with those ships to basically mob and kill German dreadnoughts that might be disabled is not necessarily such a good idea. But yeah, it is their best chance. Now, as far as when it became inconvenient to include pre-dreadnoughts and armoured cruisers in one's fleet, that's actually two completely separate time periods, really. It becomes inconvenient to include pre-dreadnoughts in one's fleet once one has a large enough fleet of dreadnoughts to be comfortable with what you're actually facing. So for the Royal Navy, once they've got enough dreadnoughts that they have a comfortable numerical superiority over the Germans, even if the Germans bring their latest pre-dreadnoughts with them, that's when they want to drop the pre-dreads, because the pre-dreads are more vulnerable and they're slower, so by dropping them, the Grand Fleet instantly gains a 3 to 4 knot speed advantage, which is huge, especially considering that you're talking about an era when the German limitation in speed is about 18 knots. 3 to 4 knots speed difference doesn't make as much of a difference. It still makes some difference, but it doesn't make as much of a difference when one side is doing 28 knots, the other's maybe doing 31. But proportionally, it's a much bigger difference when one side's doing 18 and the other one's doing 21 or 22. For the Germans, or for basically any power that is smaller than the navy they're going out to face, it becomes inconvenient to include pre-dreadnoughts when the enemy's advantage by not having them gets so large that you would actually prefer to have a smaller number of ships, but more tactical flexibility. And this is pretty much what you see at Jutland. Scheer didn't actually want the pre-dreadnoughts with him in the first place. He had to be begged to accept them, and once Jutland was over, one of his very first edicts was, "We are not taking pre-dreadnoughts with us again." Armoured cruisers were a slightly different matter, because armoured cruisers didn't impose the same kind of speed penalty, and whilst various battles showed that armoured cruisers were very much no longer the frontline units they once had been, they were still useful in a number of aspects, at least in theory. Bearing in mind the armoured cruiser had been designed to take on enemy cruisers, smaller ones, and the enemy fleet screen, assuming that your battle cruisers match their battle cruisers, would be made up of mostly light cruisers, protected cruisers, and destroyers. Therefore, if you had some decent, relatively speedy, relatively modern armoured cruisers, it did make a certain amount of sense to keep them with your fleet, on the basis that if, like say at Jutland, if you have Town-class cruisers clashing with Wiesbaden-class or similar, it's kind of potentially kind of even fight, and you might end up losing some ships, they might end up losing some ships, etc. But if you can leaven up your side with a bunch of ships that are running in with a number of 9.2 and 7.5 inch guns, then all of a sudden you have an advantage. You can crush your opponent, effectively using armoured cruisers as a kind of miniature battle cruiser, which, to be fair, is kind of what they were. That's where the original battle cruiser concept grew out of. Where the armoured cruisers start to become less convenient is when the speed of the fleet screen, particularly the small cruisers that they're supposed to be going after, has increased to the point that those small cruisers can just outmaneuver the armoured cruisers. The battle cruisers already can, and it's already accepted that armoured cruisers can be vulnerable to them, but once those small cruisers can just get out of your way, then the armoured cruisers are left in a situation of they're too slow to run away from battle cruisers, and they're also too slow to catch anything else. So unless the enemy also includes, similarly at that point, useless ships in their lineup, they've got nothing to fight that doesn't result in a massive explosion. And so that's when those get dropped. Brian Smith asks, how much technical information exchange was there between the US Navy and Royal Navy as compared to the Axis? And what do you think the Titanic's role would have been in World War I if not for that pesky iceberg? Titanic's role is actually a fairly easy one. You just look at Olympic and Britannic, her sister ships. Britannic was turned into a hospital ship, didn't last too long. Olympic, however, was turned into a troop ship and lasted considerably longer, surviving the war, in fact, whilst also being relatively heavily armed for a merchant ship. So, yeah, Titanic as an in-service ship, Britannic was still basically under construction and fit out at that point, but Titanic probably would have served alongside Olympic as a troop ship. Now, as far as technical information exchange between the US and Royal Navies as compared to the Axis Navies, that was quite considerable. To be fair, some of it was enabled by the fact that both the US and UK had significantly more resources and industrial potential than the Axis, so they could afford to a certain degree to share that information, but there was also a lot more openness and willingness because, for example, you had things like the specs for the Merlin engine being sent over to the US, which was then turned into the Packard Merlin, although the Packard Merlin didn't show up too much on too many naval fighters. It was mainly for US Army Air Force craft, but you also had things like the Cavity Magnetron come over from the UK, which helped jump the US's radar capabilities up several notches. The original versions of the Proximity Fuse also headed over from the UK to the US, who obviously made great use of them further down the line. And you also had things like sonar, and on a slightly less technical, slightly more human side, things like fighter direction for carriers. On the flip side, the US Navy was able to offer things like the 5-inch 38 anti-aircraft dual-purpose gun, the Mark 37 fire control director for anti-aircraft guns and other small guns, as well as various other things. I mean, some stuff, physical items like large numbers of Corsairs, Wildcats and Hellcats to help the Fleet Air Arm with its deficiency in single-seat fighters. So yeah, there was an awful lot of back and forth technological sharing, and relatively openly between the two countries. And as has been mentioned in Wednesday's video as well, the British even shared the pom-pom, which very nearly beat the 40mm Bofors out for the role of medium caliber anti-aircraft weapon in the US Navy. Now, the Germans did try for some technological exchange with the Japanese via U-boat, although obviously that was a lot more limited because the trade lanes weren't really open. It was mostly confined to examples and blueprints, but those U-boats actually suffered a significantly high casualty rate, and a lot of what was traded back and forth between the US and the UK included actual production of items on both sides for shipping to the other, such as cavity magnetrons in the early part, and as I said, fighters and such, and Avengers. The weird thing is that between Germany and Italy, even though they shared a land border, there really wasn't anything like as much trade of technology as there was between the US and the UK, even though they had an ocean between them. For example, the Germans were not all that far behind the Allies as far as radar development went, but the Italian Navy basically had little to no radar right up until the point where it dropped out of the war. And for all the alliance that Italy and Germany had, the Italians never shared the secrets of how to build a decent light cruiser with the Kriegsmarine, for example. Matt Osborne asks, what was the relationship between Oliver Cromwell and the Royal Navy like? Well, considering that between the two phases of the English Civil War, the bulk of the Royal Navy's loyalties did tend to shift around a bit, you might be forgiven for thinking he wasn't particularly fond of it. But apart from that, he obviously filed the royal part of the Royal Navy off because, hey, it was now Republican Commonwealth. And to be honest, Oliver Cromwell's actions during that period is probably why we still have a monarchy, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, he actually had a surprisingly good relationship with the Navy. He did get rid of, either directly or indirectly, of a lot of the Royal Navy's officer corps because most of them had some form of noble connect or royal connection, which obviously wasn't going to fly under his regime. And he did think that renaming admirals to generals at sea was a good idea, but he also was fairly militarily pragmatic. He recognised during the Civil War that he needed control of the seas to try and strangle royalist positions, and since the English Civil War gave a huge opportunity for the Dutch to come to preeminence, and Cromwell, like most Englishmen, wasn't the world's biggest fan of Dutch dominance of the seas, which then led to the First Anglo-Dutch War. He was, even if he didn't have particularly strong feelings either way towards the Navy on principle, he was forced to make sure that they were given plenty of funds and plenty of new ships, etc., in order to prosecute that First Anglo-Dutch War. So, yeah, by circumstance or by preference, Cromwell's relationship with the Navy was a relatively good one, at least as far as it went on a professional level, in as much as the Navy did get some pretty good leaders. They got a fair chunk of funding, and they got a fair number of new ships to defend the national interest. David de Boer asks, what are your thoughts on the contributions of USS Wolverine and USS Sable to the American war effort? Did any other navies have unique training carriers such as these? So the other big navies that had carriers during the war did have quote-unquote training carriers, but not quite in the same vein of Wolverine and Sable. So, for example, in the Royal Navy, they used HMS Argus quite extensively as a training carrier. But the difference is that Argus, and indeed various other ships in the Royal Navy and in the Japanese Navy that were used for pilot training, were originally full-on carriers that had just been allocated to the pilot training role on a temporary basis, although in the case of Argus that was a fairly extensive basis. But there were uses of both, of also full fleet carriers and such like, and light carriers that were on a rotation being used as training ships because they happened to be in the area. And to a certain extent, a combination of those factors is more the usual practice, even through today, even in the US Navy, where over the Cold War, they'd use older carriers like the Essexes initially, and then perhaps more recently the newer USS Ranger was used as a training carrier. But all of those ships had at some point been frontline carriers. They've just been downgraded to the role for whatever reason. Whereas Wolverine and Sable were converted from merchant ships specifically for the purposes of being training carriers. So there's a slight difference there. But as for my thoughts on their contributions, well, at some point I'll get around to doing a 5-minute guide on them, which will be quite interesting. But generally speaking, well, they're training carriers. They did their job very well, supervising the carrier landing proficiency of various pilots. And it can't be overemphasized just how useful actually landing on a carrier, even if it is a slightly odd paddle wheel carrier like Wolverine and Sable, actually is. Because it's all very well marking out a carrier-sized lump of tarmac and saying, right, you must land on this. But there are a lot of differences between doing that and actually landing on a flight deck. For one thing, unless there's an earthquake going on, the ground doesn't move. There's also actually a lot less psychological pressure because, well, if someone's marked a chalk outline on a big runway, if you miss or you overshoot, well, hey, you're on the runway. There's no real particularly awful consequence to it other than you potentially fail your test. Whereas if you miss a training carrier, you're ending up in the drink the same as you would at sea. So that's it's a much more realistic way of getting people qualified. So yeah, the contribution they made, pretty good, pretty useful. It ensured that the US Navy, which was up until pretty much the last couple of years of the war critically short on carriers, especially through 42 and early 43, was able to keep all their seaborne ocean-going carriers in the fighting in one way, shape or another, even if Ranger never went to the Pacific, which meant that they were able to exert the maximum possible offensive force with their carriers without having to bring any of them back for use as training vessels. So that was probably the single most critical strategic contribution to the war, as well as obviously training up all the pilots. Video Dude 26 asks a very long question, actually takes up an entire page of my screen, regarding the F2A Buffalo. Effectively, the highlights of the question are that, yes, it was regarded by the US Navy as a complete disaster, withdrawn from service in favour of the F4F Wildcat as soon as possible. However, the Finns had particularly decent kill record using their export version, which they tinkered with, and also denavalising it. And then he asks, were the original F2A1 and F2A2 able to match the Zero, at least as far as manoeuvring goes, as has been suggested in some corners of the internet, whereas if the F2A3 model had been identified as a lemon early on, the F2A3 being the one that was mostly in US Navy service, and production of the F2A2 variant continued, what effect would that have had, especially that due to poor intelligence analysis of the Zero pre-war, the US Navy specifically trained its pilots initially to intentionally engage Japanese fighters in turning dogfights? Well, bearing in mind that obviously I mainly deal with naval ships and submarines, not aircraft, so my expertise in this particular field is somewhat more limited, but I'll try and do my best. Although I would recommend, if you want a more complete breakdown of the F2A in its various guises, it's probably either worth searching Military Aviation History's channel to see if he's done a video on it. I'm reasonably sure he has done at some point, and if there's more information you need, maybe ask him, because he will know a lot more than I do. But a few things that do stand out. Yes, the Finns kind of denavalised their fighter. If you're going to use the Buffalo on US carriers, you can't denavalise it, so there's already going to be a bunch of weight in there. And additionally, one of the things that made the F2A1 and the F2A2 lighter and therefore closer in performance to a Zero, at least as far as things like basic wing loading went, was the fact that they lacked a lot of the features like pilot armour, self-sealing fuel tanks, etc., which not only does the Zero sometimes get a lot of stick for, and in some cases somewhat unfairly. If you have a look at the first video I did on the Zero with Justin, you'll see how those issues actually shake out. But on top of that, what you've effectively, at best, will have created is something approximating a Zero, except American style, except for the fact that the Zero has cannons, which are going to be somewhat more lethal when they hit than machine guns, and the fact that the Japanese have this very elite pilot corps to start with. Yet while the Wildcat did have some issues taking on the Zero, if you look at the pilot casualty rates, American pilots tended to survive a bit more often than their Japanese counterparts. So with this kind of scenario, if you are taking the lighter weight 1 or 2 models of the Buffalo, then you're probably going to end up with a lot more pilots dying than you would with the F4F Wildcat, or even the 3 version of the Buffalo. And there's also the fact that, again, as covered in the video that I did on the Zero, the Japanese pilots really weren't the kind that would just sail up next to you and then start engaging you in a turning dogfight. They had their own version of boom and zoom and slashing attacks, which they actually preferred to do when they could. So the fact that a lightened, much more vulnerable version of the Buffalo might be able to match a Zero in a turn, probably not going to do them all that much, to be perfectly honest. And you've got to bear in mind, in a lot of clashes, the number of aircraft lost is much, much higher than the number of pilots that were killed, not just because of the armour and self-sealing fuel tanks on the Wildcat, but also because that increased durability meant that quite a number of aircraft could be forced to break off and return to home because of damage that they'd taken, but the pilot would still be there and the aircraft would still mostly be there, so they could at least struggle back towards the US carrier task forces and then, if necessary, ditch if they couldn't land, which obviously meant the pilot could be recovered and returned to service. Whereas a much more lightly built Buffalo, that's probably not going to happen. You're going to have a much higher fatality rate on that basis as well, because even if an aircraft survives the hits from the cannon and machine gun rounds, it's more likely to just drop out the sky partway back home. So yeah, whilst on paper it might be tempting to say, oh yes, we'll just take an F2A1 or an F2A2 and that'll give us something that's closer in performance to a Zero. Well, yeah, on paper, but practically speaking, you're probably just going to end up massacring the US Navy's pilot corps a lot quicker, which is going to have more negative effects long term, because of course if a skilled pilot makes a split-second error that in a Wildcat might get his aircraft shot down or damaged, but he survives, in a relatively unprotected early model Buffalo he probably won't survive, and then he's not going to be able to pass on the lessons that he's learned to future pilots, which was one of the key strengths of the US Navy's flight training program. Miles McCaskill asks, can you explain the use of the word caliber when talking about naval guns? I've heard it used as caliber 16 inches as well as 16-inch 50 caliber. I'm fairly certain the first number is the gun diameter and the second number has to do with barrel length, but is it an absolute or relative number? It's a relative number. So the caliber is, as you said, the diameter of the barrel, or if you want to be somewhat pedantic, you can also make an argument that it's the width of the shell or projectile, whatever you happen to be sticking in, because obviously they're going to be the same. So a 16-inch caliber gun has a gun bore diameter of 16 inches, and if you measure the projectile, it'll be 16 inches across, give or take a fraction. Now, when it comes to a phrase like 16-inch 50 caliber or 15-inch 42 caliber or 5-inch 38 caliber, this is where it's relative, because as you surmise in your question, it is the caliber multiplier there is multiplied by the original caliber of the gun. So a 5-inch 38 caliber weapon has a barrel length that is 38 calibers long. So because it's a 5-inch caliber weapon, it's 38 multiplied by 5 inches. And that gives you the barrel length in inches. A 16-inch 50 is 50 times 16 inches. 15-inch 42 is 42 times 15 inches. So a 12-inch 50 gun, which was a relatively common weapon towards the end of the 12-inch weapons domination of battleship design in the late 1900s, will not have the same barrel length as a 16-inch 50 gun, because one is 12 times 50, the other is 16 times 50, so it will vary. But what it's a good way of getting a handle on, not only obviously with a quick bit of calculation, the exact length of the gun, but also it gives you at least some idea of whether it's a regular gun, a high velocity gun, or a low velocity gun, at least in naval context. So in a naval context, at least for a surface action gun, something around about 45 calibers long is generally, by the Dreadnought era, your typical gun. So that will have a balance between the speed of the shell, the weight of the shell, etc., and the weight of the gun. Something that has a longer proportional barrel, like a 50 caliber or a 52 caliber, that is going to be generally a higher velocity weapon, unless they do something particularly special, like in the 16-inch 50 of just also sticking in a monstrously heavy shell. Whereas something that's below 45 calibers, generally speaking, will have a lower performance, a lower velocity. So something like the 5-inch 25 anti-aircraft gun, very short barrel and correspondingly low velocity. Now, the exact nature of the gun, the relative size of the chamber for the charges versus the actual shell itself, and the weight of the shell can have some effect in varying these things. So, for example, the 15-inch 42 is 3 calibers shorter than the kind of 45 average, but is still a perfectly functional, perfectly decent battleship gun. And as I mentioned with the 16-inch 50, theoretically you'd think it's a high-velocity weapon, but it doesn't quite have the same kind of relative velocities as something like the German or Italian 15-inch guns, which were of similar proportional caliber length because they had this much heavier shell in the 16-inch 50. But it's a good general rule of thumb to follow. About the only real complication comes as to how exactly do you measure the full length of the gun, because some measurements use the total length of the gun itself, some use the total length of the gun not including the breech block and the breech, and some use it as the measurement of the actual gun barrel, the interior itself, the tube, rather than the overall weapon. So if you standardize everything across the board, that does lead to a few minor changes, but not usually enough to really throw off your kind of rule of thumb guidance on whether it's a high, low, or normal velocity weapon. The Hand of Ray asks, how would a Deutschland-class Panzerschiff fare against an Invincible-class battlecruiser one-on-one? That is a little bit of an interesting one because it depends on how modernized the Invincible is. Because, I mean, obviously the Deutschland class are designed and built significantly after, almost 2 decades after the Invincible class, in fact near enough 2 decades after the Invincible class are put out to sea. So if you're taking an Invincible class, even from the very end of its service in sort of 1918, 1919, and putting it up against a Deutschland class, there are going to be certain inherent technological advantages that the Deutschland class has. But assuming that those advantages, primarily in the areas of fire control, to be perfectly honest, are standardized, maybe we're talking about something like a HMS Australia, and yes, I know it's not quite an Invincible, but bear with me. Let's say it sticks around for whatever reason, and has been upgraded to Invincible class armor standards. The effective broadside of both ships is 6 guns, 11-inch in the Deutschland class case and 12-inch in the Invincible class. The Deutschland class 11-inch guns aren't that much, if anything, of an improvement over the 11-inch guns of World War I, so they're broadly comparable. The Invincible class, and bizarre as it might sound, actually has the better armour in this situation, because they have a 6-inch belt and the Deutschlands have just over 3-inch belt. So neither side is particularly proof against the other's projectiles, but the Invincibles in a longer range engagement stand a slightly better chance, as opposed to a Deutschland, of maybe stopping the odd round, or at least slowing it down enough that it doesn't go all the way into the ship and do something really nasty like a magazine detonation. The Deutschland class has 2 triple turrets. The Invincibles, well, they technically have 4 twins, but as I said, realistically, you're probably going to get 3 twins in action at any one time. That does mean that a turret hit, assuming, again, that doesn't set off a magazine, will result in the Invincible losing a third of its armament, still having 4 guns able to fire, which is effective for salvo fire. The Deutschland will only be able to fire with 3 guns if it loses a turret, which is not quite effective enough for salvo fire, of course. By the late 1930s, they've got radar fire control, but to be honest, if you're going to take a World War II era Deutschland class, put it up again against an Invincible, then yes, with radar fire control, or at least radar generally, and all its mod cons, it's obviously going to have a significant advantage over an Invincible unless we kind of up tier the Invincible with a similar kind of upgrades. So overall, the Deutschland class probably also has a slight speed advantage, albeit not that much of one. So assuming that fire control issues, etc., are roughly equal, the Invincible class still has something of an advantage over the Deutschland. Then again, given the relative difference in displacement, that's not exactly a massive surprise. But it's still vulnerable to a Deutschland class, so it's definitely not a clear-cut thing. And obviously, if you take Invincible class from its historical period, whatever that might be, and stick it up against a Deutschland class, say Admiral Graf Spee or something from World War II, then the German ship has a clear and distinct advantage due to the technological issues. Econoclast asks a fairly lengthy question, but I think it probably needs most of it being read. So it says, both in my reference books and your answers in various Drydocks emphasise that battleships started getting higher freeboard when they abandoned old-style turrets, replacing them by armoured gun houses atop barbettes. These fully armoured barbettes were lighter and, more importantly, less top-heavy, and therefore authorised a higher freeboard. Fair enough, HMS Majestic's gun houses are noticeably smaller than their barbettes, both in diameter and thickness, making them far lighter than the equivalent slab-sided cylinder that a traditional turret would have been. But around the Dreadnought era, gun houses were about as thick and as wide as their barbette, and then starting the Super Dreadnought era, the gun house becomes the most heavily armoured thing on the ship, and are actually wider than the barbettes, meaning that these later fully armoured barbettes actually seem very similar to the turrets of yore in terms of weight relative to anything else, and differ quite considerably from the concept of HMS Majestic's light movable small gun shields atop a large armoured tube. So, if the reason why Victorian battleships had low freeboard was that they had a large heavily armoured contraption on their deck, how come later battleships could maintain high freeboard when they were actually in the same situation? It comes down to proportions. Now, you're right, turrets did become much heavier as time went on, and also took up a much larger percentage of the ship's displacement. So for a Majestic, for example, and other similar classes, the total weight of the main battery turrets made up about 2.5 to 3% of the total displacement, whereas by the time you get to the Treaty era battleships, and obviously all the way up to things like Iowa and Yamato, you're looking at around about 10% of displacement being taken up by the turret weight, give or take a little bit. So there's quite a clear greater proportion of weight of the turrets, so you might be thinking, well, hang on a minute, then therefore surely the freeboard should have gone down. Well, technically it did. It's just not quite as noticeable, because again, it's a proportional reduction. The Majestics were about 25-foot freeboard forward, going down to about 18 foot, and they were 16,000-ton ships. So they had this freeboard on a length of just over 400 feet and a beam of about 75 feet. Now, compare that to, say, a Nagato class. So the Nagato class is originally just about twice the displacement of a Majestic, and once it's been modified, considerably more than that. And that ship is just over 700 feet long, so almost twice as long, and the beam that is 95 feet, so not twice as wide, but still a good chunk wider. And it also has a draft of just under 30 feet, whereas the draft of The Majestic's is just a little bit less, at around 27. So, dimensionally, Nagato is significantly larger. Displacement-wise, it's significantly larger, and that beam would only, and draft would only increase as it got refitted. But the freeboard is actually about the same. So, if you were to scale the freeboard dimensions up, obviously not necessarily by the same length, because length is more a function of the fact the ship has to go a bit faster, but even if you were to scale freeboard by the general dimensional increase, once you factor in the obviously massive increase in length, slightly greater increase in beam, and very slightly greater increase in draft, you should have a ship with a significantly higher freeboard. But you don't. The freeboard of Nagato for middle and aft is actually very similar to the freeboard of the Majestic for middle and aft. So the freeboard hasn't gone down in absolute terms, but it has gone down in proportional terms compared to what it theoretically should have been if you'd just taken a Majestic and gone scale factor 200%. So that's basically the explanation, is that the proportional freeboard of the ships did decrease, even though the absolute freeboard actually pretty much stayed about the same. There are also other reasons why the freeboard wasn't increased too much more in order for seakeeping to be maintained. Partly due to stability, because it's just the tyranny of physics, and partly also because the higher the freeboard you go, the more you have to protect, unless you want to give your enemy a very big armor-free target area. Matt Kidd asks, what was the largest naval shell loaded by hand without any mechanical advantage? I'm not able to identify exactly which one would fall into that category, but I suspect it's going to be something along the lines of one of the shells used in the American Civil War, because I checked through my 1869 US gunnery manual, and it gives an example for an 11-inch Dahlgren gun, where it suggests that loading the shell is a 3-man job, and they're physically presenting the shell to the muzzle. So that implies that the rather heavy shell of the 11-inch Dahlgren is being manually loaded by people lifting it up, rather than any kind of mechanical or hydraulic loading apparatus. So yeah, given that particular conflict featured things like 15-inch and in occasionally larger Dahlgren weapons without any real method shown in any of the cross sections of some kind of mechanical loading apparatus, I'm going to suspect it's probably going to be one of those. Once you get down to single hand loaded rounds, you're probably talking something in the order of maybe the 5.25 inch or some other similar heavy anti-aircraft gun from the Second World War. But in absolute terms, you're looking at something from the American Civil War, as not only immediately after that do gun sizes come down somewhat, but there's also a fairly rapid development towards the end of the 1860s and into the 1870s of various loading mechanisms, rather than having to rely on just brute force muscle power. And in terms of the second part of your question, which is what's the largest naval shell loaded with just muscle power using hoists, levers, etc., I suspect that's probably going to be a 15-inch shell from the Battle of Jutland, because if you remember in the Battle of Jutland video, at one point on one of the 15-inch ships, the mechanical systems broke down and the crews went to manual loading, which would have been just muscle power, hoists, levers, etc., and they managed to get the 15-inch guns loaded and fired, which they were quite proud of, and rightly so. So I would suspect that that's probably the heaviest shell that's ever been manually loaded without any kind of electrical or mechanical assistance in terms of powered mechanisms. Bill Tyson asks, you've mentioned the Jeune Ecole a few times, but I'm still not quite sure why the plan was deemed futile. It seems like high manoeuvrability and overwhelming numbers would be a great counter to less numerous but larger ships. For instance, the greatest threat to large modern navies like the Royal Navy and US Navy is small, fast attack boats that sneak in under radar and launch missiles. What would it take to make such a concept effective in the age of the Jeune Ecole? Could something like a large fleet of small ships equipped with a navalised version of an MLRS like a naval Werfer have been effective around World War II? It basically comes down to two main factors with the Jeune Ecole as compared to modern stuff. One of which is that, well, if you're going up against a larger power and you're trying to overwhelm said larger power with your numerous small, fast ships, which is pretty much what the Jeune Ecole looked for, you're very quickly going to run into a very, very big problem, which is that the reason you're building these small, fast ships is because they're quick, cheap, and easy to build. That means the bigger power you're going up against can build equally or greater numbers of small, fast, cheap attack ships to counter your attack ships with. This is exactly where the torpedo gunboat and then the torpedo destroyer come from, because, well, it's literally just a direct counter, and the bigger economy, they can afford to build this relatively cheap small fleet to counter your cheap small fleet, and they can build the big nasty ships. And then, of course, they can also equip the big nasty ships with quick-firing secondary, tertiary, etc. batteries to strike at your incoming attackers. But that kind of leads into the second part, which is weapons range. One of the big problems with the Jeune Ecole was that once these secondary batteries and these fleets of smaller escorts, whether they be small cruisers or torpedo gunboats, boat destroyers, etc., come into effect, the actual striking range of the torpedo boat, more specifically the torpedo at the time of the Jeune Ecole, is well inside the striking range of the guns of the era. It can deliver a much bigger punch for a ship of its size, but it's still generally got to get into gun range, especially once the escorts start to get factored in. And that means that a lot of guns firing in your direction, hence the development of the quick-firing gun, will smash up most of your fleet, if not all of it, and leave relatively small numbers of your ships able to launch their torpedoes, at which point the enemy can also evade, and then even if you manage to hit and sink some of them, and thus maybe disproportionately inflict larger losses, the fact is, at the end of the day, if you've sunk 2 or 3 of their big ships and they've wiped out most, if not all, of your torpedo boats, well, they're still going to win, because now they're off your coast and you have nothing left to fight them with. And this is kind of where this comparison with the more modern stuff really has its difference, because missiles these days have a considerably longer range than torpedoes did. Obviously, big ships these days carry their own missiles, but the thing is, with the small size of modern missile boats or low-flying strike fighters or missile-carrying subs, or even just very, 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 very long-range missiles themselves, they can be launched from not necessarily outside a range where the enemy is capable of striking back, theoretically, but where beyond a range at which the enemy might even realise they're under attack. If you launch a missile from 300 miles away, the odds that the target knows you're even there are relatively low. Whereas if you're up close and personal, like a torpedo boat would have to be at the time of the Jeune Ecole, they most definitely know you're there, unless the lookouts are completely incompetent, or it's night time or something like that. And this is the same kind of thing with fast attack craft in World War II. They have a slightly greater lethality because torpedoes have gone up in range quite considerably. Guns have gone up in range as well, but a torpedo fired out at 15,000 yards is still going to be relatively accurate as long as you've got your calculations right. whereas a gun fired out to 15,000 yards, especially a small gun of the kind that you'd be using to engage a torpedo boat, may not necessarily be the most accurate thing until radar-guided guns are developed. Whereas, obviously, with the modern stuff, there's that difference, as I said. And also, because of the dramatically increased range of weapons these days, the ability of that first counter that I talked about, of the bigger navy just producing masses of smaller ships to counter you, has become exponentially more difficult, because if you've got an early torpedo with a range of high hundreds to low thousands of yards, then in order to protect your battle fleet, you need a screen of cruisers or small torpedo boat destroyers or whatever, positioned maybe somewhere between 5 and 8,000 yards away, at which point you're completely safe in your battle fleet, because the enemy torpedo craft have to physically bypass your screen to get to you. And if you draw a circle with a radius of, let's say, 6,000 yards around your battle fleet, yes, that's a fair circumference, but it's entirely plausible for a large industrialized nation to supply enough escort craft to cover that circumference, take into account the range of their guns. Whereas if you've got a missile that's got a range of hundreds or even thousands of miles these days, even the biggest nations in the world can't afford to build enough small defense picket ships, even automated, to cover the circumference, even with modern sensors, that you'd need to have a kind of beyond range of incoming missile line of that size. It's just vastly too much. So that's why it's a little bit more practical today than it was back at the time of the Jeune Ecole. At the very beginning of the Jeune Ecole, it seemed to be a very good idea, but again, it was one of these ideas that assumed that the other side would do nothing, because the kinds of ships the Jeune Ecole was targeting initially just had a few very large guns, and yeah, at that point torpedo boats probably could get away most of the time with it. But as soon as those other forces, even before they started deploying their own smaller countermeasures, just went, well, we'll put a bunch of quick-firing guns on the ship, then the writing was on the wall for the Jeune Ecole even then. Golf 2428 asks, what ship had the best chance of surviving if it was put in the place of the cruiser Blücher, using either ships whose protection systems were put to the test in live fire and ships whose schemes weren't, like, say, the Italian torpedo protection? Now, with Blücher's sinking, there are certain factors that are not necessarily to do with the design of the ship specifically, things like the fact that she was carrying a lot of troops and carrying a lot of explosives and burnables for the troops, which really didn't help when she was set on fire by the Norwegian gun batteries. But ultimately she was put down by the torpedoes rather than the gun hits. Now, what that means overall is that one of the easier things to do would just be to say, I'll send in something that's much, much bigger and meaner, kind of a treatier or post-treaty battleship, because that'll be more than big enough to shrug off the gunfire from the surface, from the gun batteries, and the torpedo system should absorb a couple of old Whitehead torpedoes. Yes, but that's an easy route. That's a bit of a cheaty route, I mean, a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's like Yamato, yeah, sure, Yamato will eat that damage quite easily. But if you want to go on the smaller side of things, I'd actually recommend putting in a monitor. Here's one of them, and you can pretty much see why at this point. If you put the monitor in, especially one of the 15-inch gun monitors, then outside of the 15-inch gun turret, which is big enough and nasty enough and heavily protected enough that it should be okay from most of the surface gunfire, these things had tested in battle, or, well, in Glatton's case, tested in dock, and in some other monitors' cases being tested in battle, being hit by torpedoes didn't really faze them all that much because of the massive bulges that were attached to their sides. So, and the fact that compared to something like Blücher, they're also a somewhat smaller target. So if you sent one of these things in, then I suspect that, well, a lot of the shots that hit Blücher probably wouldn't hit a ship of this size, and it would be able to return fire with its big guns, and any torpedoes that came out to hit it would probably just hit the bulges and not do an awful amount to the ship's overall survivability. So, yeah, basically a specialised close-in support ship, shockingly enough, would be the best candidate to survive close-in return fire. Gottjäger asks, what are the advantages and disadvantages of exotic fuel? Peat, charcoal, coke, wood, paraffin, alcohol, wood gas, etc. They basically all come under roughly the same kind of headings, which is energy density, volatility, and temperature of burn. So, there are a few other advantages and disadvantages not connected to those main three, but those are the three that really matter most of the time. And the reason I say that is so you can get a fuel that is very, very energy dense, so burning a small amount of it will give you a lot of heat energy released, which means you can go a very long way on a relatively small amount of fuel. But obviously the flip side is a fuel that's not very energy dense is impractical, because you're going to end up needing vast amounts of it to go anywhere, at which point you're basically a giant fuel barge. Then you've got the volatility of the fuel. Now, the volatility is quite important because a fuel that is easy to ignite, that seems fairly logical when you're trying to burn it, but the problem is if it's very volatile, then accidents are much more likely to happen, explosive burny accidents, and also if you get hit, then your fuel is much more likely to be a problem. So, for example, oil, fuel oil, and coal were often used as part of a ship's protection system. Coal more kind of substituted in for armour plate, or it served as an additional protection on top of the armour plate. Oil was quite often used in areas where it could absorb the impact of torpedo strikes. Now, if you were to use something like, say, gasoline, well, we can see from a number of aircraft carriers exactly why that's a bad idea. It's a far more volatile substance than bunker fuel, but yeah, not a good thing to have anywhere near anything explosive, and, well, ships at war tend to be near things that go boom. The last one is the temperature that it burns at. So if fuel burns significantly cooler than coal or bunker oil, then, well, your systems are probably going to be just fine. They're not going to suffer anywhere near as much degradation, but at the same time, cooler burning fuels do tend to give off, generally, somewhat more in the terms of fumes and particulates, which can clog things up, and obviously are also delivering less energy, whereas a fuel that burns considerably hotter will obviously deliver more energy a lot faster, which might be a good thing on paper, but at the same time that means that things like your fuel grates are just going to get burned straight through. So that is not a good thing, because the last thing you want is, oh yes, we have built a massive fire and it's burning with massive intensity and it's releasing huge amounts of heat and we have all the power we could possibly want, and what do you mean the fire's burned its way through the ship and into the ocean? That wasn't supposed to happen. So yeah, you have to strike a balance amongst other things of these three. So you want a fuel that's energy dense enough that you can go a reasonable distance using a relatively small amount of it, but if it's too energy dense, then you might have problems, because very, very energy dense fuels will either be incredibly volatile, which, as we said, is a bad thing, or they might be near enough inert. For example, in obviously nuclear reactors, the radioactive isotopes they use are incredibly energy dense compared to oil or coal, but you're not going to get anywhere by lobbing a lump of uranium into a boiler and trying to set fire to the thing. You need considerably more complex ways of extracting the energy from it. And then, as I say, you've got the burn temperature, because coal and oil burn at temperatures which release a good amount of energy, but unless it's a particularly dodgy batch, they won't actually destroy the systems that they're in too quickly. But equally, If you try and burn something that's just not burning very hot at all, you're just going to be poodling along at 10 to 12 knots, and no one's really going to be paying much attention to you. So all of these fuels, sort of peat, charcoal, coke, wood, paraffin, etc., they all have strengths and weaknesses in those areas which tend to move them out of the comfort zone for fuel for ships in the early part of the 20th century. The other thing, which is somewhat related to those three factors, is one that I mentioned in passing, which is particulate emission. So how much particulates are going to be emitted in smoke and clogging up your boilers, and how much is going to be left in the form of clinker and ash and clog up your fire grates and everything. Because even if you've got a fuel that fills all the other criteria, if it just clogs your boilers in a few hours, you're not going anywhere, particularly long distance. John McCarthy asks, later US battleships stored their shells standing vertically on their tail ends. I know that they secured them with bands near the base, but there had to be some risk that they would topple in a seaway. I wondered why the US selected this approach instead of storing them in a more stable position like the Royal Navy did. Do you have any insight into their thinking? To be perfectly honest, by the time you've got to dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts, the shells weigh such a ridiculous amount that as long as they're reasonably well secured, and as you can see from this picture on a US battleship, the securing bands are high enough on the shell to be relatively secure. I think if you're in a seaway such that these things are going to be toppling quickly enough and violently enough to snap those bands and then go rolling around, you're probably in a sea state that's bad enough that even shells that are being stored on their sides are probably going to go bouncing around everywhere, because after all they are vaguely cylindrical, so they are going to be able to roll. So yeah, I don't think stability in a seaway is necessarily too much of a concern, as long as they are well secured. I think the main reason for the difference is actually the shell hoists. So if you look at US shell hoists for the 16-inch guns, the shells go up a vertical tube. So it makes logical sense to store them vertically, because then when you just move them sideways, you can slot them into the shell hoist and away they go. If you store them on their sides, then not only do you have to move them to the shell hoist, but you then have to rotate them in order to get them into the hoist, which if you're trying to rapid fire your guns is just a little bit of extra delay you don't need. Whereas British shell hoists are horizontal. You put them into a cage and they go up on their sides, and then so again logically it makes sense to store your shells on their sides. So yeah, I think it's just that shell hoisting system. The other thing is that in certain British battleships, the cage that brought up the shells and the charges was one larger unit, so everything was on its side and everyone stored the charges on the sides. Whereas in the US system, the charges and the shells came up into the handling rooms separately. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, given his accomplishments, I realise I stand on rather precarious grounds in casting aspersions, but what was Sir Jackie Fisher thinking with respect to the Incomparable? My understanding is the British did not place the same fire control on its battlecruisers as compared to battleships. As such, what real purpose would 20-inch guns, in a 6-gun broadside no less, serve? It seems like the only thing they would have been incomparable to would have been cost, and it would have been effectively a glorified Congo. This question sent me down a rabbit hole trying to find out exactly what it was going on with Incomparable. Now, the strange thing is, after all that searching, I actually came to the conclusion that Incomparable, when it was proposed, was not actually quite as lunatic an idea as it might appear on paper. And that's all to do with timing. You see, most people think of Incomparable as a late World War I, post-World War I design, kind of sitting in that kind of era with the various Washington cherry trees, but she's not. She's actually a design proposed by Fisher in 1915. And bizarrely, in 1915, she actually makes a twisted kind of sense. Now, before you all reach for the Rotten Tomatoes and such like, hear me out. In 1915, the most advanced German battle cruisers then in production are the Der Flingers, Lutzow and Hindenburg. They're armed with 12-inch guns. They're pretty quick, and they're relatively well armoured. But as Jutland a year later would show, their relatively light armament of German capital ships being 11 and 12-inch guns meant that even when they came up against relatively lightly armoured British ships, the shells often had difficulty getting in. With the Invincibles and Indefatigables, it wasn't a problem, but when it came up against even the 9-inch belt of the Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary and Tiger, there were some significant issues. You can look at the battle cruisers that survived, Lion and Tiger especially, that took belt hits, and you see actually the 11 and 12-inch shells couldn't quite get through the 9-inch belt at distance, whereas their heavy guns could hit back quite nastily when they hit. Thanks, Beatty. Now, Fisher, when he's designing this, he probably has some idea of that comparison going on in his head. And so if he's thinking in 1915 that, well, the Germans are building their battle cruisers with 12-inch guns, maybe they might build with an improved 12-inch gun, or maybe just something slightly bigger for the next class. And bear in mind, he did think Incomparable was going to be obsoleted pretty quickly. An 11-inch belt is not actually that bad. An 11-inch belt fighting at a relatively long battle cruiser engagement range is probably actually proof against anything that the Germans could have thrown at it in a kind of Jutland time period. Whether or not, I mean, even to be honest, even at that point, the Mackensons with their 13.8-inch guns at range might have had some issues fully breaking the armour. Ersatz Yorks with a 15-inch, not so much of a problem, but this is the escalation that Fisher was exactly talking about. Then you look at Incomparable with its ridiculous speed, and it'll be able to hold that range open as much as it likes. And 20-inch guns, they're going to have a lot of range as well. So, and Fisher's already aware at this point that the British battlecruisers do hold a range advantage over the Germans, where the Germans can't reply. Again, at Jutland, thrown away. Thanks again, BT. But then, if you extrapolate all of this and you think, okay, well, what if Fisher had got his way? What if HMS Incomparable had been built? Obviously, it wouldn't have been in time for Jutland, but let's say 1917, 1918, probably 1918, like a final ride of the High Seas Fleet. There wouldn't be anything in the German battlecruiser line that could force Incomparable to close range. Incomparable has no problem chasing down and maintaining whatever range it likes. It can sit at a comfortable, probably 20 to 25,000 yards, maybe a fraction closer, but probably around 20 to 25,000 yards, I would have thought, at least the instructions would say, where the German battlecruisers are going to have great difficulty even ranging out to, let alone hitting it, and when they do, their shells are probably not going to penetrate the belt. And in reply, well, 6-gun 20-inch salvos, they're going to blow through any armour known to mankind at that point. So it makes a bizarre sense, at least with what was actually happening in World War One. Now, to be fair, fast forward, assuming that Fisher got his way, Incomparable laid down in 15, maybe launched 16, commissioned late 17, just in service in time for early 18. You then get to something approaching 1919, 1920, and you start to see Lexington, Amagi, G3 in the battlecruiser department. None of them have anything like as heavy guns, but apart from Lexington, they all have better armour. Okay, maybe they're not quite as fast, although Lexington probably just about is. But the 16-inch guns that they're all planning to carry, now that would obsolete Incomparable's armour. Now, fair enough, Incomparable's guns obsolete their own armour in most cases by a country mile, but it now becomes a battle of two effectively glass cannons, and Incomparable is a much larger target. So many of the criticisms that could be levelled at the Lexington class could then be levelled at the Incomparable, albeit that weirdly enough Incomparable is still actually better protected than a Lexington, and carries a considerably heavier broadside in terms of per shell. So yeah, it's not, I don't think it's quite as insane as it might sound, although insane it still is, with that sheer ridiculous size and everything. But Fisher was right in that it would have been obsoleted very fast. It's just it probably would have been obsoleted even faster than he thought it would be, because obviously everyone else would have had to start designing counters to it as well. So Incomparable's lifespan, holding those advantages that I just described, would, but from time of commission to time of no longer holding those advantages, would probably be maybe 4 or 5 years, at which point it would be quite vulnerable. As far as the fire control, it's not strictly true. The British did have central direct-to-firing control on their battle cruisers as well. One of them did carry a slightly different one, carried an Argo clock instead of instead of a Dreher table. So that was different. That was on Queen Mary. But they did carry the central fire control computer systems that were also fitted on battleships at the time. Although, with all that said, Incomparable, in my estimation, the greatest attraction of actually building the blasted thing would have been she would have made an excellent carrier conversion after the Washington Treaty. Alan Smith asks, could equipment and doctrine for boarding a hostile warship during a battle in World War II be invented? And, if so, and if it had been implemented, could the crew of Laffey have boarded Hiei at the naval battle of Guadalcanal? And if so, could they have won? Follow-up question, if they do win, what happens next? When it comes to large ships, certainly warship versus warship, there are two main problems. One is the lethality of guns, and two is the durability of ships, when it comes to developing equipment and doctrine for boarding actions. So when it comes to the lethality of guns, it's simply a fact that World War II battle ranges, at least in daylight, are being fought out starting at over 20,000 yards and stepping down. But even when you look at something like Bismarck, when they're pounding away at a wreck, it's considered point-blank range, but they're still thousands of yards away. Point-blank, absolute point-blank in World War II is still several times the maximum engagement range of an Age of Sail era ship when boarding is fairly common. That means, amongst other things, that as you close in even beyond that point-blank range, yes, your shells are going to be hitting the enemy near enough guaranteed, but so are his, and the armour penetration of the main guns, if you're talking battleship versus battleship, for example, is going to be so great that, well, at that point the shells are probably more likely to just go straight through the ship and out the other side, but they're certainly going to penetrate any kind of protection you might have. And if you're talking about big ship versus small ship, well, if they load high explosive, now that they've got near enough guaranteed ability to hit you, you're probably going to get blown to pieces in short order. So you can't really close to boarding as long as your opponent has any kind of gun or torpedo system still functioning, because, to be honest, at the very, very closest ranges, even the secondary battery might be a significant threat. So in order to get around to actually boarding the enemy in the first place, you've got to completely disable his offensive systems. So that's great. Now they can't fight back. So this is actually why things like boarding the Altmark worked, because Altmark really didn't have the guns to fight back. But in a full-on warship engagement, assuming you've somehow managed to knock out every single gun that they have, and torpedo launcher if they have them, you've then got to contend with the fact that ships are still pretty quick, so it will be trying to get away. So either you have to be remarkably faster than them to control the engagement and hope they don't just try and ram you, or bump you away, or you've got to somehow cripple their ability to either steer or move at high speed. So assuming you've managed to do all of this, well, at that point the enemy ship is probably a horrifically battered flaming wreck that's on the verge of sinking anyway, at which point boarding is really an unnecessary action and probably actually very dangerous for your boarding parties because of all the aforementioned fires and explosions. So that's one side of things. The other side of things is that the sheer durability of ships has increased. So in an Age of Sail boarding action, you would try and carry the upper deck there, because this is where all the orders were coming down from. This is where all the command staff were, and if you could kill, capture, or otherwise incapacitate everyone on that deck, you've taken the ship's primary steering, because you've taken the wheel, you've got most of the senior officers there, and you've got control of the guns, and critically, because of all the hatches and everything, and the relatively small size of Age of Sail ships, if anyone from lower down tries to resist you, you can either shoot or stab them as they try and come up through the hatchways, or if they're really being difficult, you can start dropping grenades down through the hatches. And I don't think I need to explain why dropping grenades into a gun deck is probably a horrifically bad thing to happen for the people on the gun decks, let alone if one of them manages to bounce its way down to the magazine. So once you've taken the upper deck of the ship, you can pretty much compel them to surrender, even if all the senior officers went down fighting. And obviously if they survived, then they would just order everyone to surrender, hopefully. Whereas with a large World War II era capital ship, or even a cruiser for that matter, there's a fair number of people aboard, but also the ship itself, as I said with the second problem, is it's so durable. If they know there are boarders coming, then all they have to do is lock the bulkhead doors, etc. And what are you going to do? A guy with a couple of guys with rifles and a machine gun or two can quite happily defend the bridge, assuming that the command staff don't go into the conning tower. In one of the few instances it might actually be useful. And then what are you going to do? You're going to have people firing back at you from inside of metal, possibly armoured bits of superstructure. The secondary battery, or some of the secondary battery, or the AA guns may well take objection to it as well, again assuming that you haven't necessarily disabled absolutely everything. You're going to need sort of heavy demolition charges to blow open these doors, or blow through into the ship superstructure, and then you're going to have to repeat this process again and again and again through multiple bulkheads, hatches, etc. And all the time, assuming this is an environment where boarding actions are anticipated, you're going to have the crew fighting back with their own rifles and possibly even automatic weapons. So your boarding party is not going to be carrying the sheer quantity of explosives needed to get anywhere close to anything vital that you can take and say, right, well, we have this, the rest of you have to surrender. And of course it does give plenty of time for the enemy ship to go, okay, well, we're either going to scuttle ourselves, or worst comes to worst, someone just walks into the magazines with a match and just goes, well, if we're going to be taken, we're going to take you with us. So these are the main problems when it comes to large ship boarding actions in the Second World War. Christopher Dent asks, how highly was resistance to battle damage considered in laying out ships' power plants in World War II era capital ships? And how do diesel-turboelectric schemes compare to geared or direct drive turbines in those considerations? So resistance to battle damage was considered, but not dramatically in the case of the actual engines themselves, the turbines, etc. They were more concerned with the things being hard-wearing and durable, but that was more through the general wear and tear and stress of the operating environment they found themselves in. When it came to resistance to battle damage, the main consideration was to include machinery as part of the ship's citadel, i.e. mount it as low down in the ship as possible and hide it behind a bunch of torpedo defense systems and belt and deck armor plating, on the basis that, well, machinery spaces are pretty much the largest internal volumes on a ship by necessity, so getting water in there not only robs you of all power, but is also very likely to send you a good way of the way towards sinking very quickly. So you don't really want any shell fragments or whole shells or torpedoes winding up in your machinery spaces at all, because at that point you've got much bigger problems than just the fact that the ship itself, the propulsion system itself may be damaged. So yeah, the main resistance to battle damage for those systems was the armour protection and their position in the ship. As far as the diesel-turboelectric schemes compared to turbines, the main considerations between those two types of propulsion systems were weight and power output for a given amount of weight, more so than resistance to battle damage. Although, with the turboelectric scheme, because there was a much easier transition of power to the actual engines themselves, to the propellers, I should say, that had some consideration because it meant, obviously, indirectly you could avoid battle damage by more careful manipulation of your speed, which you'd have a slight delay with some of the other systems. The other thing was height, because they wanted these systems as low down in the ship as possible in order to avoid as many incoming projectiles as possible. If a system was particularly tall, it would be looked on disfavourably unless it had a really, really good set of other advantages to it, as compared to the turbine system, which generally wasn't that tall, and in fact that was actually one of the main advantages over the vertical triple expansion system, amongst others. Leonard Brandkamp asks, on planes I read such things as in November 1940 its two-bladed propeller was replaced with a three-bladed one. How does one determine how many blades a propeller should have? How about their size and angle? Clearly the rules are different between air and water, but is the general process the same, other than the obvious idea of pure experimentation? You'd actually be surprised how much of the initial body of work that the next century and a half of minor refinements to propeller tech actually uses was largely trial and error experimentation. I mean, one of the greatest discoveries in terms of how many turns on a propeller was the most efficient simply came about because someone had a propeller that was 2 full turns per blade, and then it hit something and half of the propeller fell off, and they suddenly discovered it was a lot more efficient. So, yeah. As I've said before, if you go and look at something like SS Great Britain, the propeller on that is most of the way towards the efficiency of propellers these days. So it's not really an exaggeration to say the last century and a half has been eking out the last, say, 10-15% of performance out of a given propeller style, with more emphasis on things like stealth or size, etc. Now, obviously, yes, the biggest difference between air and water is that air compresses. Water doesn't. If you end up with your propeller going a little bit too quickly in water, or various other reasons, you end up with cavitation, which is effectively the flash boiling of water in localized pockets, creating tiny, very short-lived pockets of gas which then collapse under the pressure of the water around them. And that is not good news because, one, your propulsive efficiency goes down massively, and two, each time you basically get these miniature explosions, it digs a little bit out of your propeller blade. So if you want your propeller blade to look like it's gone 6 rounds with a power sander, then use it in a manner that induces cavitation. But it'll probably break and cartwheel away very, very quickly if you don't stop doing that. But with propellers for aircraft and propellers for ships, the essential aspect of it is that you want to turn a propeller at a given speed and you want to move a certain amount of water, because that's what gives you your propulsive force. Now, in order to do that, you obviously need a certain area on your propeller, and it needs to effectively, if you like, bite a certain volume. So that's going to determine the latter part, largely your pitch of the propeller. And with water obviously being so dense, that's also going to have an impact on the pitch, because if you have a propeller blade that's too flat, it's going to act as much as a resistive unit as anything else, especially if it's very, very flat and it's only taking through small volumes of water per rotation. You're effectively going to have water backing up behind it and then pushing on it, which is going to slow you down. But as I say, the other thing is just the surface area of the propeller. Now, if you have a two-bladed propeller, this is relatively easy to balance, which is another factor you have to take into account, especially early on. Balancing a propeller so it doesn't cause massive vibration issues and tear itself free is a very delicate process, and there's certain configurations where it's easier to balance a propeller than others. You could go into asymmetrical propellers and everything, but that is A, partly classified, and B, much more of a subject for the modern era rather than the era we cover. But fundamentally, if you're travelling at low speeds, then you can get away with a two-bladed propeller quite happily, because you only need to move a certain amount of water, and it's not going to require a massive amount of revolutions per minute to do so. And the problem is that as you want your ship to go faster and faster, and or your ship gets larger and larger, and therefore you need more force to move at a given speed, if you've got your two-bladed propeller, you either need to make it substantially larger so that the surface area increases so that you can propel your ship along because you're moving a greater amount of water, but obviously there's only a limited amount of space at the stern of your ship before, well, things like the propeller breaching the water or it compromising the design of your stern tends to occur. And also those propellers will obviously get much bigger. The blades getting further and further out from the centre of rotation makes it much harder to balance. The alternative is you keep your propeller the same size and you just spin it faster to try and move the water quicker, which eventually you'll run up into the cavitation issues that I described earlier. And so the solution there is to add more blades to your propeller, because if you have more blades, then obviously your surface area, assuming each blade is roughly the same size, gives you more bite, you can move more water with it, and also you can add more propellers. So this is why fast battleships generally will have 4 propellers. Some of them will have 3, but most of the time they use a 4-shaft design. Whereas if you look at some of the slower ships, like say the Nelson class, they can get away with 2. Because they just don't need to move anywhere near as much water. So they can get away with 2 reasonable sized propellers instead of having to maybe inefficiently use 4 tiny ones. And there are also design principles about the shape, angle, or pitch and surface area of any number of propellers, which are more efficient at high speeds and others that are more efficient at low speeds. So if you do get a chance to look at the propellers of, say, an Iowa-class battleship versus the propeller of, say, a Liberty ship, you'll notice that actually there's quite a lot of variation in those 2 propeller designs. There is a lot more detail to this, and there are a lot of formulas that are used these days to make these calculations, as well as, of course, in modern times, 3D modelling, computer modelling, etc. But back in the early part of the 20th century, there were a lot of formula as well as tank tests that could be done. But that kind of level of detail is probably, well, definitely needs its own video to explain, but also I think I need to bring in a specialist in naval architecture and hydrodynamics, because I can do most of the hydrodynamic calculation work for certain elements of ship design, like hull form, using, amongst other things, the wonderful Froude numbers. But propeller design is something where I can explain some of the basic considerations to you, but I would be a little bit lost going into the finer details. Daniel Ziegler asks, in large navies, what ratio or percentage of the number of hulls would be capital ships, destroyers, and auxiliary ships, etc.? So X% battleships, X% cruisers, X% destroyers, etc. What do you consider a good balance? The short answer is that, well, there isn't a short answer. There isn't a single specific right answer in this case. In some periods of time, like, say, the treaty era, those ratios were fixed by treaty. So you can calculate off of the tonnage allowances in some of the naval treaties exactly what the ratio of these various ships were. But that's a very artificial constraint. When you look at the eras when navies weren't limited by treaty, In part, it depends on what the threats are, and in part, it also depends, even with the very largest navies, what their mission profile is. Now, with regards to the former part, if you look at the balance of ships and hull types in World War One, for example, you will not see anything close to the amount of hulls for anti-submarine work, so corvettes, frigates, sloops, etc., as you would in World War II, when that threat was significantly better understood and also significantly more deadly. So in World War II, you'd see vast numbers of these small ships, but nowhere near as many of them in World War One, and certainly when submarines weren't a thing in the late 1800s, virtually none. And similarly, in the late 1800s, you would see a lot of torpedo boats, torpedo boat destroyers, etc. coming around. But if you rewind time another 20 years to when the torpedo boat isn't a thing, then basically those don't exist. You'd see maybe third-class cruisers and the occasional colonial gunboat as pretty much the smallest class of ships. So that's the time period and what the threats are. But then also you get to the role. So, and this can also be constrained somewhat by budgets, but if you look at, let's say, the 5 largest navies of World War II, so UK, USA, Germany, Italy, and Japan, and consider across a short period of time, maybe sort of the late 1800s to the 1950s, the UK, for example, would have a certain large amount of auxiliary ships, but because they relied quite a lot on overseas bases, they didn't have a huge number of auxiliaries. Most of the auxiliary ships would be concerned with repair and ferrying supplies, materials, fuel, etc. to these bases for ships to use. Whereas the US Navy, which didn't have that many overseas bases and had very long distances to cover to get to the few that they did, required a much higher percentage of auxiliary ships relative to basically anyone else. The Italians had almost no auxiliary ships because they were largely concerned with just operating in the Mediterranean, so the odds of them ever sailing far enough away from Italy to actually require auxiliary ships were very, very small. The Germans, again, most of their fleet was designed initially for coastal and then later for North Sea operations. They were thinking of going a bit more oceanic towards the beginning of the First World War and in the run-up to the Second World War, but generally most of their fleet design and philosophy meant that they didn't have too many auxiliary ships, and most of the ones that they did end up with were based around surface raiders and U-boats rather than fleet supply. The Japanese faced a lot of issues similar to the Americans, so you could argue they should have had a lot of auxiliary ships, and indeed they did have certainly a lot more than Italy and Germany did. But whereas the Americans were looking at, well, we're based on the east coast of the Pacific, and if we fight, we're going to have to go to the west side of the Pacific, the Japanese never really had this idea of going and fighting off the US East Coast. So they weren't looking at operationally going quite as far. And also there's a lot more islands and various lagoons and things to set up bases in the Western Pacific. So whilst they did have an auxiliary fleet train, it wasn't as large as the US. And that kind of applies as you go up through all these other things. So the Royal Navy quite often, even in the treaty era, did make lots of noises about the fact that as a large empire, they wanted to have lots of cruisers, both in terms of overall tonnage and in overall numbers. So they preferred building lots of smaller cruisers as opposed to a few bigger cruisers. So the number of hulls of cruisers in the Royal Navy, outside of treaty era restrictions, and even within that to a certain extent because they would build smaller, was very, very high compared to all the other navies. In the US, that was largely because Congress wouldn't pay for any for a long time, but never mind. The Japanese probably had the second highest number of cruisers, but they were looking very much at a battle fleet scenario rather than a overall global empire protection scenario. So they built fewer large cruisers. Destroyers, similarly, to be honest, destroyers are a little bit all over the place because they're able to be built so quickly. So for long periods of time, the USN didn't have that many destroyers in active service, but then when they needed them, you got things like the Clemson and Wicks class just being mass-produced, and then the Fletcher class being mass-produced, and things like that. Whereas in the Royal Navy, which had this more constant general overseas presence everywhere, they were constantly churning out flotillas of destroyers all over the place. And then you've got different doctrines. So you've got the French contre-torpilleur doctrine calling for bigger, faster destroyers, although they're not in that overall list we're looking at. That kind of consideration does bear mentioning because the Italians and the Germans responded to that. So generally, the Italian and Germans would have slightly fewer destroyers, but their destroyers would generally be slightly larger when you're not looking at the small torpedo boats that were really small destroyers that they built as an ancillary arm to that. And yeah, and then you get to battleships, and again, the ratio, the number of battleships, the number of hulls, even in the largest navies, varied quite considerably depending on what people thought they were going to be used for and who they were building in relation to. So the Royal Navy wanted to have, for a long time, the 2-power standard. The US Navy, for a lot of the time, pretty much up until almost the start of the Second World War, was, in terms of ships actually built, was going with, well, what will Congress actually let us build? So the US Navy, for probably the better part of the section of the 20th century we study, was incredibly battleship heavy relative to the number of other ships that it had. But that's due to budget considerations. The Royal Navy would, despite building loads of battleships during most of this period, would be, relatively speaking, in non-treaty periods, battleship light as an overall percentage, because they are just building such a ridiculous number of cruisers and escort vessels, things like destroyers and such. And then you have the Japanese kind of embracing torpedo doctrine a little bit, so they, for their size, actually have a fair number of destroyers, and so on and so forth. So that's a very long and complicated way of saying that, unfortunately, there isn't a single figure that you can point at and say this is a good balance, or large navies generally would have this percentage ratio, because every navy had different constraints at different times and different objectives. And so even the large navies would have wildly differing ratios, both relative to each other at any given time and relative to themselves across the span of time. So a good balance is basically, well, what fulfills the objectives of your particular navy. For the Japanese, for example, they would want a fairly compact force with fewer but very strong cruisers and fairly long-range destroyers, because they're looking at building a single battle fleet. For the Royal Navy, they generally prefer slightly smaller cruisers and destroyers because they want as many of them as they can physically get their hands on. And they obviously, battleships, they want as many as they can there, but they're not quite as prepared to sacrifice size and capability in that particular regard. The Italians, as I say, will have basically no auxiliary ships because they don't need them, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, if the balance serves your navy's purpose, then it is a good balance. It might be completely different to another navy's balance, but if they copy you, then they might very well get it wrong, unless they happen to face exactly the same circumstances. Chris Gregory asks, in one of your previous videos, you mentioned the tactics used by Commodore Harwood at the Battle of the River Plate were similar to Great War destroyer tactics. Could you elaborate on this and explain why this tactic was effective in allowing Harwood's squadron to successfully engage a larger and more powerful opponent? So one of the main things about the Battle of the River Plate is that Captain Langsdorff aboard the Graf Spee mistook Ajax and Achilles for destroyers because of their relatively diminutive size, even compared to the relatively diminutive Exeter. But in terms of the tactics that Commodore Harwood used, he basically split his ships up, with Exeter, the biggest ship, drawing fire, whilst Ajax and Achilles went round the other side. Now, where you have superior numbers, this is actually a good general Great War tactic anyway, because whilst during World War II, a lot of ships would have multiple central battery directors and also central directors for their secondary batteries, which would allow you to engage multiple targets in multiple directions on multiple sides of your ship at the same time without too much of a decrease in effectiveness. In World War One, they tended not to. I mean, a lot of ships, even in the middle of World War One, a lot of ships didn't have director firing control, especially a lot of the smaller ones, and even the ones that did, they could engage a single target. So if you had a small flotilla of ships of varying sizes but all smaller than your primary target, like let's say destroyers, especially when back in those days you had either your destroyer flotilla leader, which might be either a slightly larger destroyer or might be a small cruiser like the World War I Arethusa class, then a generally accepted tactic as a good idea would be this kind of split. So you would take the biggest, shiniest targets and you'd sail in one direction to draw the enemy's fire, and then the rest of your ships would theoretically be able to get closer and launch their own attacks with torpedoes in the case of destroyer flotillas, and possibly torpedoes and guns in the case of cruiser squadrons, at relatively little risk to themselves, because the secondary battery fire that would probably be directed at them probably wouldn't be under direct control anyway, and even if the secondary battery in general was under direct control, if that director's looking, say, to port to engage the biggest ship in your unit, then it's not looking to starboard, so everyone's basically having to use whatever local rangefinders or other means of estimating range that they've got on their individual guns, which are obviously far less reliable. And this was kind of what Harwood was doing at the Battle of the River Plate. As I said, in World War II, there were a lot more rangefinders and battery directors, and you could also switch targets much more quickly. So in the Battle of the River Plate, Graf Spee did switch its targets back and forth between its primary and secondary battery, and also the fore and aft turrets on the primary battery. They were switching back and forth between the two sets of ships quite a bit. But given that Exeter did catch most of the heavy fire and survived, and that allowed Ajax and Achilles to get in close enough to a point where their 6-inch shells could do something rather than nothing, it was a reasonably successful tactic. And to be perfectly honest, it's still, although it's not quite as useful as it is in World War I, it's still a relatively useful tactic in the Second World War. Jellybean asks, what does the inside of Japanese torpedo launchers - turrets look like? I can find lots of external pictures, illustrations and drawings, but nothing for the inside. I'm beginning to wonder if they had something in there that they didn't want anyone to know about. You know, come to mention it, and I'd had a look through, I've not seen the interior of a Japanese torpedo turret either. I've seen a few sketches and plans for them, but I've never actually seen an actual photograph of the interior, although, based on the sketches, etc., I don't think you're going to see anything particularly interesting, because at the end of the day, these things are more in place as shields for the crew so that they can stay in operation, because bear in mind they were expecting to be able to use their torpedo tubes a lot more, and possibly, despite the range of the long lance, potentially under a lot more fire. So I suspect it's probably going to look like, well, just a relatively standard torpedo launcher, bearing in mind that all the reload equipment and stuff that made the Japanese destroyers somewhat unique, and cruisers to a certain extent, is positioned away from the torpedo turret. The actual mechanisms, once you take off the splinter-proof shielding, pretty much probably going to look like any other torpedo tube set, or indeed if you have a look at some of the torpedo tube sets from the Japanese cruisers, which didn't have the turret shields on them, you'll pretty much see what they look like inside, minus a few sort of viewing ports and such like. At least that's my suspicion. Stafford Magnus asks, what makes a good or bad naval gun? The 15-inch 42 was considered superb, yet the Royal Navy had problems with both the 16-inch guns on the Nelsons and the 14-inch on the King George V's. Why couldn't they simply take the plans for the 15-inch 42, throw them in the photocopier and dial them up or down by 7% to make a proven gun in whatever size they wanted? A lot of it comes down to the fact that the gun is not just a gun on its own, it's part of an overall system. So, for example, yeah, as you say, the 14-inch and the 16-inch of the British battleships are known for having issues. However, when you look at the actual details of the supposed issues and errors, it's actually not so much the gun that has the problem, it's more the mounting, the turret that has the problem. Now, to be fair, there are a few issues with those two guns, more so with the Nelson 16-inch. The 14-inch on the King George V itself is actually a pretty solid weapon, but the mountings are a significant issue. It's the mountings and the loading systems, etc., that tend to jam quite a lot in the King George V, and in the Nelson class, it's basically a case, as I've said before, of they're effectively the guns and the turrets they were going to put on the G3 battle cruisers, except you can't scale them down, but they took out a lot of fixtures, fittings, reinforcement, thin down structural members, etc., to cut the weight down such that you could fit guns that are supposed to be in a 40+ thousand ton battle cruiser down into a 35,000 ton battleship. And a lot of that, they went a little bit too far, and thus it had problems with almost every part. And by the time of World War II, the guns actually on the Nelson class didn't have too many problems at all, but they'd basically added in so much of what they'd taken out originally that, well, that pushed the ship's displacement up, but at that point no one was really counting. So, for example, if the Royal Navy had wanted to, they wanted to build a new 15-inch gun, a 15-inch 45, I believe, for the King George V as one of the initial considerations before they settled on the 14. But you might well ask, well, why not just build a bunch of 15-inch 42 guns, put them in triple turrets, so you have 9 15-inch guns in 3 triple turrets on what would become a King George V, and maybe make sure, like with Hood and like with the modified turrets later on, that they can elevate to 30 degrees, beef them up a little bit so that they can regularly take supercharges, and surely that's great. And yes, in theory that would be great, but it would mean designing a new triple turret, new triple mounting, and it's entirely possible that that would let the overall efficiency of the gun down. Plus, of course, in that particular case, they were trying to build to a treaty that hadn't quite been signed yet, but never mind. So in terms of what you might say, what makes a good or bad naval gun in the colloquial sense, or the overall system sense, the gun itself has to be relatively reliable, has to have a reliable muzzle velocity, not too much whip, not have the barrel erode too quickly, and things like whip and barrel erosion showed up quite a lot in many of the early attempts to get high velocity guns, sort of 12-inch 50 caliber guns. Really, in that era, the Russians were the only ones who really got a good result out of that. So that's the gun itself, and obviously you've got complexity of breach and the security of the breach as well, because you don't want really escape of hot combustion gases out the back of the gun, which is a problem. Then you've got the shells themselves. Now, you kind of have errors in design of the shells, such as you had on the 15-inch guns for the Richelieu class, there were various issues, but one of the big ones was the fact they were actually designed with a pocket in the base of the shell for a gas canister. It wasn't installed, but it collapsed. The shell would then disintegrate, and boom, you had multiple self-destructions of shells within the gun. So you've got to have your shells designed well in that sense. You've also got to avoid the Italian problem of shell and charge quality control weights varying so much that your accuracy is completely horrendous. But if you've got well-designed, well-regulated shells that are firing consistently, and your gun isn't whipping, it's got a good barrel life, it's not eroding the muzzle, the interior quite as quickly as it possibly could, and it's mounted fairly solidly in a stable mounting, then you're going to have a good, reliable gun that can reach out and hit targets accurately and consistently all the time. But it's not just that. Beyond that, you've also got to have a turret mounting with the mounting for the guns, the elevation mechanisms, the turret traverse mechanisms. They've got to be relatively quick about their job without, again, being unreliable or inaccurate. Because if you have a gun turret that can swirl around in 10 seconds, but when it stops you might be a degree or two off of where you're supposed to be, that's no good. Likewise with the loading systems, can you load at all angles, or do you have to bring the gun down to a certain degree to load it again? And if so, how much? How does that affect your systems in battle? Your shell hoist systems, are they going to keep working, or are they going to jam? Are your turret elevation mechanisms going to jam? And so on and so forth. All of this goes into the reliability of shells out on target downrange, and all of those problems collectively will add up to people judging the gun as good or bad. And so you have to take all of those into account as well. So what makes a good or bad naval gun? An awful lot of stuff that isn't actually strictly related to the gun itself. Edward Franklin Woods asks a two-part question, because apparently one of his questions from earlier in the year got missed, so apologies for that. Part 1 is, in tanks at least, it's preferable to speed up the speed of a shell before increasing the size of it, and since presumably this is true with naval guns as well, at what point does increasing the length of the gun provide less benefit than increasing the caliber due to performance characteristics or weight? And secondly, there are many tales of countries shipping mass quantities of gold to each other since the Age of Sail, from treasure fleets to World War II Lend-Lease convoys. I know the older ships that were lost in the Caribbean are up for grabs if divers can find any treasure that still remains, but purely hypothetically, of course, if one managed to find French or Russian gold on the seabed, where one of the ships that went down in convoy QP-11, for example, who would that gold belong to, or would any such finds come at the expense of disturbing a war grave? As far as gold is concerned, I'm no expert in legal matters, but from what I understand in terms of marine salvage in these cases, particularly when you look at things like HMS Edinburgh, which I believe was one of the ships that went down carrying a bunch of gold, it partly depends of, do you find the ship in somebody's territorial waters, or is it out in international waters? That would be one thing. And then secondly, it may also depend on the kind of vessel that's carrying it. I believe that there are some legal differences between a merchant vessel that goes down carrying treasure and a warship that goes down carrying treasure. More specifically, that a nation that had owned that warship may well still have an interest in said warship. As for whether or not it's disturbing a war grave, most of the time, I mean, some ships, obviously, the crew did get away safely, but most of the time, ships that went down carrying treasure probably are also taking down a certain number of their crew with them, so it is going to be at least assuming it went down in time of war, a war grave situation. But sadly, and perhaps I wouldn't say understandably, but you can understand why, as opposed to actually accepting it. When it comes to salvage of things that are really valuable, like hundreds of thousands of millions of pounds worth of gold, people somehow seem to suddenly discover that actually war graves don't matter too much to them. But the other thing is, when it comes more specifically to gold more recently, I do remember from at least one ship that was discovered with gold that went down, I think it depends on whether or not the owning nation, the originally owning nation, has received compensation for it. Because I think I remember one case relatively recently where a ship that was known to have been carrying gold that belonged to a certain nation went down. It was discovered. People were going to salvage it. And initially there was some question as to, well, does this gold actually belong to the nation that sent it out in the Second World War or whenever? But it was eventually decided that because the insurance, the country in question had been paid for the, at the time, loss of the gold via insurance, they'd been duly compensated and therefore they had no further claim over it. And it was free for the salvagers to basically take the gold that they wanted, and outside of fees and commissions and whatever, it was theirs to do with as they chose. But as I say, that is a very brief summary of what I've read incidentally. I'm not that much into the gold salvaging industry, shockingly enough. Now, in terms of naval guns, it actually comes quite well on the back of the last question. There is a certain percentage to be gained in pushing the velocity of a gun up a bit, but generally, bearing in mind all the other factors I mentioned about in the previous question, generally most navies were already aiming to get guns of about as high a velocity as they could get without making things unreliable or causing other issues already. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of scope for those kind of upgrades. There was a little bit, but not hugely. So if you look at the early first generation dreadnoughts, they have generally 12-inch 45 caliber or thereabouts guns. The second generation dreadnoughts tend to try and go for a slightly higher velocity, 12-inch 50, 12-inch 52, something along those lines, with varying degrees of success. Then very quickly you go over to 13.5 and 14-inch guns. Once you're looking there, then again you see a certain amount of upgrading, and also in heavy cruiser guns as well. You tend to see this kind of roughly 45 caliber weapon will be the first thing that comes into service, and then people will go up to either a higher velocity weapon in sort of a 50 caliber or thereabouts weapon, or they will transition up to a larger gun, and that becomes something of a distinction at that point amongst various navies. So for the US, for example, they go to the 14-inch, then they make slightly longer barrel versions, then they go to the 16-inch, and then at the time of the Washington Naval Treaty they were planning to go to slightly longer barrel versions rather than skipping up the tree much faster than which some navies would do. So, for example, the Royal Navy obviously going 12-inch, 13.5-inch, 15-inch, and then they were looking at going straight to 16 and 18-inch rather than some longer barreled version of the 15-inch, and there wasn't a longer barreled version of the 13.5-inch either. So some of it is design philosophy. Some navies, especially the Germans in the First World War, and also, to be honest, the Germans in the Second World War and the Italians in the Second World War as well, held that a slightly smaller projectile travelling significantly faster would work better for armour penetration on the basis that, well, kinetic energy is mass times velocity squared, so increase the velocity a little bit, you get a much greater increase in kinetic energy compared to increasing the mass a little bit. Whereas other nations preferred to go for just a much bigger, heavier shell that may not be travelling at tremendously increased velocity, but because you could increase the mass quite more significantly with an increase in caliber than you could increase the velocity by increasing the length of the barrel. When it comes to things like inertia, where there isn't a v squared involved, there's just v, the inertia or momentum of the shell would be significantly greater with a heavier shell, and also the larger shell could carry a larger explosive payload at the end of it. So a lot of it comes down to that kind of design philosophy, and then you've got also things like a desire for possibly deck penetration as well. So when you see, apart from the Nelsons, which are kind of a little bit of an aberration based on studies of German data from World War One, generally the Royal Navy likes to go a little bit middle of the road. They prefer to have heavier guns, not particularly fussed about having fantastically high velocities, but they prefer the heavier gun with the greater explosive payload. And in fact, they go for the explosive payload in quite a big way. British shells have, AP shells have quite a large warhead as compared to a lot of other Navy shells, on the basis that, well, you smash into the enemy and then it explodes and does a lot of damage, so great. Whereas, especially the German trend looked quite a lot at high velocity shells to try with the in theory with the greater kinetic energy and the flatter rate of fall to just punch into the enemy ship, and then explosion does damage, because the theory went, well, if you're more guaranteed to get into the enemy ship in the first place, then whatever damage you do is great, as opposed to perhaps a lower velocity weapon that might not get in at all, even if it has a greater payload of explosive. And then you have the US, which, with the super heavy shells, as the name suggests, amped up the weight to make them fall much, much quicker at a steeper angle to try and get deck penetration in ranged engagements. So there isn't really a particular answer to your question of where does increasing caliber of length of the gun fall off compared to increasing caliber size of the shell. Although the fact that everyone kind of stopped at around a 50 to 52 caliber weapon generally probably says that's the upper limit to what you can realistically get with that kind of technology. But whether you'd even go there in the first place depends much more on the philosophy of gunnery that your Navy has, as opposed to any particular physical limits. Although, as I say, generally once you get into the low 50s of caliber length and probably up to about 18 inches in actual shell or gun bore caliber, that's where you're probably pushing the upper limits of both of those. So a realistic early 20th century naval gun probably maxes out at maybe an 18-inch 52 caliber weapon as a practical weapon. Anything beyond that, either in terms of caliber length or in overall size of shell, is probably pushing into the impractical. Appalachian Tiger asks, what would be your shortlist for best peacetime admirals? These being officers who overcame significant political-economic challenges facing their service or demonstrated notable valour and skill during peacetime operations. That's quite an interesting one. I mean, I'd really like to say Admiral Sims in the US Navy, but the biggest improvements that he brought about in the US Navy in peacetime during the early part of the 20th century in relation to naval gunnery were done when he wasn't an admiral. So I don't know. It's definitely a really good peacetime officer, but does it count as an admiral if his actions weren't actually while he was an admiral? I don't know. And he did a pretty good job in World War One as well, to be perfectly honest. On the Royal Navy side, Admiral Fisher, I would actually say, is a very good peacetime admiral. He didn't have that much. There's no particular outstanding things you can point to him doing during World War One itself. Although, to be fair, he was pretty much on his last legs at that point, and definitely no longer in an at-sea command position. But a lot of his advances also in naval gunnery, but also in reforming the Royal Navy, getting rid of a lot of older ships, forcing through the development of the dreadnought, etc. All of that happened under peacetime guise, so he was actually a really good peacetime admiral for the Royal Navy, as was, on the other side of World War One, Admiral Henderson, who I'm sure you've heard Dr. Clark expound about at length. Poor old Admiral Henderson effectively worked himself to death, trying to revive and modernise the Royal Navy across the board when it came to getting all of the new ships designed, built, in service, etc. If it hadn't been for someone with quite his drive, the Royal Navy would have entered World War II with significantly fewer modern ships than it did, and significantly fewer modern ships in a state that they could be completed and see useful service. And yes, whilst we're on the subject of British peacetime admirals, I do have to say Admiral Beatty did a pretty decent job as a peacetime admiral. Shame about his wartime performance, but he was what you might call a very political animal, and at the very specific time that he ended up in charge of most of the Royal Navy in the late 1910s, early 1920s, negotiating through what would eventually become the Washington Naval Treaty, the Royal Navy desperately needed someone who was very good at politics to get them through it, and he did a fairly creditable job in that regard. So, yeah, Beatty, good peacetime admiral. Just don't send him to sea on anything that's actually going to be shooting at anybody. The thing is, when I try and think of good peacetime admirals for the US Navy, I keep coming up with names that then also distinguish themselves in action, and so just as, if not more, well known for being good in wartime as well. I mean, Admiral King, for all his faults, is a very, very effective admiral, and was a very effective admiral in peacetime, but he was also an incredibly good admiral in wartime, so I don't know if he really fits into the question. You could also look at someone like Admiral Tirpitz. He's an incredibly good peacetime admiral for the Kaiserliche Marine. Obviously his ambitions and his policies did lead to some rather serious mistakes being made in terms of German foreign policy, but if you just look at him as how good was he for taking the Kaiserliche Marine from a glorified coastal defence force to an actual serious battle fleet, he was very, very good at that. Brian Roper asks, okay, just because my wife asked me about a group of ships I've never heard of before, while on a Wikipedia spiral on insects, can you tell the histories of the 4 vessels named HMS Cockchafer? Yeah, I'm sure that's the only reason you're asking that question. Well, the first one, not pictured here because I can't really find a picture for it, it's basically a very, very small 5-gun ship. It had been American, was captured during the War of 1812, and lasted all of 2-3 years in Royal Navy service before being sold off, so nothing particularly of note there. The next one, in 1855, was a gunboat that was ordered during the Crimean War. This, again, didn't have a tremendously interesting career, but there is an interesting story behind them. So, at the time of the Crimean War, after the first year or so of conflict, the Royal Navy looked at what was going on and went, right, what do we need to prosecute this war more successfully? And they decided that a massive number of steam-powered screw gunboats were the way to go, because there was a lot of coastal shallow water, both in the Black Sea, around Crimea itself, but also the other theatre that the Royal Navy and the French Navy were prosecuting quite heavily in the Baltic. Lots of coastal waters, lots of fortifications, lots of things to shoot at on the shore, and it was relatively difficult to get the ships of the line and such to actually do that job successfully, and shore defences in those areas were pretty intense, so whilst the French were innovating with armoured gun batteries, which would eventually lead to ironclad warships, amongst other things, the other approach was just massive numbers of these small shallow draft gunboats that could go pretty much anywhere, carry a fairly heavy armament, so they could do a lot of damage, but were relatively difficult to hit because small, relatively quick, and also if you did happen to lose one, well, it was no particular big deal because the officers and men could just get into the water and a nearby gunboat could pick them up, and it didn't affect the overall strength of the Navy all that much. The Royal Navy then went on a building spree, the likes of which probably wouldn't be seen until the US decided to crank out the Wicks and Clemson class destroyers at the latter end of World War I, and vast, vast, vast numbers of these things were constructed. However, the Crimean War then came to an end before the Royal Navy could enact its "we shall drown them in gunboats" plan, which they especially were looking forward to in the Baltic. And so sadly, most of them ended up literally stacked up like kayaks in sheds along the Thames and various other places, because they were made of wood, so keeping them in the water would mean that they would, if they're not kept active and maintained, they'd go rotten. And also, if you're in the water, you're going to have to keep at least a minimal crew. So although some of them were used, most of them were just stuck up in the sheds, occasionally brought out for when the Royal Navy needed a small gunboat to go and oppress somebody in the British Empire. But majority didn't really do all that much. And that particular iteration of the ship was then sold on about a couple of decades after it was initially constructed, having not done a tremendous amount. The next version was one of the rather wonderfully named Banterer class gunboats. This was composite gunboats, partly built of iron, partly built of wood, and even though it's an 1880s design, you can see it's very much still along the lines of a sailing vessel. It does have an engine and such, but most of its characteristics would not be unfamiliar to small gunboat, sloop, corvette designs from 10, 20, 50 or even 200 years ago, apart from the bow shape. These ships were, as with many other gunboat classes, literally the gunboats of the British Empire. This particular class mostly were used for general purpose duties, so transport of certain supplies and materials that the Royal Navy felt it had to undertake, emergency response, river patrols, coastal patrols in outlying areas like the China Station, just kind of general purpose ships, what you might call an OPV in the modern parlance. And in this particular version had a relatively long career, about 25 years, quite happily serving the latter stages of the British Empire before being sold off just before HMS Dreadnought was launched in the mid-1900s. And yeah, it shows just what kind of technological changes were afoot in the fact that you were launching what was essentially a slightly more strongly built wooden sailing craft that happened to have an engine and a few bits of iron in it as a gunboat in the 1880s, and someone who was born in that period would be into their first maybe few years of service in the Royal Navy at the time that the ship's gotten rid of, but something like HMS Dreadnought is being brought into service. But such is life, I guess. The last version, at least for the minute, unless the Royal Navy decides they're going to launch another one, was built during the First World War. And this was one of the rather wonderfully named Insect-class gunboats. Now, these were originally designed for war on the Danube. The whole class of them were built around about a dozen, intended to go chasing Austro-Hungarian riverine forces up and down the Danube as part of one of the rather more wonderful schemes dreamt up by British High Command in the First World War. But as it turned out, by the time they were actually constructed, by sort of mid-war, trying to fight the Austro-Hungarian navy on the rivers was probably not the world's greatest priority, and so they ended up being assigned to other theatres. They're substantially larger because they're ocean-going gunboats, as you can see, so they're substantially larger than some of the older gunboats that were used, which were very, very much riverine ships. These were technically supposed to be riverine, but also capable of actually getting to any river on the planet. In this particular case, as one of the later ships, she went out to initially support the White Russian forces in during the first stages of the Russian Revolution, but thereafter would be sent, as with many gunboats, to the China Station, where she would patrol the Yangtze River during a time when China was kind of in the process of disintegrating into various patchwork states of warlordism, and so had quite the active shooting career when it came to, should we say, pacifying certain elements of various Chinese warlords forces who decided that they wanted to pick a fight with the British and a number of other navies that were patrolling up and down to secure their own country's interests in the area. Once World War II broke out, being on a Chinese river was not a good thing for one's overall survival, so she was transferred out and then spent most of World War II operating in the Indian Ocean and then in the Mediterranean. She actually took part in the invasion of Sicily, and that was about as far west as she managed to make it. then having supported operations in the invasion of the Italian mainland, she was gradually deployed further and further east again until she ended up back in the Eastern Fleet, later the British Pacific Fleet, and ended up being the last of the Insect-class gunboats, being in Singapore, almost making it to 1950, when she was eventually then sold and broken up. Funk Engine asks, what can you tell us about smoke screens, generation and deployment thereof in the next 4 and a bit minutes? In a navy, the deployment of a smoke screen is useful in 2 main aspects. One defensive, one offensive. So in the offensive aspect, which was something that was pioneered quite a lot in the interwar period, especially by the US Navy, the idea was that you'd have some kind of forward deployed unit which would deploy a smoke screen to conceal the approach of other ships, destroyers or battleships or whatever, or even aircraft. And so the enemy, which at this point obviously is using optical only rangefinders and viewing instruments, would not see you coming, and then you burst through the smoke screen. Obviously the aircraft or destroyer or whatever that's dropped the smoke screen can, or its compatriots can, report back to you on what's on the other side. So you know what's happening, and you know when you're about to burst through the smoke screen, but your enemy doesn't, so you get them by surprise at point blank range. So that was the idea, at least. The other aspect, which is a lot more widespread, is the defensive use of smoke screens to conceal you as you withdraw or evade or move somewhere else. And that's much, much, much more common. Now, in naval terms, there are a few different ways to do it. So one of the most basic any ship can do, if you choke down the boilers, you're not going to burn all of your fuel and you're going to produce massive amounts of smoke. And once you've got oil-fired ships, you can just spray oil into the boiler exhaust. Anyone who's accidentally overfilled the oil in their car and then turned it on will know exactly what kind of effect that generates. So that means any ship has the capability to make smoke. And that was used quite a lot, especially in World War II, somewhat in World War I. The idea, obviously, is if your enemy can't see you, your enemy can't shoot at you. Obviously, with the advent of radar towards the middle and end part of World War II, then this becomes less effective as a method, but still effective to a certain degree, depending on how good the enemy's radar is. However, there is one slight problem with most of those ways of doing so, which is that, well, if it's coming out of your funnel is designed to jet smoke upwards, and so you can make smoke at long distance that's going to obscure you, but at medium distance or over a significant period of time, that smoke is going to clear fairly quickly and you'll be spotted. So chemically made smoke, which is the kind of smoke you'd quite often see in a number of land-based uses, especially on things like tanks, that was also deployed. So ships might have smoke canister generators, especially smaller ships that maybe didn't have the engines to be able to generate their own smoke anyway. Smaller escorts that might need that low-lying smoke screen to conceal the fleet. And also, say, carrier aircraft which were deploying smoke screens. Obviously, starting up high, you'd want that smoke to settle down in a curtain. And there are quite a number of videos on the US National Archives site which show some rather spectacular uses of smoke, some of which are appearing in the video here right now. But there's another one that's really cool, actually, of an entire battleship emerging at point-blank range from smoke. You'll actually tend to find this quite a bit, especially in the Mediterranean on both sides, people making smoke to fall back as engagements escalate, because the Mediterranean in particular in World War II is a very, very good case study of looking at what happens when naval forces clash in what's called an escalating engagement, as things gradually become more and more heated and more ships arrive. So both sides end up going, I have the advantage, the other side is making smoke, we must pursue them. Oh, they're letting us pursue them into much superior forces. We must now make smoke and withdraw because we will draw them onto our superior forces, and so on and so forth. Alexandru Blücher asks, I have the original manual from the Krupp 15cm SKL35 and 21cm SKL35 model 1887 pivot mounts, as adopted by the Romanian Navy for shipboard and coastal defence use. The coastal defence ones were never actually in place due to a pesky thing called the 1883 Treaty of London, which forbade the construction of fortifications anywhere on the lower Danube and the Black Sea coast, so they ended up being used on land in World War I instead. To my surprise, the armour-piercing shell is filled with brown cocoa prismatic powder, but doesn't have a fuse, just a filling plug. The manual further states that they're not sure either whether the detonation is due to the impact or friction, but it doesn't really matter as long as it actually works. Now, since high explosives, which absolutely require a fuse, showed up round about the same time and all projectile fillings switched to these, this might be somewhat of a moot point, but to your knowledge, was this peculiar fuseless setup ever adopted in another navy, or is it just a complete one-off? A number of shells around this time did have this no fuse element to them, because with the kind of powders that they were using, the idea was that the friction of deceleration would cause them to ignite and explode. One of the bigger problems that they had was when they tried fitting impact fuses, well, they'd initially tried fitting them to the nose of the shell and they just got smashed beyond recognition before they could activate, which is why later on base fuses were introduced. And the other problem they had was that if you use a small charge of powder, what tended to happen was the shell that would explode either immediately on impact or when it's partway through the armour, which would do some damage but not as much as they'd actually want. The shell that you referenced filled with the brown prismatic powder. The brown powder is designed to burn at a slightly slower rate, and so was also used in guns as propellant. And part of the idea of having this charge with the brown powder in it was that because it would burn slightly slower in a confined environment, it would take slightly longer for the pressure to build to a point where it would explode the shell. So if you fired the AP shell at a target, as opposed to a black powder charge, which would, as we just said, go boom pretty quickly, it was kind of a crude way of trying to introduce a certain amount of time delay on the hopes that in the fractionally longer time it would take the pressure to reach explosive levels, the shell would have travelled a little bit further and therefore might explode inside the ship or fortress or whatever it was you happened to be shooting at. But as you mentioned, shortly thereafter in this kind of period you end up with the introduction of so-called smokeless propellants and powders, which are these higher explosives, which, as you mentioned, definitely do need a fuse and are significantly more powerful. So what you're seeing with this particular manual is kind of the end state of a whole slew of very early armour-piercing shells, which relied on impact to set off the explosive payload. So, yeah, it was around, but it wasn't around for a tremendously long period of time. It effectively, as we've discussed in other videos, you've got the classic shell, then you've got the solid shot, then you've got the powder-filled shot without fuse, which is what this represents, and then it moves on to base-fused shells of all descriptions and the use of high explosives. So this represents a very, very narrow window in the mid-part of the late 1800s. Kylar Stern asks, in your Kantai Kessen video, you said it was thought that one needed about 2/3 of the strength of the enemy to beat him if on the defence. I understand why defending is an advantage in a ground battle, but how does defending something benefit in a naval battle? I imagine if you were to fight a Jutland-style battle, which the Japanese were expecting as far as I understand it, it shouldn't matter who attacks, should it? Theoretically, no, but it's built more into the logistical and qualitative estimations. The Japanese were fairly convinced that they could build ships and train crews to a higher quality than the US Navy, and so that was a factor in their equations. Sort of, well, we think our ships are X% better than the equivalent US ship, therefore, picking random numbers, 4 of our battleships should beat 5 of theirs. That was one of the kind of estimations that they would make. Also factored into it was, as I say, the logistics of ship availability, because anyone who was going to attack Japan, and let's face it, the only people the Japanese were really worried about attacking them were going to be America and the UK, had multiple commitments across the world. Japan, at the time, did have one or two overseas commitments, but they were all relatively close to it, so they didn't draw off portions of their fleet. So if, say, the US was going to attack Japan, the US Navy would not be coming at Japan with its entire fleet. The US would have to maintain some of its ships in the Atlantic, some of its ships in the Caribbean, some of its ships in various other places, and whilst the majority of the US Navy would be coming at them, it wouldn't be all of it, whereas all of the Japanese Navy would be available to defend. So that would even up the numbers somewhat, and that in part also explains why the Japanese were more concerned about the US than the British for a long period of time, because they knew that, especially with the treaty system in place, the British had a fleet of roughly equal size to the US, but they had a lot more commitments that they'd have to guard in addition to actually coming after Japan if they wanted to go to war. The US had relatively few compared to the UK. So that was part of it. It was kind of, well, if the US has a fleet of X size, if they can only afford to send 2/3 of their ships at us, let's say, because they need another third to guard their other commitments, then if our fleet is 2/3 the overall size of theirs, then we're actually equal, or depending on the logistics, remember some ships will be in reserve, some ships will be in refit, etc., etc. Maybe we have a slight numbers advantage. Then if our individual ships are qualitatively superior, we actually have an overall advantage, and this was one of the reasons why they went in so heavily for night fighting doctrine, because they were fairly convinced, rightly as it turned out, that the US wasn't thinking so much about that, at which point they were looking at this kind of ideal scenario of, well, we have roughly the same number of actual ships in this combat, and we're attacking at night, so we know what we're doing. The US doesn't know what we're doing, when we're better anyway, and therefore we will win. The thing was that if their fleet size was significantly smaller than that, then they didn't think the qualitative advantage could overcome the numerical advantage that the attacking fleet would have anyway. So that's kind of the thinking behind it, as opposed to... They weren't thinking about, let's say, using the Washington Treaty ratios. They weren't thinking that the Americans were going to show up with 15 battleships and the Japanese could beat them with 10. What they were imagining is that the Americans would have, say, to keep 2 or 3 battleships on the Atlantic coast, maybe 2 or 3 on the West Coast Caribbean area, something along those lines. So they'd only actually have maybe 9 or 10 committed to the Pacific, and then with refits, repairs and everything, maybe they'd come at them with 6, 7, 8 battleships, and then if the Japanese had 2 or 3 in reserve, or not in reserve, in refit or whatever, then they'd have 7 or 8 as well. So then now, despite the fact the Japanese only have a total of 10 battleships, the battle lines are both about 7 to 8 ships, which, as I said, with night fighting and what the Japanese believe to be their qualitative superiority, they should then win. Kevin Mack asks, I was wondering, in the Age of Sail, were gun decks built thicker for sleds on the trunnions so the cannons didn't wear out the wood and thus preventing a nasty case of life-ending headaches for the crews below, or were the cannons simply upgraded with trunnions for all 4 wheels, a method that was used up till the 1860s, and the wood thickness kept the same? The decks, well, at least the gun decks of Age of Sail ships, were made relatively thick anyway, because they had to support the weight of all the guns, so that's certainly a thing. But as far as sort of gun sleds or 2-wheeled gun carriages wearing out the deck and potentially weakening it to the point the guns fall through, not really so much of a concern, largely on the basis that when those kinds of gun mountings were around in general, the rate of fire of guns and the number of times the guns would be used in a ship's lifetime was relatively slow and relatively infrequent. So we're talking about sort of maybe the Spanish side of the Spanish Armada period. So the amount of wear and tear on the deck, obviously with the deck having been strengthened to support the gun in the first place, is not going to be in any way, shape or form particularly considerable. Even at the time of the Spanish Armada, the 4-wheel naval gun carriage is already in place in navies that are taking naval gunfire a little bit more seriously, such as the English Navy at the time. And that kind of continues. So by the time you get into line of battle tactics being used in a big way and rapid fire gunnery, at least as far as HSL rapid fire gunnery can be called rapid, with things like the First Anglo-Dutch War and such, by this point pretty much everyone is using the four-wheel naval gun carriage, so the wear and tear on the deck is not massive, certainly not massive enough to compel a sort of localized thickening of the gun decks on any particular area. And to be perfectly honest, if a ship lasts long enough that it's in action sufficiently that even with the four-wheel gun carriages it's wearing away its gun deck to the point where it's actually a structural concern, that's going to be happening all along the gun deck, at which point you just have to replace the entire gun deck anyway. So yeah, as a result, no particular specialised thickening of the gun deck immediately under the guns in general. William H. Burke III asks, how risky was the Doolittle Raid in terms of the US possibly losing 2 carriers to accomplish a more symbolic rather than materially effective attack? Was it worth the risk? Overall, it wasn't that risky, believe it or not, because the Japanese, if they wanted to counter-strike Enterprise and Hornet, you basically have 3 options. Either using the Kongo class, or the Kido Butai, the carriers, or a bunch of heavy cruisers, because those are pretty much the only things that are fast enough and long-ranged enough to come and get the carriers. Because obviously the carriers will, if they detect an incoming Japanese attack, hightail it the other way. Now, of those, the Kongo class and the majority of the carriers are in April, when this raid takes place, mid-April, they're just wrapping up the Indian Ocean raid, or Operation C. So they're on their way back to Japan, but they are nowhere in any way, shape or form in a position to perform an intercept of the Doolittle Raiders coming the other way on the other side of Japan, and obviously a considerable distance out. Heavy cruisers could potentially have sortied and tried to intercept them, but again, there's a certain amount of distance where those approaching ships might be detected, and even if the detection happens relatively soon, whilst the heavy cruisers could eventually overhaul the US task force, because they're a little bit quicker, it's only just, and during that time, that's one of the reasons Enterprise is there. Enterprise could have been launching airstrikes to damage the Japanese ships, because remember, they don't have to kill the Japanese ships, they just have to damage them or force them to withdraw, slow them down enough that the US group can either open further a lead or just maintain it. Plus, there was an escort, there were a few heavy cruisers and some destroyers and 1 light cruiser in the escort group, so if absolute worst comes to worst and a small number of Japanese heavy cruisers do get close enough, there is enough of a US escort to sort of fight a rearguard action to let the carriers get away. The only other forces that the Japanese have around, well, the destroyers, again, technically fast enough to get there and overhaul them, but range-wise, the closing speed would be such that if the US force just hightailed it out of there, I don't think the destroyers would have ever managed to overhaul them before they had to abort due to their own fuel concerns, or the US cruisers just peppered, and the Enterprise's air group just peppered them with enough ammunition to make them go away. Light cruisers, pretty much in the same boat as the heavy cruisers, except they're more vulnerable to air attack, and the US heavy cruisers counter-striking them. And the other battleships the Japanese did have on mainland Japan, things like the Fusos and the Iseis, are not fast enough to catch it, period. Nagato, Mutsu as well, even Yamato, if they pull the stops out and send that charging off, in its theoretically just about in service state, or serviceable I should say, then even with that, they're still going to be looking at problems because it physically can't overhaul the US fleet once they get up to speed going the other way. So yeah, there was actually surprisingly little risk of the Doolittle Raiders being hit. They didn't want to go any closer because obviously if they're going, once they were spotted, if they go closer and the Japanese ships are coming the other way, the closing speed is quite high, and therefore the time of spotting the Japanese ships coming in and then being able to turn around and leave is much reduced. But in the overall, yeah, they were actually at surprisingly little risk at that particular point. If they'd launched the attack a couple of weeks later, once the Congos and the Kido Butai were properly in Japanese harbours, they would have been at significantly more risk. But that's why timing is everything. The Legacy asks, it's known that the Germans infiltrated the St. Lawrence River, and although the Germans did damage whilst doing so, it's to my understanding they never made it to the Great Lakes, although there was a fictitious account of UX 791 that made it into the Great Lakes proper. Despite the difficult geography of the Great Lakes, would it have been possible for a particularly stubborn U-boat commander to reach Lake Ontario? And if their progress was blocked by a lock, could a particularly overconfident U-boat sneak into a lock and hide under a ship? In terms of the locks, no, I don't think so. The locks, well, bear in mind the St. Lawrence Seaway wasn't actually in existence during World War II. There were some locks and such, but the formal seaway, as we understand it now, was a product of the 50s and 60s. But anyway, if a U-boat had to sneak through a lock, any of the locks that existed at the time of World War II, they're not deep enough to have a ship and a U-boat hiding under that ship. So no, they're not going to manage that. Would it have been possible for a particularly stubborn U-boat commander to reach Lake Ontario? I mean, in theory? The thing is, there are some smaller U-boats which would make things much easier, but you're not going to get them across the Atlantic in the first place. But of the ones that could make it across the Atlantic, let's say Type 7, in theory, you could motor on, obviously in the estuary and the early stages of the St. Lawrence quite happily. But avoiding locks and such, I'm not sure if it's physically possible. I'm not that familiar with the St. Lawrence River as a whole. I don't know if there are particular shallows or such that would make it completely impossible. Please, Canadian and American viewers, feel free to enlighten me. But assuming that there aren't kind of just rapids and such, like areas between Lake Ontario and the sea where you just physically can't get a ship of any description up, it might otherwise be theoretically possible for a submarine to motor along until it reaches the shallow areas where underwater operation is a bit more dangerous, and then go to ground, literally, hope you don't get run over by a passing ship, and then surface and sail up at night, because U-boats have surprisingly shallow draft when they're on the surface, and then, as I say, theoretically sail up at night, hope you don't get spotted, which is a bit of a tall order, to be perfectly honest, especially considering that you've got to pass a number of major cities. But if you somehow managed to pull that off and then went underwater and stayed underwater hidden somewhere every day, you might in theory be able in stages to make it up to Lake Ontario, at which point you're in a freshwater lake. I'm not entirely sure of the operational paradigms of U-boats in freshwater. They will be slightly different to being at sea. But yeah, that would be my theoretical thought exercise, but the chances of actually successfully pulling that off, assuming that the river is in fact even capable of supporting that kind of activity, are pretty slim to none. And yeah, so that would be my conclusion. Snowstalker36 asks, what do you feel was the most important factor in carriers surpassing battleships as the primary striking power of the fleets? The range advantage, granted by using airplanes, seems the most obvious, but to me the ease of upgrading the weapon systems is the real advantage. I think, to be honest, it really does come down to range. In almost every other metric, the battleship is superior. The battleship is generally much better at absorbing incoming fire between its armour and its torpedo defensive systems. The battleship is much better able to defend itself. It's not tied to sailing in any one particular direction due to having to run air ops. It doesn't have this big open flight deck which invites itself as a target. It's not full of massive amounts of explosive relatively close to that deck. And it can carry more anti-aircraft weaponry than an average aircraft carrier can. And in a straight-up fight, ship to ship, obviously the battleship's going to win. So all of those things the battleship has the advantage in. The striking power of the carrier comes in mainly, as you said, the range. Now, you can also make a certain argument for concentration of firepower, in as much as when you're talking about Yorktown, Shikaku, Essex, etc. class, if you send up a full strike package of several dozen torpedo bombers and dive bombers, the amount of firepower sort of coming in on a target at a bit specific time is probably greater than the amount of firepower that a battleship could put out on that target at a particular given time. But at the same time, if you get several big drops of torpedoes and the target evades it, that's it. There's a very long cycle time before you can strike again with a carrier, whereas if you evade 3 or 4 salvos from a battleship, well, the battleship's just going to keep on firing. It is really the range, the fact that the battleship can exert sea control in a radius of not even 24 miles around it, because that's how far its guns can reach. A carrier can exert control and strike targets at several hundred miles around it, because that's how far its strike power can reach. And that obviously also makes it harder to find. So it's really the range that the carrier brings to the equation that makes it the single biggest and nastiest piece of work when it comes to naval strike forces. The ability to upgrade the weapon system to a certain extent is an advantage on carriers, because obviously you can, if you design a newer, better aircraft, simply put that aircraft on the carrier, but there is a limit to that. Depending on the size of carrier you've built and what time period you're looking at, aircraft can outgrow the carriers pretty quickly. So when you look at, say, one of the best examples of that is the British armoured carriers. They were built with relatively low hangars, in part to facilitate the weight of the armour, which could accommodate the aircraft that they were built in mind of perfectly fine. But come post-war, when you had jets and stuff, the flight deck of the British armoured carrier was actually far better able to support incoming jets of heavy weight than the relatively mostly wooden with a steel underplate of an Essex class. But because of that weight, the British carriers were slightly shorter, which didn't help with takeoff and landing distances, but more particularly, the jets generally couldn't fit in the hangars because the hangars were too short. The Essex class, they could, because the hangars were taller. Once you get into the jet era, though, however, the Essex class very quickly run up against heavier jet aircraft that they physically can't take aboard, because of the weight considerations, not necessarily because of the hangar size considerations. And this kind of goes on as you look at various carrier designs. The US supercarriers, they kind of give a slightly misleading impression because they're just so big, and especially in the beginning when they're looking at things like the Vigilante nuclear strike bomber, they're designed to take aircraft that are so large that even the gradual escalation of fighter and fighter bomber sizes doesn't affect them too much in terms of their ability to operate, because if you can take a Greyhound or an E2, etc., or indeed, let's say early on, a Vigilante, whether it's an FA-18 or an F-35 doesn't make much odds in terms of weight, etc. So that's kind of a little bit of an artificial variation to the general rule when it comes to carrier development and operation across the board. But going back to the period that we generally tend to cover most, up to 1950, carriers are becoming obsolete at roughly the same rate as battleships, all things being considered, because the aircraft can be swapped and upgraded to a certain extent, but when you look at aircraft like Hermes, Hosho, Langley, Argus, even to a certain extent Furious, Glorious and Courageous, all of their lifespans and their useful operational capacity are being quite limited even by the start of World War II, because aircraft performance and size has outgrown them. Whereas you've got something like Warspite, which is 10 years older and is still a useful combatant all the way through. Despite all the battering it was given, it's still a useful combatant, even arguably up to the end of the Second World War in certain roles. It's more when you get past the period that we cover that carriers' upgradability of weapon systems takes on a lot more of an edge, because in the period that we cover, a bomb is a bomb is a bomb. If you're building an aircraft that's taking a substantially heavier bomb, then unless you had a very, very big aircraft carrier to start with, like, say, the Lexingtons, you're going to start having issues. I mean, this is why when you look at something like Rougeot, at the time it's constructed, it can take anything. By the time it's in World War II, there's limitations to what it can operate, and so on and so forth. Whereas once you get past this era into the era of guided weapon systems, then as various weapons guidance systems, ranges, fuel, etc. improve, you can swap those out very easily. But that's at that point the battleship is already completely out of fashion, so it's not really a fair comparison. Matt Blom asks, was the steel from warships that were scrapped in the Age of Steam typically recycled into new warship components, or was it more valuable for the scrappers to sell for use in other applications? It really depends on the precise era in the Age of Steam that you're looking at, because for a surprising amount of it, by the time a ship was broken up, the materials it was made of are no longer really particularly useful directly for new warships. So if you look at the early ironclads, they're literally made of iron, but by the time most of them are actually being scrapped, sort of starting in the late 1800s going into the early 1900s for the majority of them, iron is no longer being used as a component in ship design and construction, at least not a major one. So that iron is no longer particularly useful. Similarly with the early types of steel armour, compound armour, etc., it's not particularly useful. There's consistent improvements in the quality of steel. So when you are considering things like calculations for armour penetration, you have to consider sort of even what decade is this steel material being produced in. Because you have basic structural steels in World War I for ships, but then you get into World War II and you're looking at Ducol steels, STS, etc., that kind of stuff. So even ships that are scrapped at the end of World War I, if they've been built in the 1900s and early 1910s, the chances are the steel technology that's being used in new ships, and there aren't too many new ships being built and actually completed in the early 20s. By the time you get to the late 20s, there's a few more, but the steel technology has probably advanced still further. So as a material, most of the time it's not that useful. In certain aspects, armour could be a useful armour plate if the either if it's being used in a secondary purpose or the technology hasn't advanced too much in the country in question. But generally, unless there's a very specific reason, like say with HMS Sheffield, to recycle materials, most of the bulk steel or iron that was used to make up warships would just go off to the scrappers. In the very early part of the Age of Steam, sometimes good quality ship iron would be recycled back into armour. A lot of armour would be made up of all sorts of, like, some newly forged iron, but also because of the issues with being able to guarantee quality, they quite often would like to take in steel, or in the iron I should say at that period, that they knew already was good. Stuff that had come off of a ship that had been in service, proved itself. Yes, we know this, the quality of design is good, right, well, we'll recycle a good chunk of that into our new armour plate because we know the chemical makeup of this is pretty decent. But yeah, by the time you get to a period where steel quality, etc., is relatively stable and could be reused, you've seen either treaties limit the number of ships that can be built, so not much call for it at that point. And then once you get past World War II, as technology advances and changes, and things like the size of ships, whether or not they even have armour, are all changing, The components themselves are not particularly useful either, so steel will just go back into general scrapping and recycling, and some of it might come back, but not for any particular purpose or reason. Mountings and weapons and such, much more so, would be recycled. Vauquier asks, could you touch upon the conversion of USS Crane Ship No. 1? Obviously the most feared battleship on the seas. Were any other battleships converted to similarly mundane uses? So, Crane Ship No. 1 was formerly the pre-dreadnought battleship USS Kearsarge, and I like to think that its career as a crane ship was doing penance for being one of those pre-dreadnought ships of the US Navy that had the absolutely abominable double-stacked turrets. But nevertheless, Crane Ship No. 1, as it was eventually called, saw pretty good service both in the interwar period and then into World War II, helping to refit, rebuild and repair various ships because, well, a crane that size has a fairly high lifting capacity. And I mean, in theory, although it had lost all of its armour and everything, in theory, in a night action, it might be quite the terrifying opponent, because if you let it get close enough, it's probably one of the only ships in the world that can steal your guns and make off with them. Plus, given that it's the US, they would have fitted either some kind of gun or maybe a gigantic bayonet to the end of the crane. But nonetheless, this kind of use of pre-dreadnought battleships was, I wouldn't say necessarily common relative to the number of pre-dreadnought battleships that there were, but once pre-dreadnoughts started getting decommissioned in a big way, there were a lot of rather interesting uses for them in unarmed roles during World War I and thereafter. So a number of pre-dreadnoughts in the Royal Navy, for example, during World War I, were decommissioned, their guns taken away and used in monitors, and then they were used as heavily armoured troop transports, for example. Others were used as icebreakers, particularly in the Baltic area and other very cold seas. Still others went on to be remote-controlled target ships, pioneering at that particular use until eventually that was taken over by other dreadnoughts that had been decommissioned and were used for the same purposes. Of course, you had the more traditional uses as barrack ships, store ships, and hulks, etc. And later on, when you were talking about decommissioned dreadnought battleships, you had a few that were used for various purposes. I mean, Utah was used as a training ship with lots of anti-aircraft gunnery training taking place aboard her until she was sunk at Pearl Harbor. And HMS Centurion, which was obviously an old World War I era battleship, did a fairly decent job standing in for a King George V class, at least from the air. The Royal Navy had a small flotilla of completely fake but fairly convincing looking ships, and, well, with Centurion being an actual battleship hull, it made for a much more convincing King George V duplicate than perhaps some other ships would have. Howard McCormick asks, did the quality of the torpedoes used at Midway have any bearing on the lack of hits from the Douglas Devastators? More than likely, the Mark 13 torpedo was of the family of the Mark 14 torpedo, and therefore it should come as no surprise that it had a long list of issues. In fact, in some ways, the Mark 13 had even more issues than the Mark 14 because there are also issues with its method of manufacture and the fact that it didn't actually handle being dropped from the air in the manner that everyone thought it should be dropped quite as well as they thought it would handle it. So, yeah. I mean, with Midway, so many Devastators were shot down before they could actually drop their torpedoes that it probably wouldn't have made too much of a difference. But given the performance of the Mark 13 at the Battle of Coral Sea, when numerous torpedoes were observed to run and straight through hit the ships that they were targeted at and not explode, then I would suspect that of the torpedoes that were actually able to be launched, probably some of them didn't achieve anything because of the faults in the torpedo design. It's just that, as I said, the butchery of the Devastator squadrons at Midway was such that, unlike at Coral Sea, people weren't exactly hanging around able to check what was happening with all the torpedo runs. But given that there had been no significant or particular improvements in the Mark 13 torpedo between Coral Sea and Midway, there statistically almost certainly is going to have been at least one or two torpedoes that could have done something more than what they historically did if they'd actually functioned properly. Salamin Shikia 93 asks, what is the average bunker fuel density used when designing the fuel bunkers dash capacity of a warship? Since it's usually stated a ship can carry certain tons of fuel, but space is limited, what I want to know is the rough figure that can be used to determine the mass of fuel of a ship of a certain size that a ship of a certain size can carry for a certain bunker size or volume. Is there a general rule of thumb for this? So it depends on the ship and it depends on the nation in question. For example, during World War II, the Germans used oil that had a relatively low density, so it was relatively light for a given cubic meter, about 0.8, I think 0.82 to 0.85, as compared to water, which is 1. More typically, fuel oil would be slightly higher than that, sort of in the high 0.8s, around about 0.89, 0.9 tons per cubic meter. Now, there are heavier bunker fuels that aren't quite as good for running, and they can run all the way up to round about the density of water, which is obviously 1. But generally speaking, you're probably looking at the high 0.8s to the very, very, very low 0.9s for the average fuel oil used in warships of the period. So you can then work out from that, multiply by the cubic meterage of your bunkers, and that'll give you the total weight of the fuel oil that you can carry. And then by a mixture of experience and in some cases trial with the various boilers, you should know roughly, or be able to estimate for a new ship roughly, how many tons of fuel you're going to consume at given speeds and in certain conditions. And you can tabulate that, and then obviously that will be revised by operational experience as well. And then from that you can derive, well, if we've got so many tons of fuel aboard because we have so many cubic meters of storage, and we consume X number of tons per hour travelling at 15 knots, then it's fairly easy to derive how far you can travel at that speed, because you can just work out, well, how long till our bunkers are exhausted. As far as how much fuel a ship of a certain size can carry, it depends entirely on what you want that ship to do. You can make a gigantic ship with tiny fuel bunkers if you don't have to go very far, and that allows you to allocate more space for other things. Alternatively, if you're someone like the US Navy who has to go across the Pacific, you allocate a lot more fuel space and a lot more space within your ship for fuel bunkers, because you need to go a long distance. So there isn't a particular rule of thumb across the world for we need X amount of fuel bunkerage per size of ship, because it's going to depend entirely on what those ships' mission profiles are. But generally speaking, American ships in the first half of the century would carry slightly more fuel than average because of their long distance travel. British ships would carry, again, slightly more fuel than average, not as much as the Americans though, because they knew they could rely on multiple bases rather than having to go long distances on their own. And then you trend down through various navies until you get down to something like the Italian Navy, who really didn't worry too much about massive bunkers because they were just operating in the Mediterranean for the most part. Sebastian Danese asks, why is the Tirpitz and the graves of the 300 plus sailors who died there not a protected war grave? I went there during my trip through Europe and was shocked to see divers blatantly looting souvenirs from what's left of the salvage, including personal items and human remains. Why does either government let this happen? I think there's a number of things going on. For one thing, believe it or not, the treatment of wrecked ships, especially obviously warships, as war graves or similar, is actually a relatively recent phenomena. It wasn't something that sort of like, I don't know, 5-10 years after the war, everyone was like, no, this is a war grave, we must completely respect it. There were various expeditions to look at and salvage bits and pieces of sunken ships all the time. And I mean, even though the wreck of Arizona is now one of the most respected and well-guarded war graves on the planet as far as sunken ships go. During the Second World War, they were quite happily stripping the top side of the wreck of anything that they thought could be of any particular use in the war effort, whether that be 5-inch guns or some of the 14-inch guns, etc. So it is a bit of a cultural shift to view these ships as war graves, and with Tirpitz, because it was visibly there, and something of a hazard to navigation, and also much more direct environmental hazard, because obviously wave action on the surface would break it up a lot faster, it was deemed to be more of a hazard than anything else, and as you can see in the picture, they started breaking it up within a couple of decades of the end of the war. So it's never really had that same cultural transformation from battleship to war grave. It's gone from battleship to irritating wreck hazard, and thus in kind of the familiarity breeds contempt kind of way, it's never really then transitioned over, at least governmentally, into war grave, even though there are a lot of other German ships in the waters of Norway, like the destroyers that were sunk at Narvik, Blücher, a number of U-boats, etc., and they are all generally treated as war graves, even though I believe one of the U-boats is full of sort of several dozen tons of mercury, so at some point someone needs to do something about that. But regardless, the other thing is that, much as I hate to say it, the designation of war grave, you shouldn't go and loot it effectively, generally speaking, is very much a paper exercise when it comes to warships. When you look at the fates of the various ships that were sunk in the Western Pacific, like Perth, Java, Prince of Wales, Repulse, etc., Exeter as well, they have all been designated war graves for a long time. It's not stopped anyone going and looting them almost down to the keel in some cases, because it relies on everyone accepting and respecting that designation. There isn't really much in the way of enforcement that can be done. In international waters, in theory, the nation whose ship it was could do something about it, but that would require them to have a ship in the vicinity, and unfortunately navies these days tend to have other things to do rather than putting one of a very few warships sitting above a sunken ship on the off chance that someone might come along and try and loot it. And that's further complicated by the fact that a lot of these warships have sunk in waters that are now the territorial waters of independent nations. So even if Royal Navy, Dutch Navy, Australian Navy, US Navy, etc. ship wanted to go and stop the looting, they couldn't legally, because they would be then trespassing in and enacting measures of force in somebody else's territorial waters. So you'd have to, in most of those cases, persuade the Indonesian government to do the enforcement, and, well, good luck with that. And so similarly with something like Tirpitz, it's relatively easily accessible, and to enforce its status, if it was going to be designated properly as a war grave, would require the Norwegian government, or the Norwegian police, to have a set of rules codifying what you could and couldn't do with it, and then actually station people there, again, consistently to keep an eye on it to make sure that no one did, which, again, I doubt that they're probably going to do on any kind of long-term basis. So, unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of ships whose designation should be or is a war grave, their only real protection is the difficulty of accessing them. So something like USS Johnston, given that it's almost certainly at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, is probably never going to be disturbed by looters, whereas ships in shallower waters probably at some point or other will be. Even ships in the North Sea from World War I and World War II, even some of the Jutland wrecks show some signs of looting, and you'd think that looting a wreck like that in the middle of the North Sea when you've got interested parties basically bordering it on all sides, and it's not that far from those parties and the weather's not particularly pleasant, would be a fairly difficult job, but some people appear to have managed it. So, yeah, unfortunately, as with so many things, people are the problem. Although it must be said, for Tirpitz specifically, from what I understand, when the Norwegians broke up most of the ship in the 50s and 60s, I believe when they did find remains, they did then take them off the ship to bury them in various war graves in the area. But obviously there are still some people trapped in there, in areas of the ship that weren't dismantled. Memori asks, I'm wondering, how does the whole Japanese destroyer flotilla operate together, and how did the wartime reality actually work? I've read that entire flotillas rarely sorted together due to a shortage of ships that needed to cover a lot of tasks and the decisive battle not arising. Instead, smaller destroyer squadrons more often became the cohesive unit going around. Such as in Empress Augusta Bay or Kolombangara, Sendai and Jintsu were both mostly leading destroyers from other destroyer squadrons instead of their own. Also, it seems different destroyer squadrons were expected to do quite different jobs and were assigned different ships as a result. Did this actually affect their roles in practice? Well, as they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and the Japanese destroyer flotillas were one of the victims of that, one of the bigger victims, actually, because as you indicated in your question, the Japanese fleet was designed around a decisive battle, so the destroyer flotillas were designed to be of a size and number that would serve them best in a theoretical large-scale fixed battle, not a sort of a war where you needed destroyers here, there, and everywhere in lots of little almost penny packet style operations, and that would result in you having to split up the destroyer flotillas. Once that occurred, then obviously in some operations you might take losses, in some operations the losses might be heavier than others. Ships might come back in need of repair or refit, or just physically be allocated to different locations. So when it came to put together another destroyer squadron, it would be a case of, well, you can't even do that with subdivision of the original flotilla. It's just, well, what ships do we have in the area? Is their performance vaguely similar-ish enough that we're not going to badly impede, say, a really fast set of destroyers by saddling them with 2 or 3 that are much slower, and then just sending those out. And sometimes it would just simply come down to, well, we'd like a screen of 6 destroyers, we have 3, so you're getting 3. That basically is the summary of what happened to the Japanese destroyer flotillas. They found themselves in a war whose conduct was not anything close to what the flotilla structure had been designed for, and so the flotilla structure was kind of disintegrated pretty quickly. You can kind of see this in a lot of other navies as well, although they didn't suffer from it to quite the same extent because they weren't quite as rigidly adherent to a specific doctrine that required very large flotillas individually. But when you look at some of the early war battles that the US Navy takes part in, once they've kind of collected themselves from Pearl Harbor, you'll see that a lot of the formations, like this entire formation in this task group, is made up mostly of Sims-class destroyers. This one is made up of Mahan-class destroyers, or Mahan, depending on which pronunciation you want to use, etc., etc. And then, of course, much later in the war, almost everything's made up of Fletchers. But as the war goes on and ships are lost, by 1943 going into 1944, you start to see flotillas that are a lot more mixed. So you'll see some Fletchers, some Sims, some Summers, Mahans, etc., all kind of randomly mixed together. And then you have things like Taffy 3, where you've got a mixture of destroyers and destroyer escorts, and so on and so forth. And the same with the Royal Navy. I mean, in the Kriegsmarine, you don't get it quite as much, largely because the Kriegsmarine destroyer numbers got beaten down so badly that early in the war that any significant deployment of destroyers was probably homogenous or near enough, because there just weren't that many options. But when you look at the early war operations of the Royal Navy, you'll see sort of tribal flotillas operating together. What for the Royal Navy was the first, but what for the Norwegian campaign generally was the second Battle of Narvik. You'll see all the H-class going in together. Well, not all the H-class, but the flotilla is made up entirely of H-class. And thanks to the Royal Navy's habit of naming each flotilla with the name starting with the same letter, you can see this pattern quite commonly all over the place. Ships all with the same letter, first letter, all operating together. But as wartime losses progress and new destroyers are just coming down the line in various classes, you start to see a mix of things coming together. So by the time you get to the high point of the Mediterranean War, you see maybe one or two tribals with a few L or M class and some Ks wandering around, and Ks and Js operating together, and so on and so forth. So everything kind of gradually breaks down as wartime losses and demands just drag everybody's destroyer flotillas here, there, and everywhere. It's much less apparent in World War One, but then World War One, to be honest, didn't have quite the same number of very sort of scrappy actions all over the place as compared to World War Two. There were, of course, losses, and there were, of course, quite a lot of different naval engagements in World War One, but the scenarios where you would see large numbers of destroyers deployed and therefore potentially losses incurred tended to be more in line with the larger scale fleet engagements or fleet skirmishes, and so the coherence of squadrons was generally held a little bit better. BFW asks, I've seen the ship under the floor at Chatham, and I know about the Resolute desk, but what are the other common or interesting uses for the materials of decommissioned old wooden warships and or ironclads? It depends greatly on the era you're talking about, but when we talk about wooden warships, if the ship wasn't being broken up because it had gone completely rotten, if there was still some decent timber to be had from it, very often those timbers would end up being sold or potentially acquired by various people for structural uses, because it's a big timber, they're fairly rare and fairly expensive. It's a fair job to season and trim them, so if you've got one that's pre-trimmed, pre-seasoned, etc., at that point, especially in that era, that was a valuable enough saving that you'd actually potentially even adapt your building that you were either trying to refit or construct to accommodate the timber rather than the other way around, although trimming the timbers did happen as well. So if you go around the UK, you'll find quite a few old buildings, both private houses and places like pubs and such, where one or more of their major structural timbers or roof timbers or even the ceiling, etc., will be made from timbers from a ship that was nearby and being broken up at the time. Because they work. They're often some of the few pieces of timber in those buildings that haven't really warped or changed all that much over the years. So that's the main use. Occasionally, if the ship was particularly notable, some parts of it would be used for commemorative wear, commemorative plates, commemorative plaques, etc. But obviously, being wood, they don't tend to last quite as long. Once you get into iron and steel ships, though, obviously those materials are a little bit harder wearing, so they will tend to last a little bit longer. There's obviously bits of the deck people like to keep as souvenirs, especially these days, or acquire as souvenirs from various places. When it comes to iron and steel ships, most iron ships, and again, unless they were particularly notable, because the iron is more of an industrial material, it tended to just get fed back into the scrap metal industry, generally speaking. But when you get into steel warships, a surprising number of steel warships' armour plates were retained and fetched up in various places like rifle and gun ranges. I know there's quite a lot of rifle ranges in the States and various other gun ranges that use old armour plate from ships that have been decommissioned, and there's a few in the UK, and I'm sure there's a bunch elsewhere that do that as well. The brass from the ships when it was being recycled, whether that be the brass from their cartridges in some cases or the brass fittings, etc., when the ship was being broken up, would also be recycled and usually turned into things. So for those of you who watch the live streams, you sometimes see the 3 brass turrets that sit around sometimes in the background. So one of those is made of the brass from Helgoland, one of is made from the brass from HMS Rodney, the other one is made from the brass of a 15-inch armed ship. I'm not entirely sure which, but I'm still looking into that. The other thing, although it's not obviously done so much these days, but in the past, when ships that were built with pre-World War II steel were broken up, quite often that steel, because it was not infected, is the right? No, that's not the right word. Not affected by the background radiation that's increased in the atmosphere as a result of the atomic bombings, so pre-atomic steel, very good for use in medical instruments, Geiger counters and such. So a lot of steel from ships that were of that era got salvaged and reused for those things. And when occasionally a ship goes in for scrapping, even today, if it is a pre-1945 ship, then the steel will command a fair price in certain areas. Now, in the very, very modern day, they have invented, I believe, certain methods of producing low background steel without having to scrap and reuse old ships, but it is still a relatively expensive process, so if you can get the stuff pre-made, there's still a certain advantage to that. Sam of Dahl asks, I've always been fascinated by the small cannon slooper, I think, cannon sloops used by Sweden's army fleet in the late 18th century and up until the end of the 19th century. Have these kinds of purpose-built vessels, as opposed to ship's boats pushed into similar roles, been used in any other areas of the world, or are they limited to the Baltic Sea and the vast archipelagos of the Baltic coastlines? They are small open boats with 10 to 15 pairs of oars, commonly manned by 50 to 70 men, with a gaff rig, commonly armed with 2 heavy guns and a few swivel guns, displacing 40 to 50 tons, and organised into large flotillas. This kind of small vessel with a few heavy guns aboard does show up in various places. I mean, in certain ways, and you can probably see from the diagram, there's a certain relationship to small galleys in the Mediterranean. Elsewhere, probably of the period late 18th, early 19th century, the role elsewhere is probably taken up mostly by things like brigs in various forms, which in some cases could be rowed, but generally were more reliant on sail power than it looks like these ships would be. But then again, that's because whilst they're expected to do coastal work, they're expected to do more standard coastal work, whereas, as you mentioned, the Baltic archipelagos are quite a unique operating environment compared to a lot of other places. Slightly before this period, sort of before the 18th century, certainly in the sort of Tudor and Stuart times, so what's the 1600s, early 1700s, you might be looking at something like a small pinnace, being the kind of ship that would have an equivalent role here. So yeah, not quite ships, boats pressed into service. There were also some very literal kind of largish rowed vessels, maybe with some rigging and a big gun or two, that were quite prevalent on the American coastline and also on the Great Lakes in the early part of the Lakes campaign in the War of 1812. And then, of course, you have gunboats and such like later down the line, getting in when you get well into the 19th century. So this kind of very small-manned, relatively lightly armed vessel does have broad equivalents in other navies across the world, but this particular combination of what is essentially a small galley with a rig and some heavy guns I don't think it has a direct equivalent in the 18th and 19th century, unless the Ottomans were doing something slightly odd, which, to be fair, I wouldn't necessarily put past them at that point, because that's probably one of sort of the Adriatic seas and that kind of place, and the Aegean is probably one of the few places that would be broadly comparable and therefore require a broadly similar kind of ship to be set up. And in terms of, as you mentioned further on in your question, using them as flanking protection for larger ships fighting inside an archipelago, I think that kind of role is probably very specific to these kinds of ships, because elsewhere larger ships either wouldn't fight in such confined waters if they could avoid it, or if they had to, it would be such a rare circumstance that they'd probably detail, as I said, brigs or sloops, or maybe even small frigates and maybe armed ships' boats to act as any necessary guards. Mr. V asks, I was reading about the Narwhal and the Nautilus and how they were used for covert ops missions. I was wondering how important these were, and second, if any other nation tried something similar. So yeah, these submarines were part of the US's V-boat flotilla of, well, they're called V-boats, ostensibly all a class. They're so radically different. They're really just a collective term for the experimental submarines we built in the interwar period, but some of them were particularly large, and yes, the US did use them for covert ops. Those covert ops missions proved fairly useful, and they in some ways paved the way for later operations by more regular submarines, with things like pilot recovery and insertion of watchers and such in the various island chains, because they proved that you could do such things relatively safely with submarines. In terms of other nations trying something similar, there were some attempts at covert insertion by submarine. The Germans, for example, famously tried to covertly insert various secret agents into the United States via submarine, but apart from that, whilst there were some efforts in that regard, largely it was less common, because what you were doing in the Pacific, just because of the sheer size of the Pacific, meant that the odds of there being a particular patrol craft or even a particular foot patrol being noticed generally were fairly low, especially in the early to mid parts of the war, when Japanese troops held a fairly large chunk of territory. So these kinds of covert insertions, especially obviously on small islands where you're surrounded by the sea, so you have lots of options, are slightly easier than if you're trying to insert somebody or extract somebody off of, say, the European coast, which is going to have far more limited options and far higher density of population and occupation, and thus much more chance of being spotted. Although, as I said, it was done, although, as with the German efforts in America, it was more to do with secret agents and working with local resistance forces, and less those kind of what you might today call commando missions, which Narwhal and Nautilus were used perhaps a little bit more for. There were also submarines used to work out invasion approaches on beaches on preparation for amphibious landings, and of course disinformation campaigns like Operation Mincemeat, which were launched from submarines and so forth. So yeah, there was broadly somewhere under the broad spectrum of covert ops. Various nations did try certain things, but they were more configured towards the Secret Service, secret agent, disinformation style missions, more so than the slightly more proactive US missions because of the operational theatre restrictions. Corvus asks, I've noticed the number of funnels a warship has tends to decrease as the years go by. Examples, take the two USS St. Louis C-20, commissioned 1906, 1200 indicated horsepower with 12 boilers and 2 screws, has 4 funnels, whilst CL-49, commissioned in 1939 with 100,000 shaft horsepower with 8 boilers and 4 screws, has 2 funnels. Where were there advances in sheet metal bending, blower power, or is it simply the number of boilers? It's mostly improvements in boiler technology. I won't rehash the entire video on naval boilers here, but effectively the by the time you get to the World War II period, sort of 1930s, 1940s, the amount of additional power that you could get out of a boiler of a given volume has gone up massively. There's been various questions about it, like sort of with say, a Megami power plant, given its relative floor space and power output compared to Hood's power plant with its floor space and power output and such like. But basically, yeah, it's down to several critical advances in boiler technology, both improving the overall efficiency and also allowing, in the USS case especially, but also more generally, the use of higher pressures. And that meant you could get away with using fewer boilers to generate exceptionally more power, and because you have fewer boilers, and quite often those boilers would even be slightly smaller than the average boiler that was used 10, 20 years before, you had your boilers all concentrated in a much smaller space, and therefore the exhaust, i.e. the funnel, didn't have to be too numerous, because you could trunk everything into one or two funnels quite happily. And the location of the funnels, generally speaking, also gives you an idea of roughly how large that boiler plant is. So you look at this is the Russian cruiser Ashgolt, I think that's how it's pronounced, with its wonderful 5 funnels, and you can see that probably half the length of the ship or more is boiler space, whereas even in a ship 20 years down the line that was significantly faster than this vessel and heavier and therefore should need more power, the actual length of the machinery space in terms of the boilers was significantly less because of those advances in boiler tech. Dennis Kocher asks, what do you think happened to U-530 during the months of March to July 1945? U-530 is one of 2 Nazi submarines that have generated quite a lot of conspiracy theories over the years, because they both mysteriously showed up months after the German surrender in Argentina, of all places, and with some very odd circumstances surrounding them, quite apart from that. For example, the crew not carrying any forms of identification, the logbooks being completely missing, and the deck gun also being completely missing. None of which you would expect for an at-sea German submarine that maybe had gotten the surrender order and decided to skedaddle randomly to Argentina. None of those things should have been missing. So what exactly was it doing? There's obviously the standard conspiracy theories, it took Hitler to Argentina or whatever, but perhaps more realistically, the thing is a fair number of relatively high-ranking Nazis, including some of the really unpleasant ones, wound up in Argentina via various methods, and didn't seem short of a few Deutschmarks, to be perfectly honest. So what these subs were doing, I don't think we're ever going to particularly find out unless somebody comes across some really obscure classified archive record. But given that they're travelling specifically not as Kriegsmarine units, because they've lost all their IDs, they're getting rid of the logbook, so there's absolutely no record from on board of what's going on or where they've been, more critically. And the fact that they've jettisoned the deck gun, which indicates that they're not particularly intending to fight, but would save weight. That indicates to me, at least to my mind, that that sub has probably been configured to carry something, or possibly someone, or multiple things or persons, above and beyond its normal carry weight, and or above and beyond its normal operational radius. So, yeah, I think it probably was carrying something or someone to Argentina, whether that was some Nazi official who wanted to escape the Nuremberg trials, whether it was just technology and supplies, or money, gold, valuables, whatever. I don't think we're ever going to find out. But, yeah, it's the circumstances that it's surrendered in are just a little bit too out there to just be dismissed as, oh yes, well they just decided they were going to run away to Argentina because they thought the Russians would be nasty to them or something. it's a little bit beyond that. But as I say, I don't know exactly what they were moving, and I don't think we ever will. John Bibliophile asks, "Hello, Jack. I'm reading up on the golden age of the Dutch, and the book briefly mentioned one of the major boons to their commerce was the flute, but failed to go into any detail as to why the flute differed to ships before it. What exactly was so innovative about it?" So the flute benefited from 3 primary advantages. One, for the time period, it was one of the first standardized ship designs, so it made it slightly easier and cheaper to produce and used a lot of the more advanced technology of the period. Secondly, being designed by the Dutch, it was obviously capable of operating in very shallow waters, which meant it had a competitive advantage over a number of other nations' ships, because when it reached various ports, it could sail up and into pretty much any port on the planet, as opposed to a lot of deeper hulled vessels which might need to sail up too close to the port, stop, and then either have their cargo taken off by their own boats or by other boats in the vicinity, which would either slow them down or cost them more to get the goods to actually get to shore. And finally is the fact that pretty much all ships in that period leading up to the development of the flute were, relatively speaking, heavily armed, to the point that the difference between a warship, a pirate ship, a privateer, and a merchant ship was fairly thin. The main differences being the makeup of the crew, and perhaps on warships they would, or ships when being used for war, they might add a few extra guns and a few other security measures, but broadly the ships were largely similar. There were, of course, some dedicated warships, but if you were looking at a merchant vessel, you might see a merchant vessel of the period quite happily doing its normal trading one year, and then the next year, when that nation's has gone to war with another nation, you might see exactly the same ship sailing in a battle formation, going up against an enemy fleet. The flute, on the other hand, dispensed with most of that and was pretty much a pure cargo vessel. It had a very minimal armament, but nothing compared to contemporaries, and because it was designed that way, it could carry a vastly greater amount of cargo for a given displacement. So all of a sudden you had these relatively fast, because as well, not carrying guns and associated equipment and crew, you have fewer crew, less weight, more cargo space. So these things are faster, they can carry more cargo, they're slightly cheaper to operate and much cheaper to build, and they can go places that most other ships can't of their size, ocean-going ships, which means that all of a sudden the cost of transporting your goods via a Dutch cargo vessel drops dramatically compared to everybody else's, and this kind of helps usher in the Dutch trading golden age, because they simply outcompete everybody else. Jake Hart asks, "In the architecture of Dreadnoughts video, you mentioned that ram bows had a partial effect of cancelling the bow wave, but I would have guessed certain rams create a wave which interferes constructively with the bow wave, thus making the total wave larger. Are there any noted instances of this occurring, or was it simply too unlikely in practice?" So, in theory, this could happen, but I'm not aware of any particular noted instances of it actually happening, and the reason for that is that, as I explained there, and as I've explained when talking about bow waves and bulbous bows, etc., the idea is you effectively are creating a wave early, which then interferes with the wave created by the actual bow of the ship. The only ways to get constructive interference, at least with my knowledge of wave physics, would be for either the ship to be travelling so slowly that the wave created by the ram crests, troughs, and then crests again by the time it interacts with the bow, which would require either a stupidly long ram or the ship to be going extremely slowly. And if it's going so slowly, you're not going to notice. And I don't think anyone built a ram quite that long, at least in the era of steam and steel. The other circumstance potentially would be, and this is possibly more likely, with a relatively short ram bow of the kind that you might see in later pre-dreadnoughts and some early dreadnoughts. If the ship is travelling fast enough, then the ram bow created wave might still be cresting at the point that it starts to interact with the ship's hull bow wave, at which point you might get partial constructive interference. But again, the speed regimen required for that is relatively high, so I don't think you would have seen that in most ships of the period that had ram bows, because they weren't fast enough to get to that speed. That kind of interference might have had something to do with some of the barriers that some of the larger armoured cruisers faced in the mid-20s of knots and such like, but yeah, I think that would require further investigation, and that would probably be the only avenue where I think it would be relatively likely, because by the time ships got back up to those kinds of speeds again outside of the big armoured cruisers, you're talking about second generation super dreadnoughts and battle cruisers, most if not all of which didn't have any form of ram bow attached to them. And I'm going to mess this name up, so I apologise in advance, but Kierziek Stasiuk, I think, sorry, asks, do you know anything about the attempt to transfer the interned Corbeil-class battleship Paris or Paris, I guess, to the Free Polish Navy? What would be the effect of such a transaction? The ship was actually allocated to the Polish Navy in the end. Unfortunately, we were not given the wonderful sight of a bunch of Free Polish Navy sailors who had been given charge of a battleship going out to fight the Germans, because whilst it had been upgraded somewhat in the interwar period, Paris was still a Corbeil-class battleship, and, well, not exactly a frontline combatant by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, even the French had her down as not even combat capable at the start of the war. They actually had to restore her to service along with one of her sister ships. So she was very, very much on the way out. And there was no chance that anyone was going to take her out into actual combat. I mean, putting the old R's and sort of Malaya and such like on convoy escort duty was a use for second-line battleships because they could scare off things like the Scharnhorsts. Corbeil, unfortunately, or a Corbeil-class battleship like Paris, wouldn't really, I don't think, have even particularly intimidated a Scharnhorst. In fact, I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say they would have struggled against a Deutschland, but they certainly wouldn't have had the same kind of advantage over a Deutschland that you'd expect something with the moniker battleship to have. So, as a result of that and various other considerations, the Polish Navy used her as a barracks and accommodation ship. So yes, the Polish Navy did technically have a battleship. It was just used as a glorified hotel, which is strangely appropriate for French warships, I guess, especially of that particular era. And that was basically her life in the Polish Navy. Ignas Mikala Junas, I think, again. Could you talk about the tactics and logistics of Age of Sail piracy and raiding? If I am, let's say, Jeune Ecole, where do I go? How do I find my prey? Do I just hang around the trade lane and wait? How do I hide from enemy warships? Does one just coop up behind an island and wait for an unwitting trader to pass by? Where do I put the loot then? Do I sell it at a British port? Do I capture actual ships? Are ships more valuable than cargo anyway? Basically teach me to be a pirate. Well, if you're Jean de Clisson, that's a very specific type of piracy because you're talking pre-gunpowder English Channel. But the broad principles do apply across most of the age of piracy. It's just later on you have guns, basically. And this kind of actually ties into the question about the flute, in that most ships of the period, merchant ships, whether or not they are merchant ships, pirate ships, or small warships, is very much kind of an open question. So your ship, generally, unless it's got very distinguishing features and or you're dumb enough to fly your pirate flag all the time, can blend in most of the time to all other kinds of general traffic. And obviously pirates don't have any problems flying under false flags. So if you are a pirate in the Age of Sail in the general sense, you would identify a place where you think you can find a safe port. Now that might be on your own, in your own country's territory, with Jean de Clisson, for example. France, not the world's biggest fan of England, so they're probably not going to really look particularly hard for a pirate who's based in their territory and is harassing English shipping. But more generally, look for somewhere where you can find a safe port. This is why the Caribbean was so popular, for example, because there are lots of ports where no one particularly cared one way or another who you were, as long as you paid off the right people. Then, from your safe port, you identify where is shipping coming from and to, and who does it belong to. Because, again, you don't want to annoy the wrong people. You can, in theory, just rob and pillage everything on the high seas, but that means that everyone will come after you. Whereas if you're a little bit more targeted in your robbing and pillaging, then the people who also don't like the people that you're robbing and pillaging will probably look the other way and might even give you a few backhanded bits of help. Hiding from enemy warships is as much a matter of luck than judgment, because even in the Age of Sail, the amount of sea covered by warship patrols is very minimal. So as long as you stay away from the most important areas, kind of off some of the biggest ports, near some of the bigger naval areas, etc., you probably won't see a warship. And if you do, you kind of pass yourself off as just a random trade ship most of the time, and you'll be fine. So you don't kind of lie in ambush. You would look for the seasonal patterns, because this is the other thing. With a sail era shipping, there's going to be seasonal patterns to trade. So you'd think, right, well, where is trade that's likely to carry fairly valuable cargo? So maybe something like sugar. You then identify what trade lanes they're going to be on, what time they're going to be on, and you kind of inveigle yourself into those trade lanes. Try and pick out ships that you think are likely to be good targets. You might, from that, actually, if you've got people in various ports, we might receive messages like, oh, well, I just happen to know from a crewman who got slightly too drunk last night that such and such a ship loaded with this very valuable cargo is sailing in the next couple of days, and they're destined for this country or this port. So you can then work out roughly where they're going to be in a few days' time and hang around the area looking to intercept. Once you've taken the ship, again, it depends on what kind of cargo they've got on board. Some cargoes, especially if you're not specifically targeting certain ships, some cargoes might just be general ones, food, parts, planking, low grade stuff. So you might use that to sustain your own ship and maybe sell a bit of it off for a little bit of money, but not much else. You generally would let the ships themselves go, because if you take a ship, take its cargo, burn it and sink it, well, that's one less ship on the high seas. Whereas if you take a ship, take all of its cargo, and then let the ship go, well, it might come back and it might be full of more cargo next time, which you can pillage and rob again. So you're kind of farming the area. You have to farm your merchant ships carefully, make sure this season's crop is bountiful. Then the only other circumstance might be if you capture a ship that's actually bigger and nicer and tougher than yours, then you might go, okay, I will have this ship because now I have a better ship. This is good. When you come across particularly valuable cargoes, those cargoes you would either take aboard your own ship, or if it's such a massive cargo that you can't do that, you might sort of basically put a prize crew on the other ship, split the cargo, and then sail towards a given port. Because again, you can fairly well disguise yourself as a merchant vessel. So if you just happen to show up in a port that doesn't particularly care too much because you haven't been predating in that particular area, and you happen to have a very valuable cargo that everyone on board, everybody in the port would kind of like a piece of, and you're selling at a slightly discounted rate, then you'll quite happily make a lot of money selling all the cargo off, and that'll be great. Thank you very much. Fantastic. What do you mean that you look a little bit short-staffed? No, but this is just It's just her circumstance, scurvy and everything. Pay no attention to the knocking and yelling from below deck, because of course you would have the original crew at pistol point, because you don't want anyone to know that the ship is stolen until it's far too late. Then you might take that ship back out to sea with your own ship and then go, right, okay, well, since you were all very well behaved and you didn't give the game away, we let you live and go free. So that's general age of sail piracy for you. Two related questions from Specialist 290 and Reaver, so I'll kind of lump them into one here. Has there ever been anything like a comparative study done on the loss of HMS Hood and USS Arizona? And similarly, would the upgrades that potentially Hood could have received have made any difference as to her fate if she'd been hit in the same spot anyway? And as a side question, which other ships would have missed out if she had been refitted before the war? If she'd had her refit pre-war, I suspect the most likely one to lose out is probably Renown, possibly Queen Elizabeth or Valiant. And as I've said before, if I had to choose based on wartime activities, I'd probably have chosen Valiant, maybe. Or maybe Queen Elizabeth, one of the two. But to be honest, it probably would have been Renown that would have lost out her slot. As far as whether or not the refit would have saved her from her fate at the Battle of the Denmark Strait, as I said in the Hood refit video, it depends quite a lot. She'd be able to go faster, and with her different hull form, as a result of widening the bulges, etc., she would have had a different wave profile. So whether or not the wave profile would have... Well, the wave profile wouldn't have been the same. Whether it would have been different enough, don't know. But it certainly would have been going faster, so it wouldn't have been in the same location, precise location anyway, so the full shot would have been quite different. Also, if she had been refitted and had a full-on modernised gunnery positions in terms of her turrets being modernised, her rangefinders being updated, possibly even with radar, there's also a reasonable possibility that she might actually have been starting to score hits on Bismarck, which obviously then might have thrown off Bismarck's gunnery or impeded it in some way. So it would have changed things, definitely, as to whether or not that precise method of destruction would have remained. Then that's a little bit more of an open question, mainly dependent on how the hull form changes, how the wave changes, and how the ship's overall riding in the water changes. Some of the other alternate theories, probably the other one that's, in my mind at least, potentially the most likely thereafter, which is a kind of a long angled shot through the 7-inch belt down into the trough between the where you've got the sloped deck over the machinery spaces where the armor's slightly thinner, which has been advanced. And it's plausible if you accept that Hood maybe was closer than the range that I estimated at, but those are differences in analysis of various charts, I think. But anyway, if that type of shot had come in, then obviously with the 7-inch armour, at least under the most favoured idea, replaced with 12-inch armour, then yeah, that would have protected her from that loss, because even disregarding all the changes to the deck armour, it wouldn't have got through the 12-inch plate in the first place. So, yeah. Now, as far as comparative studies between Hood and Arizona are concerned, I'm not aware offhand of anyone having done a detailed comparative study into the loss of Hood and Arizona. I mean, the loss of Hood is still something of an argument going on. So any comparison would have had to have picked a specific theory of loss and gone with that. But yeah, I haven't seen any particularly detailed and drawn out comparisons between the loss of the two ships. Although with that said, I am hoping to work with someone who has a bit more information about the loss of Arizona at some point to talk about that in an extended video. So perhaps that could be one of my contributions to Naval Academia as and when we've done that. obviously then I can get together with both researchers who have helped me quite significantly in those documents, and maybe we can put together some kind of academic paper that compares the two. So who knows, maybe something for next year. Well, by the time you're listening to it, this year. James Trivet asks, the Royal Navy at various times procured ships built in British yards for a foreign navy that it really didn't want to have them, or to ensure that a third party didn't purchase the ship to bolster wartime production, or just to protect the yard if a foreign navy defaulted on payment. Did taking on any of these ships result in cancellation of other ships that the Royal Navy did want to purchase? And are there cases of this in other navies? Well, simply put, in that kind of era, most countries didn't have quite the massive naval infrastructure and shipbuilding industry that the UK did. So where ships were being built for foreign navies, they tended to be much smaller orders, or generally in smaller numbers. For example, like the US built the Rivadavias for Argentina, but that was basically the one class of foreign battleship that they were building at the time, whereas the not the Royal Navy, but the British yards could be building battleships and cruisers for half a dozen different navies at any one time. So the chances of any of these circumstances arising is much greater in British yards than elsewhere for this kind of period. But as far as taking on the ships resulting in a cancellation of other ships they did want to purchase, generally no, because, as you said, these ships were not necessarily ships that the Royal Navy particularly wanted themselves. So you've got things like Scorpion and Wyvern, the Laird Rams. Then you've got various small battleships, second-class battleships in the pre-dreadnought era, and cruisers that were taken over because of the South American arms race and its thereafter cessation. And so in those periods, they're used by the Royal Navy, but they don't occupy a slot that the Royal Navy would otherwise want to fill with one of the ship design that's more to its own keeping. So they wouldn't disrupt the Royal Navy systems of purchases. Where you potentially could make an argument for it would be at the beginning of World War I. It didn't make too much of a difference in the smaller ships. So there are a bunch of destroyers and cruisers that were bought up from ships being built for various other navies, and that didn't interfere with the UK's destroyer and cruiser building program. But I think you can probably make a certain argument that the acquisition of Erin, Agincourt, and Canada, amongst Eagle as well, I suppose, and etc., those probably put something of a break on the laying down of the original Agincourt, which would have been a 6th Queen Elizabeth class, and possibly even the suspension of work on the remaining R class, which eventually ended up with obviously the renowned battle cruisers later on, using some of the materials assembled for it. But that's probably the only one I could point to with any particular degree of confidence, and that's mainly because obviously it bumped up the Royal Navy's battleship numbers to a point where the government thought, oh yes, well, we now have enough, so we don't need to worry too much. Whereas if they hadn't done that, if they were short 3 or 4 dreadnought hulls compared to what they could have had, then they might very well have laid down Agincourt, Resistance, etc. to make up the numbers. As far as cases in other navies, we've kind of covered that earlier, but there is a kind of an inverse case, which is why you've had this picture of USS Mississippi floating around during this question, and that's the 2 Mississippi-class battleships. When they were sold to Greece, so they were American ships, but sold to Greece after they'd entered brief service with the US Navy, their sale funded the construction of USS Idaho, the 3rd New Mexico class. So that's kind of a reverse case where, by having warships they'd built for themselves and then selling them on to other navies, or another navy, the US was able to then pay for a ship that it wanted that it wouldn't otherwise have been able to get. Daniel Green asks, how did the US Navy quickly train officers and crew for the large number of new ships it was building during World War II? Especially more specialised roles such as mechanics, radar, sonar operators, aircrew, etc. It's a mixture of ways, partly the US had the money and the capacity to expand its training facilities to be able to just take on massive numbers of people, and the US wasn't exactly short of people. Also, the US had a system and practice of cycling people back home from active duty, so especially the case with aircrew, but also with some of the other roles. If you had people who were very, very good and had completed requisite tours of duty at sea, they would sometimes go ashore to train the next generation up and pass on their skills, which obviously it's much quicker to do that than it is to learn out of a textbook. If say a US pilot who's been at Coral Sea and Midway then is rotated off to a training position for several months, he's going to be able to tell the newbie pilots, right, we're going up against these Japanese aircraft, this is how you stay alive dealing with them. So rather than sort of, here is every single possible permutation and scenario of basic combat tactics, which they probably get drummed into their heads anyway, probably the most valuable part of it would be, right, and when you're out there and you're fighting a Zero, this is what you do to stay alive. Because that's why he's there. And so that kind of stuff helped as well. And finally, also, there was kind of what I call, I don't know exactly what the official term is, but what I call the cadre system, where ships would, if they had a certain number of crew that were due to be able to rotate back to the US or were being promoted to other roles and other positions, therefore moving to other ships, etc., you would replace them in an already active service ship with a bunch of green new crewmen, and that meant that the bulk of the crew, who would then be experienced, could train them up a lot faster on the job than a ship that's crewed entirely by newbies. And vice versa, a lot of the people who have been transferred off of ships like that would then perhaps be used to form the core of a new ship's crew that's just been launched. So again, they have the experience, and although there might be a slightly greater proportion of new people in those ships, that's what the shakedown cruise is for, but they have this core of competent, experienced officers and men to help them learn the ropes as quickly as possible. Chazx, I think, asks, were there any battles where fleets had to retreat because they ran out of ammunition and not from damage? Well, I'm not sure if it counts as a fleet action, as a one-on-one ship duel, but there was one Captain Tordenskjold of the Danish Navy who, back in the Age of Sail, ended up fighting, weirdly enough, an English crewed ship, but it was a ship that had been built in England and was heading under an English crew for delivery to Sweden, but it was still flying an English flag at the time. But because he knew it was going its way to Sweden, and Denmark was at war with Sweden, so they fought each other there. But anyway, Tordenskjold ships ran out of ammunition, and then, in the wonderful Age of Sail manner, he sent a message to the other side saying, it's been great fun fighting you for about half a day and everything, but unfortunately we can't continue because we're out of ammunition, so do you mind awfully if we borrow some of yours? And the English captain was like, I don't think so. At which point, again, in the wonderful Age of Sail fashion, they kind of went, oh, good fight, and kind of wandered off, each to their own, which was, it's a different era. So yeah, that's one example. There are a number of battles where information about running low on ammunition had a impact on decisions that were made. So, for example, at the Battle of Manila Bay, action was broken off for a while due to a miscommunication where the captain of the USS Olympia thought the ship was running out of ammunition. As it turned out, it actually wasn't, and action was recommenced once that was sorted out. Likewise, at the Battle of Dogger Bank, some of the decisions of the first scouter group were affected by reports that they were actually fairly low on ammunition. Again, they weren't quite. They were also running low on ammunition at the Battle of River Plate, and that information did affect some of the decisions that were made there as well. So there are a fair number of different encounters where running low made a difference, but no fleet encounters I can particularly think of where they actually flat out ran out of ammunition. Although, having said that, the English fleet during the battles with the Spanish Armada did have to restock and reprovision with ammunition several times and did run critically low, dash out on occasion. but it didn't force them to retreat because it was a sort of a general we're almost out situation rather than a we're completely out. Federico Bozzi asks, in the Age of Sail, I've read that English ships had a significant advantage in firefights because their gun carriages used pulley systems that enabled a much wider field of fire than their equivalents in the French and Spanish ships, so English ships could shoot more broadsides unanswered. Is that true? Well, allow me to introduce you to Sir Charles Douglas, Admiral, lover of a good meal and mechanical genius. So he contributed a number of rather interesting innovations to the Royal Navy, including, in the late 1700s, a block and tackle system that allowed, as Federico Bozzi mentions, for the Royal Navy's guns to be traversed significantly wider in their gun ports than previously. Now, obviously, after a while, the French and Spanish navies would catch up, but for a good while it did provide the Royal Navy with a certain degree of tactical advantage in as much as he mentions the English guns were able to traverse further. It does provide a certain advantage. Once you're in a full-on battle, and you tend to be broadside to broadside, it's not too much of an advantage because you can just maneuver your ship a little bit, but especially in chases, it does offer a significant advantage, because if you can traverse your guns through almost a 90-degree arc, then that means you can be pursuing an enemy ship, and as long as they're within kind of a 45-degree arc forward of you from perpendicular, you can still fire on them. Or if you're pursuing an enemy ship and they're a little bit further ahead, you only have to turn away from them very slightly in order to fire a whole chasing broadside, and then you can pull back into line and keep trying to overhaul them. So that does give you a lot of advantages there. It gives slightly more limited advantages if you're being chased, because again you can theoretically fire back a little bit better. But in a swirl of melee combat, kind of Nelson-style battles, it does actually provide a fair degree of advantage, because it means that if you are having to maneuver your ship to steer clear of collisions or whatever other maneuvers you're having to pull, you have a much broader range of action when it comes to engaging enemy ships, and especially in a slow-paced melee action where your people might only be sailing around at 3 or 4 knots, that might give you the advantage of, with a slight course correction, being able to deliver a full broadside to a ship you're approaching, reload, and then also then be able to deliver another broadside to that same ship as you pass or after you've passed by, when the equivalent ship will have had to have hoped that its guns were loaded at almost the exact moment that you sailed past them. It also means, again, in a very close line of battle engagement or in a melee, it makes it much quicker and easier for you to switch fire to another target. So if you're engaging a ship that's slightly ahead of you, for example, and then it surrenders, and you notice that maybe the ship behind you isn't dealing quite so well with its opposite number, it's much, much easier to just go, right, swivel the guns, turn the ship a point or two, and now we are engaging and helping, rather than having to swing the ship entirely or potentially out of line or into a collision situation. So yeah, it was an advantage that the English held, or British at that point held, for a significant time in one of the most crucial parts of the Napoleonic Wars. It was kind of one of the situations like with the carronade of, they had the advantage, other people caught up with it, but they held it as a unique advantage during a period when it mattered the most. Warren Jervey asks, you have commented many times on the US Navy's custom of putting anti-aircraft guns on any available space on its ships in World War II. However, I don't think you've ever discussed friendly fire casualties or ship damage caused by spent shells put up by these batteries to counter enemy aircraft. Could you share any statistics on such casualties and damage, as well as any tactics used by the US Navy to minimise this problem? Overall statistics for those casualties and damages somewhat hard to come by, in part because it wasn't, as far as I know, completely collected in a centralised location, and also in part it's very difficult to quantify a lot of the time. So, for example, we know in certain battles that there were a certain number of men killed and wounded by falling fragments and shrapnel from AA guns. That's one of the reasons why they're all wearing helmets generally, and why you don't have extraneous crew out on deck in the middle of a massive air attack engagement. Apart from the potential casualties from enemy aircraft, you've got your own shells and fragments raining down from above. One of the measures that was taken to try and mitigate this was that a lot of shells, especially later in the war, would have sort of, if you like, almost self-destructs. They were supposed to detonate after having travelled a certain distance, and the idea of that was, well, if you're spraying away with a 20mm or 40mm almost vertically trying to take out incoming dive bombers, left to its own devices, eventually that shell will tip over and come back down again, and that's going to be bad news for whatever it hits. So if you have it so that it hits roughly its AA ceiling, and when it would start to lose velocity and come down and then just explodes, well, there's still shrapnel coming down, but individual tiny pieces of shrapnel are going to be much less of a hazard if you've got a good helmet on or you're undercover than an intact falling 20mm or 40mm round it would be. You can sometimes see, as someone pointed out to me recently in an email, if you watch some of the really intense anti-aircraft footage from World War II, sometimes you'll see, especially when you get low-flying kamikazes and such, that fire will track them, and obviously your attention is focused on the aircraft, but sometimes you'll see, as the camera pans past, you'll see a ship in the middle distance or even close, and you'll see little flashes and sparks appearing along the hull, where basically gunfire has accidentally been tracked across a friendly ship, and that could cause casualties as well. I say one of the tactics was this delayed self-destruct on shells. Also, positioning was important. If you position your ships wrongly, there's going to be a lot of this kind of crossfire. If you position them right, you can get a maximum concentration field of fire without actually having your own ships in said line of fire. And there's also distance as well, because if you space, and this is one of the sort of the tyrannies of things, if you space your ships out more, the less they can do mutual support, but the less likely they are to shoot each other. But if they can't do mutual support, the more vulnerable they are. The closer in, the more concentrated the AA you can do, but also the more likely that the enemy is to be able to hit if they just randomly drop things like torpedoes and bombs into the formation, even if the aircraft are possibly slightly less likely to survive, but then you end up with potential friendly fire incidents as well. So I think if you look into specific battles, you can find some statistics for friendly fire, but then again, at the same time, if you lose people to this kind of thing, unless someone's doing a detailed forensic examination, if your ship has been attacked, do you know if this particular person was killed by a friendly 20mm round or machine gun round, fragments from a friendly AA round, or were they killed by shrapnel from a near-miss bomb? Were they killed by shrapnel pinging off the deck from a strafing run by an enemy aircraft? Were they killed by a strafing run from an enemy aircraft? It's going to be somewhat difficult to tell, especially because obviously the bombs and the torpedoes and such like are all going to be landing around about the time that everyone's firing at the aircraft. So undifferentiated shrapnel wound as cause of death, there's probably some that were attributed to friendly fire that may have been very unlucky splinters from enemy rounds. There's probably a fair number that were attributed to enemy action that were probably the result of friendlies. So yeah, there's a few statistics out there, but even then they're not necessarily going to be completely reliable. Hagikaze asks, thinking about it nowadays, destroyers like Obanon, Fletcher, Shigure and Yukikaze were certainly elites of their respective navies. While I know for a fact that the latter two were famous amongst the Japanese sailors and even had a song about them, were the two Fletchers also seen as heroes by their contemporaries? But more importantly, were they known by their enemies? For example, did the Japanese show special respect for Obanon and Fletcher? Were American sailors especially wary of the Japanese unsinkable destroyers? Compared to earlier ages, especially like the Age of Sail, where there definitely were ships with significantly legendary reputations around on both sides, it didn't happen quite as much in the Second World War. Partly because, even though the Second World War went on for around about 6 years, it's still a relatively short conflict compared to something like the Napoleonic Wars, where reputations can build up over a much longer period of time, and also ships have careers that can span multiple wars. Larger ships that were very well known were often the target of propaganda efforts on both sides, so they definitely had reputations. So Warspite, Ark Royal, Yorktown, etc. Scharnhorst, they certainly had reputations on both sides of the fight. But when it comes down to smaller ships like destroyers, effectively what it comes down to is so much of what they did was classified at the time, or at least restricted for reporting purposes, and then a lot of what was actually broadcast tended to be propaganda. So even if something truthful was eventually said, the other side was not necessarily that likely to actually believe it, coupled with the fact that within the navies themselves, if a ship did something particularly legendary, that will spread through word of mouth anyway. So within their own navies, as you mentioned with the Japanese ones, those ships would get a certain amount of reputation and kudos as it spreads around, but that's not going to transmit necessarily to any other navies, especially navies you're fighting against at the time. By the time these facts are known, it's usually the war is over, and also just the sheer fast-moving nature of things. So, it's like if O'Bannon does something particularly noteworthy, no one is particularly going to know about it until it comes back from duty and files its report, which might take several weeks or possibly even months. Then the word of mouth will start to spread through crew in the fleet that it's part of, so it's gradually going to disseminate through that part of the US Navy, but might not reach all of the US Navy for quite a while. Then the government and the US Admiralty's got to decide, well, do we want the general public to know this, because it might give away key operational details about equipment or areas of operation, and if we do we want to let the other side know about this, and if we do we want to spice up the details somewhat, and all of that's going to take time, and at any point in the distribution of the story outside of scuttlebutt might be stopped in its path. And then, as I say, you've got to assume that the enemy is listening, the enemy actually believes what's going on, and then that enough of the enemy navy is going to hear about it for it to spread amongst themselves as well, which, bear in mind, it probably won't. It's not like the modern day internet where everyone can easily find out what is being said by the other side. It's going to largely be a case of maybe a few intelligence specialists hear about it, and that's probably it. You're not going to have the general crewman of the Japanese Navy listening into American radio propaganda broadcasts. So yeah, unless there was a particular ship with a particular reputation that kept showing up in a particular combat theatre long enough for the other side to recognise it all the time, then generally no, that you wouldn't have the same kind of reputations for small ships as you would for some of the large ones. And once again, I do apologise if I get this name wrong, but Stanislav Shebetov, I think? Yes, Shebetov, I think that's right, says, as a Russian, I always feel insulted when people claim the Japanese World War II period made the worst possible choice of main medium anti-aircraft system with the Type 96 25mm gun, because the Soviet Navy used the 21K 45mm anti-aircraft gun during the whole conflict. Could you compare the two anti-aircraft systems and make a final choice of worst possible medium anti-aircraft system in World War II? Any other candidates in this anti-aircraft gun system anti-Olympics? Yes, so the Russian 45mm 21K is not one of the AA guns you really want to have defending your ship. It's a pretty poor weapon, all things being told. There's a lot of shortcomings with it in the soft categories as well, but if you compare it to the Japanese 25mm, it has an appallingly low rate of fire. Just under 30 rounds a minute, so that puts it in the same kind of rate of fire category as the worst of the German 37mm guns. It does, however, have a very heavy round, just over 1 kilo per projectile. It's about 4 times heavier than the Japanese 25mm, which means that actually in terms of weight of metal flying through the air, it's actually fractionally above the Japanese 25mm, but it's such an extreme outlier that it doesn't earn it that much points, because one, the amount of metal flying through the air per minute is only about 400 grams more, and it's, yeah, many fewer rounds. It's got a fractionally longer range at a fractionally slower muzzle velocity compared to the Japanese gun. So, yeah, it's not a good AA gun by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, for medium anti-aircraft fire, the Japanese gun is slightly ahead. In fact, reasonably well ahead on that. The difference is, and as I said in the anti-aircraft guns video, because there were a number of light anti-aircraft weapons, and indeed probably given those statistics, probably one or two medium anti-aircraft weapons like the original version German 37mm, that would score less than the Japanese 25mm. However, they were either not the only weapon used for medium AA. So in the Italians' case, with the lowest score with their 20mm, the Italians also had a relatively decent 37mm gun. So they kind of win out there. And with things like the 1.1 inch, which score less than the 25mm, it was replaced by the 20 and 40mm Oerlikon and Bofors. And similarly, whilst the 45mm 4621K was around in Russian service throughout the war, it was supplanted in fairly short order wherever they possibly could by the Russian 37mm 67 caliber 70K weapon, and that is a considerably better weapon than either the 45 or the 25. It's got a better rate of fire, it's got a heavier projectile than the 25, almost as heavy as the 45. As a result, its amount of metal put down range per minute is about 2.5 to 3 times more than, actually just over 3 times more than the 25 and the 45. Yes, it has a very fractionally shorter ballistic range, but the ballistic range is actually relatively high for the 25 and the 45, and the muzzle velocity is about comparable. So the 37mm 67 is actually a much superior gun, and it was used and replaced 45mm in a lot of places. So, for example, on the Russian one-off destroyer, the Tashkent, I believe, I don't know how it's actually pronounced in Russian, but I'm going to call it Tashkent because that's how it's spelt. It originally went to war with the 45mm aboard, but partway through its service, they replaced it with the 37mm 67. So there was both an acknowledgement that the 45mm wasn't perhaps the world's most brilliant weapon, and also, more critically, the replacement of it wherever possible with better weapons. The reason the 25mm, as I said in the IA video, gets so much shtick is because it was the only light and medium anti-aircraft weapon the Japanese had in any numbers whatsoever for the entire duration of the war. If the 25mm had had its heyday in, say, 41, 42, and then gradually been replaced by a superior weapon in either light or medium categories by late 43, or at least the replacement process was ongoing, wouldn't get anywhere near as much stick as it does. But it was a mediocre early war weapon that was still the only thing going for the Japanese below heavy AA at the end of the war, and thus its shortcomings got massively more exposed, as opposed to, yeah, there were Russian units stuck in 1945 with a 45mm, but there were an awful lot more Russian units where they'd gone, no, actually we're going to give you the 37, and the 37 was much better. And that brings us to the end of an appropriately mammoth Patreon Drydock for the end of an appropriately mammoth year. So by the time you're listening to this, it'll be a few hours later, just the other side of the year marker, and we're now into 2021. I wonder if the giant flaming meteor has caught us all by the point this is being listened to, but who knows? We shall find out. Channel admin, well, we're going into a new year. Let's hope the current situation sorts itself out at some point so that I can get back to visiting museum ships and archive research and such like. And yeah, we'll see how that all goes. I shall keep you apprised, and we'll hopefully go onwards and upwards to greater and greater strengths. So thank you very much for listening, if indeed you have managed to get to the end of this, and see you again in another video.